Hey everybody, I'm the Bigglesworth, and I have something cool I want to tell you about. I'm going on a new adventure, and I want you to come along with me. I'm starting a new Let's Play, but I'm calling this a Let's Play Along. Now the way this works is I'm going to give you the seed to the map that I'm playing, and I want you to load it in Minecraft 1.8 or higher. Then I want you to watch each episode that I release. At the end of each show, I'm going to have a project for you to do. I want you to complete that project in your own style and in your own way. Then I want you to take a picture of it, and I want you to send it to me on Twitter. Now I'm going to do my best to try and retweet every single picture that's sent to me. That way each of us can see what the other is doing. Now don't worry about if you think that you're an expert at Minecraft or you're just a beginner. It doesn't matter. The whole idea is sharing ideas and sharing our builds with each other. So I hope you enjoy the shows, I hope you enjoy the projects, and I hope you enjoy playing along with Piggy. Hey everybody, I'm the Bigglesworth. And guess what? Minecraft 1.8 finally came out. Now I can start my Let's Play. Alright, I know what you're saying. Piggy, 1.8's been out for a while. And you're right. But here's the deal. My computer's been sick for a while. The video card that I had, it did not want to work well with 1.8. So I had to wait till I got a new card before I could start this series. And now that it's here, I can begin. So I found this seed on my laptop, because that's where I was playing Minecraft before my desktop. And I really like the way this seed looked. I've got these cool snowy hills right here, or mountains. There's some ocean out that way, and there was a village right here. I thought, wow, this would be a really cool place to build. So I went ahead and saved the seed. And as soon as I got my desktop running, I decided, oh, well, now it's time. So, I think the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go out and get some supplies. Get some food, get a bed. And so that way, whenever the night comes, I can sleep through it, and I don't have to worry about zombies killing all these villagers. So while I go get all that stuff, I'm going to show you a few clips of what happened when I tried to run 1.8 on my laptop. My video card went absolutely crazy, and it's some pretty cool footage. So I'm going to head off this way and get my supplies, and I'll be back in a minute. Okay, here's a village. What in the world is that? Whoa. It's almost like a mob is... Huh. Whoa. Something really weird is going on here. It looks like a villager or a spider. Now this is crazy. It's almost like one chunk is loading over and over and over again. What? Okay. There's villagers, but there's not? Yeah, he's there. He's there too. Yeah, and him. Oh, this is weird. Oh, and there's no doors. Let me see if this... yeah, there's... well, it's like it made no doors in this area. Alright everybody, I'm back. I had to go pretty far to get some sheep. They were way over there. And I managed to find a few other things while I was on my way. So I got enough to make a bed. And got some food cooking. There were a lot of cows. So I managed to get quite a bit of food. That's going to hold me over for a while. And got some leather. Found some sugar cane. We got that going so we can have enchanting pretty soon. And I'm going to go ahead and just plant this When I get started, you know, first thing I like to do is have a lot of resources. Whoa. Here we go. And so I find you need a lot of wood at the beginning. Well, I mean, you need a lot of wood all the time, but sometimes you need wood. It doesn't really matter what kind, you just need the wood. So like, you know, making chests and tools and stuff like that. So if I can ever find spruce trees, I like to get their saplings and use 4 of them to make a redwood. And it's because a redwood grows nice and tall. They're usually much easier to find than jungle trees, unless you just happen to spawn near a jungle. And they grow straight. Like a jungle tree, you can do this trick with the trunk, but then you've got all these branches and stuff that hang off, and sometimes they can be annoying. So I like to just grow the redwoods. So pretty soon I'm going to get myself a little forest of redwoods going, and that's just going to be, you know, so I can get a lot of wood collected. But I came up here because I wanted to show you around, just kind of let you have a bird's eye view of everything. See, there's the ocean way over there. And there's some ocean over there we can't see right now. And this really cool mountain. Now, this is it. If I go over there and go over there, there's plains. So it's just this one mountain right here. Thought it was pretty cool. And we got a village. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start collecting these villagers and get them safe so zombies can't kill them. And then I'm thinking about starting a mine over there. So I'm going to go ahead and get these guys wrangled up. And then I'll meet back with you in a minute and show you what I'm going to do with the mine. Come on, buddy. You're the last one. Just work with me here. Alright. Come on. They're almost there. Yes. And I'll remember that. I hope. Well, I managed to get them all. And I've got my little redwood forest going right here. This thing is giving me quite a bit of wood. So, that's definitely doing what I want it to. So, over here on the mine, what I'm thinking about doing is I'm going to have a little entrance right in here. Might build like a little barracks for the miners over here. Maybe a big smelter or something for all the stuff I find. And I want it to look like an old mine shaft. So I'm going to come up here to the top. And I'm going to clear out this spot. And I'm going to build the top of a mine shaft that goes all the way down to bedrock. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear this spot right here, because this is a bit of a hill. And after that, I'm going to come back and I'm going to show you the shape and the idea that I'm going to do for the mine shaft. So I've cleared out this area, kind of made the ground a little more flat so I can actually build what I want up here. And I went ahead and moved a few things up here, just, you know, so I've got a little base of operations. Got some supplies up here. I moved that wood that I'd shown you down there. Brought the bed with me, just in case, so I don't have to keep running back and forth. And a crafting bench. You can never have enough crafting benches, trust me. So, what we're going to do up here, I'm going to build what would look like the top of a mine shaft going all the way down. And we're going to try and line it up somewhat with this area right here. A little bit of junk I dropped by accident. So I'm going to make a path that comes through here, and I want this mine shaft to kind of line up with it. So we'll try and start right here. So we're going to go 3 high, and then 1, 2, 3 spaces, 3 high again, and we're just going to repeat that for the other sides as well. So make sure it all lines up. So 3, 3. And then from this, I'm going to make it look like there's beams sticking out the side all the way around, making a square. Some of y'all might be asking, how in the world are you doing this without falling off? Well, right now I'm holding down shift. And as long as you're holding shift, you can move around on the edge of things and you won't fall off. Now, when I first started playing Minecraft, I'd actually played on the Xbox. And it was cool because you could just click down on one of the controls and your character would permanently stay squatting. You wouldn't have to worry about it. And then I moved over to PC and I realized, whoa, real quick, you've got to keep holding the button or you will fall just like that. So now that we've got this basic shape going all around the edge, I'm going to add some torches. This is going to help us keep the enemies away from this area at least, or from spawning, I should say. It's going to give it a little bit of light so you can kind of see it from afar. And it just makes it look a little rustic. And then just for some added detail, I'm going to add these fence posts all the way around. Need to add a little dirt there here in a second. Now, don't get me wrong, I love the fact that we have got all these new type of fence posts we can do. But since they changed the recipe for making fence posts, my gosh, they need so much more wood. Used to be 6 sticks was all you needed. And now you need 2 sticks and 4 planks. So I think I've got that all the way around. We'll just put this in the middle. And there we go. A few left over. And I'm going to just put this dirt here because that's going to drive me nuts. A little bit of just evening out the ground, kind of making it look a little more natural. And as the grass grows and covers that up, no one will ever know. Well, you guys will know, but you won't tell, right? So, from here, we're just going to start digging down. But I'm going to do a little bit of a pattern to it. See if I can remember this. These edges like this. And we're going to make it look like this whole structure is holding back the dirt. So we're going to need a lot of spruce for this. So I'm going to do like that. And just start digging down. So I'm going to dig down 2 or 3 levels, and I'm going to come back and kind of show you the idea of what I'm going to do with this. And then I'll go ahead and finish and dig it down to the bottom and show you the finished result. Alright guys, I've managed to get it where my path lines up with the shaft I'm making. And this is kind of the little design that I'm going for. I'm going 3 spaces down and making it look like there's a brace. And these braces are going to go all the way up and down. I'm just putting the torches in so everything stays lit. Because in a little bit what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of like this. I'm going to break into these so that they're not all even. I want them to look like it's a little bit of a actual mine, not just a smooth spot. But I don't need bad guys spawning in here, so I'm going to make sure this spot is well lit. So now that you can see this basic idea of what I'm working on, I'm going to go ahead and finish going all the way down until my floor is near level 12. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little bit of a water trap at the bottom, and that's going to stop the person when they're falling down, which I guess is going to be me because I'm playing. Anyway, I'm going to be able to jump down here, hit the water, and it will stop my fall. I won't die, but I can get all the way down to the bottom really, really fast. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to finish this off. I'm going to come back and show you what it looks like. And then I think we're going to call this episode quits. Okay? So I'll be right back. Alright everybody, I'm done. I went ahead and added this cobble up here just for a little extra detail. And there we go. That's the big drop down to level 12. So here we go. And there we go, right into the water. And I'm going to hit F3 on my keyboard. And see the number changing when I jump? I am at level 12. And this is where I'm going to start mining. And you may be wondering, how in the world are you going to get back up? Well, for now, I went ahead and dug a little ladder right here. When I get enough iron going, I'm going to get a minecart elevator set up. That's going to be pretty cool, because that's going to get me up to the surface almost as fast as falling down. So, let's get rid of that. Make my way back up to the top. Now, you guys remember, this is not a Let's Play. This is a Let's Play Along. a new idea I came up with, and I have yet to see somebody on YouTube doing it. And remember, the main idea of this is I want you to take the seed that's in the description. I want you to load the map, and I want you to play along with me. I'm going to kind of set the tone for what we're going to do as a group. And so for your first little project, you're going to rescue the villagers, and you're going to get your mine shaft going. I want each of you to kind of take the ideas that I'm doing and do a little bit of your own ideas as well. Make your own kind of style of a mine shaft. And then once you're done with it, take a picture of it and send it to me on Twitter. I'm going to take all the different pictures that are sent to me. I'm going to do my best to retweet every picture. That way everybody else can see what each person is doing. Now don't worry about if you think that your designs and your builds are really awesome or they're really beginner. You know what? It doesn't matter. We all have to start somewhere, and some of us end up being better at things than others. I'm not going to pick just the best and show it. I'm going to show a nice little grouping of some of the best, some of the beginner, and some of the middle. I mean, there are plenty of things that I'm not great at. I'm just kind of mediocre at this game, but I really like playing it. So I want to encourage each of you to play along with me, to build in your own style, and to share it with me so I can share it with others. So don't forget to follow me on Twitter. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. And I hope that you stick around and enjoy this Let's Play Along with Piggy. Hey everybody, check this out, a creeper crater. I was going to get ready to record and was coming over here and tried to fight a creeper with my stone sword, not too smart, and he blew up, so I filled it in as best I could. I'll have to fix that later. So, yeah. So what I've been doing is, every time I run through here, harvest this sugar cane. There we go. And I've been collecting quite a bit of it, because I'm going to get some enchanting going in this episode. Let me show you what I've got. I don't remember where in the world I put it. There we go. I've got quite a bit going there. I got leather around here. There we go. Lots of leather. Got some books going. And got some sugar cane. So we're definitely going to get enchanting going. And I kind of straightened up a little bit up here. I've been collecting some things and just kind of, separating it out. Just so it's not a big mess all put into one chest. Got my trees growing. And I totally did a bonehead move. There's a blacksmith here, and I didn't even bother to check out what was in the chest. Nice. I always forget to wear armor, so this is going to help. And I've been watching so much ultra hardcore lately. Every time I see an apple, I think, ooh, golden apples. Gonna have to get some horses for that, so I'll leave that for now. Oh, cool, and we got 4 obsidian. Now, you might be asking, why is obsidian cool? Why is it cool to find obsidian? That's boring, Piggy. But check this out. If I can get 2 diamonds, a book, and 4 obsidian, I'm going to have an enchanting table. So, we're definitely getting enchanting done this episode. So we're going to head over to the mine shaft that we built last episode. We're going to take a jump down, and I'm going to show you what I've been up to. So, let's just make our way over here. Now, I've been kind of thinking about the torches. It kind of seems a little too much. I'm going to leave it for now, but I may come back later and just kind of rework the walls and the torches. So, let's just take a jump. And people always say pigs are dirty, but I tell you what, every time I come down here, I take a bath. Yeah. So, I've opened up this area a little bit, and I'm gonna keep opening it. By the time that I'm done, it's gonna be like a chasm right here, and you're gonna be able to see, I don't know, 2 or 3 levels of mines. You can see where I've gone pretty far down in there. And what I've done is I've left all the diamonds, the oh man, I can't even think how to say that stuff. I've watched Corrales so much, I think lapis lazuli, or oh, maybe that's right. Oh, but I left the diamonds, I left the lapis, I left emeralds, and so that way y'all can watch me get it. So I've got my iron pickaxe. Let's go. Let's get some diamonds. So I hope between episodes that y'all were able to get you some diamonds. Y'all started some mining. You got your resources going. I can remember where in the world. Oh, I need to eat. I guess if I don't eat, I can't run, huh? So there we go. And I'm doing this cool little trick. Since this tunnel is too high, if you just jump as you run, boy, you take off real fast. Here we go. Diamonds. Woohoo! And I went ahead and saved it till I was recording. That way you could see achievement get. Woohoo! There we go. Now, I'm only going to get 2 because I need 2 diamonds to make the enchanting table. And once I get the enchanting table going, then I'm going to start enchanting iron pickaxes. And there's a reason for that. I want to get a silk touch if I can, and I want to try and get the highest fortune that I can. So that way, every single diamond that I find, I'm going to get the most diamonds out of it. So I'm going to go back up, and I'm going to make an enchanting table. And I'll meet you up there. Okay? Up the dark tunnel we go. Okay, so here we are, back up at the surface. And I think I have everything I need. So let's see. We're going to go ahead and craft this. Now, I know some of you are like, oh, Piggy, this is boring. Crafting. Well, some people, they may not know how to do this yet. So I'm just going to go ahead and show you. You put these together like that, we can get our enchanting table. Haha, achievement get. Okay, and now we're going to go ahead and make some books, so that way we can have full enchanting. Now the way this works is if you have 15 bookcases around your enchanting table, you can enchant all the way to level 30. Now I've already made some books. I'm going to go ahead and make the rest. So I'm going to left click and grab my sugar cane. Now I'm going to hold down on the left mouse button and drag. Look at that. I'm going to go ahead and do the rest. Hold shift, left click, and there's all our paper. Now I'm just going to bring the leather over. Do the same. Shift, left click. And there we go. We got 45 books. Now we're just going to do that with the wood. Put the books in there, and bam. Haha! Oh, wow. I don't remember that achievement. So now I've got enough to do enchanting all the way to level 30. Okay, so I've set up my enchanting table. Now, I'm going to build something cool later and set this up. But for now, we just got it outside. So the way you do this is you put the table down. You have to make sure there's a space all the way around it. And then set up your 15 bookcases. And you can tell it's working because see the symbols? As long as they're heading for that enchanting table, then you know it's ready. So, I'm going to put a pick in. Oh, man. Now, I know they redid enchanting, but the way this looks like it's working, I wish they would have done this the opposite. So I got some lapis lazuli. Yes, that's how to say it. Lapis lazuli. Just in case I was going to need it, because I heard you need it for enchanting. Oh. So I've got 32 levels, right? So I've got a level 7, 17, and 30 that I can choose from. And I can see one of the effects I'm going to get. But to actually access the different choices, I have to use that much lapis. That's a little annoying. Okay, well, let's see. So, unbreaking 3, efficiency 2, efficiency 2. You know what? I think I'll just go ahead and take the efficiency 2 on that. So I'm going to enchant the rest of these picks that I made, and then I'm going to come back and show you what I got. Alright, everybody. Did some enchanting. Here we go. Got a bunch of efficiencies, some unbreakings, a fortune 1. I really wish I could have got some more fortunes. And some combos here. Those are pretty good. But here's the amazing one. And guess what happened? As soon as I stopped recording, the next pick that I enchanted, this is what I got. Can you believe that? Silk Touch, Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3. Now that's what I'm talking about. I think I'm going to try and add an Unbreaking to this if I can. I don't remember how high Unbreaking can go. But basically with the Silk Touch, I want this thing to last as long as possible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my Silk Touch, I'm going to go down in my mine, and I'm going to go ahead and collect up the diamonds and all the other cool stuff that I found. Now the reason why I'm Silk Touching it and I'm not breaking it is because with Silk Touch, I can grab the diamond while it's still ore. Then I can collect a bunch of different fortune picks, put them up to fortune 3, and then I can break the ore and get lots of diamonds. Hey everybody, been mining for a while and this is the stuff I got. 12 lapis, 37 diamond, and 17 emeralds. And they must have changed how many emeralds spawn when 1.8 came out, because I've never seen that many emeralds in one little area. Let's just get this slime over here. Now this is a good sign. This will be the second slime that I've seen in this area. So I might be able to make a slime farm. Now, when I first came down here and started working on this area, this is what it looked like. Just this one level. And I said I wanted to open it up so that you could see all 3 levels. Well, here we go. Just like that. Went ahead and did half the area. That half is still not done. But I wanted you to see what I meant. Just kind of made it look like the same thing as the mine shaft coming down. Like it's not so claustrophobic. A little open. Got some color with the blue water down there. I mean, if I'm going to be down here mining a lot, I want it to look nice. So, I think the last little project I'm going to take care of today is something that's called a minecart elevator. And this is an idea that was come up with by a player named Monkey Farm. I'll have a link to his video down in the description. So the way this works is I'm going to put a ladder here. I'm going to come up here. And we're going to get a minecart stuck on top of the ladder. So I'm going to put a rail, a minecart, and then we're just going to push it forward. And it falls, lands on the ladder. So now we can come down here and come underneath this. And if you right click, whoop, it just sucks you right up in. You hit shift and we'll get out. And it doesn't work too good yet because it's not finished. But I'm going to go ahead and extend this all the way up. Let me show you one little trick first. You want to have 1, 2 spaces, then your ladder. Here's where you want your next minecart to be. If you do it any further, then when you're in this minecart, you won't be able to click and get sucked up into the next minecart. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and finish this elevator, and I'll be right back. Alright, it is done. Check this out. Watch how fast I can get to the top. All I'm going to do is right click and aim. Whoa. That was crazy. Do you see that? I'm going to do that again. Haka! All I'm doing is right clicking on the minecart above me. And then I right click on that one. And then get out. Now see, if I tried to get out right here, watch what would happen. I actually start falling down. So I've got that one little minecart at the... Oh, there we go. This little minecart right here. Whoop. Just to kind of suck me over away from that so I can get out. So, I think this is going to be the end of the episode. And I'm going to leave you guys with this. What I want you to do this episode is I want you to go ahead and finish off the branch mine area. I want you to build a way to get up. You can use the minecart elevator, slime elevators for slime blocks, whatever it is you want to do. Make a way to get up and down, and make a way to start getting your stuff at the bottom. I want you to start collecting resources. Get as many diamonds and iron and all that good stuff that you can. I think next episode we're going to get to work on the barracks. It's going to be a little building up in here so that the miners have a place to sleep at night, maybe a place to eat. And I'm thinking about letting one of the villagers go and putting him over here so that I can do some trading. I noticed a few of them trade coal, so I've been collecting every little bit of coal that I can find, and we'll see what we can do with that. So, y'all don't forget, take pictures of your projects, send them to me on Twitter. I'll look through them and try to retweet all of them. Don't worry about if you think they're great or you think they're a real beginner. It doesn't matter. We just want to share each of our builds with each other, and I want y'all to share that with me. So I hope you liked this episode. I know it wasn't a whole lot of building, but I promise you we're going to get building done. We just got all these little things we got to get out of the way first, like mining for resources and getting wood and getting food. Getting enchanting done, that was a really big step, and I'm glad we got that done. So I'm going to run in here and go to sleep before this sun goes down and I get another creeper crater going. And I'm going to catch y'all in the next episode. Why, son? Why? Hey everybody, I'm the Pigglesworth, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Alright, now I've been playing a little bit between episodes, and I am about to go insane because of these stinking creepers. This whole area is going to be nothing but one giant creeper crater if I don't stop this. So I tell you guys what, we're going to go ahead and change a few things. I know it's not going to be 100% vanilla, but you know what? I'll make a promise with you. If I ever end up on Hermitcraft, then I'll go ahead and play 100% vanilla. So, I'm going to run over here and get in the house just in case this turns into nighttime while I'm trying to figure all this mess out. And, oh yeah, check this out. Made 4 maps, and I just kind of mapped out the area. Let's see. Oh, I guess I'm right here. Okay, this is the house. I don't know what this mess is. Oh, okay. That's the little path up to the mine shaft we worked on. Remember in episode 2? Okay, so this is how we're going to do this. I want y'all to follow along. Y'all go ahead and do this too. And that way we're going to shut off mob griefing, because these endermen are driving me nuts too. I mean, I keep walking around. Let me show you this. I came out of my mine shaft from mining. I was all happy because I had diamonds. And what? I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So, Enderman, I've had it. I've had enough of you. Yeah. So, here's how we're gonna do this. Let me get back in here and get safe. So I'm gonna hit escape. I'm gonna open to LAN. Now, I'm gonna switch this to creative, allow cheats on, start LAN. Then I'm gonna do /game mode 1. And look at that. Now I'm kind of in creative mode. So this is going to give me some powers, creative powers, so I can do some permissions. So the first one we're going to do is /game rule mob. Let me spell this right. False. Aha. And then we're going to do game rule, do fire tick false. Just like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and save. Quit the title, and I'm going to reopen the game. Well, wait a minute. I think I need to change my game mode first. So game mode back to 0, okay? Then we're going to go ahead and restart the game. So I'll be right back. Alright, so the cool thing is that creepers are not going to blow up stuff, and that's good because I tell you what, it would be so frustrating to watch a creeper blow up these builds. Well, not these builds. I mean, these came already loaded, but my builds, which, I'm eventually going to tear all this down and we're going to redo it. Because this little area right here is going to be like a mining town. Now, we are going to extend off over there and over there and there and there and there and there. But the theme for this area is mining. So I kind of made a little path here, 3 wide. Let me show you this trick I did. I hate having to jump up blocks. But I wanted this to look like a worn path, like it's been used. So I'll put half slabs, and then I'll mix cobblestone blocks and gravel amongst the dirt, which has grass growing on it. So you get this nice smooth, you just run forward, run up, and all the way, and there you go. Now I went ahead and spruced up this area a little bit. You get it? Spruce wood, spruced it up. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, made this area a little bit nicer, and I had something strange happen. I was coming up my elevator, and the minecart here, it was gone. It just despawned for some reason. But I also figured something else out. Let me show you. If I shift and push forward, I can get out now. So I think the problem was I had a full block here. If you put a full block or a half slab, it'll stop you from getting out of that, and you'll just fall down. So if y'all made one of these, then go ahead and make sure that spot's empty, and so you can just shift and get out just like that. So you notice that right in here a little bit has changed. I kind of made this entrance, a little more presentable. And while I was in between episodes, I went ahead and made the barracks. So end of episode. Thank you for watching. Nah, I'm kidding. I just went ahead and made this front entrance because, look, there's nothing there. Oh, but this is a project we're going to get working on today. I've got some really cool designs I want to do for the barracks where all the miners are going to live. And I don't think I'm going to get it all finished in this episode because there is a lot of rooms I want to do. But I'm going to try and get some of it done. So, first thing I want to show you, I know we're going down the mine shaft again, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, 3 episodes in a row. Are we ever going to get away from this place? Yes, we will. I just want to show you. Kind of notice I redid the floor a little bit, changed it up. Looking at all this cobble and all this gray was about to drive me nuts. I moved the ladder. It was right in here, I think. And I just put it here. It seemed like it was a little more out of the way. I also made this all half slabs. So now I don't feel like I'm banging my head on the ceiling like I would over here. I can't help it over here because the height between each level is the way it is. But right in here, I figured I'll open this up. I'll make this where I don't feel like I got everything falling in on my head. So, and the nice blue water. Water. There's water there. I don't know if any of y'all experienced that. That was probably one of the most hilarious pranks that Mojang had ever played. I logged on one day. It was April Fool's. I want to say it was this year. And, they had made it where everybody was looking like they were villagers. And they all talked like villagers. And every time you got near water, your character would go, water. There's water here. Whoops. Well, there's not water there. There's water here. Oh, it was so funny. And, that's one of the things I love about that company. They're so mindful of their audience. They're so mindful of their players. And they're always doing things to just, make the game constantly interesting and new. So here's a little experiment that I've been doing with these trees. I've been doing it where they're this far apart. They grow up like that. And then I spiral up, chop it down, go to the next, spiral up, chop it down. And I thought about it. I wonder if I could get these to grow together like a giant block. I could go up to the top and then just mine my way down. Well, chop my way down, but you know what I mean. So I did a little experiment over here. I did 1, 2, 3, 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4, so 16 saplings. And this didn't work. You can see how this corner grew just right. But then this one grew right in the middle. So these saplings and these saplings, they won't grow. These right here don't want to grow either. So during this episode, I'm going to go ahead and come back up here and do this in a minute. But This one doesn't want to grow. Maybe that's blocking. But I was hoping maybe I could grow them in like this, and then in between plant saplings, and whoop, it would all fill up and be one giant block. So I'm going to go ahead and fill these saplings in. Not too... There we go. We'll just leave those for now. And I'm going to go ahead and dump this stuff. Let me go ahead and show you what I found so far in ores. I've been mining like crazy. And here we go. Kapow! 2 stack of diamond ore. Now, so far I've only gotten a Fortune 2 pickaxe. Yeah, right there. And I'm a greedy pig. I tell you what, I want it all, right? Just want it all. So I'm going to try and hold off on getting those diamonds, unless I need them. Try and get me a Fortune 3. So I've got a basic design of what I want to do. Kind of went into a creative world and just worked it out. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hollow out this inside and start laying out some of the stuff. All right, everybody. Been digging a bit, and what a mess, what a mess. Look at this. Well, I've managed to hollow out this area. Where you see the dirt down here, I've got 2 different kinds here. I've got the coarse dirt, which is something new, and regular dirt. Coarse dirt's cool because grass won't grow on it, and the regular will. And the way you make it is you get some dirt, and I know I got it here somewhere. Gravel and andesite. I tell you what, they look so much alike now. And you just do like this. Look at that. Coarse dirt. Really easy to make. So what I'm trying to do is I got this grass to grow on some blocks of dirt here, and I'm just trying to get it to spread because I want a little bit of grass in here. I've kind of gone through the walls and put in a few patterns and just figured out the basic area of where my flooring's going to go. Check this out. Managed to dig all the way out into the open, so we got a little bit of work to do here. This is going to be some of the flooring. I'm going to have carpet here. And whatever's underneath carpet, that's the sound you make when you walk on it. And if you listen, hear that sound versus that sound. To me, that sounds more like a soft floor, like a carpet. So right in here is going to be like a little library, little trophy case, and I'm going to have a map of the area that I've got over my house right now. I'm going to put it in here. Basically, the layout, what this is, it's a foyer that comes in, like a hallway. Over here at the end, I'm going to have set up a little office with a villager, so you can trade. Over there is going to be where the barracks, beds, kitchen, all that kind of stuff. This is just the main office for the, kind of like the owner of the mine. Now, I need to get some hardened clay for these walls. So I'm going to go try and see if I can find a mesa biome. So I'm out and about. I got a map, just so I can kind of uncover areas as I go. Found a village. Found something very strange about this village. Look at that. Buddy, what, you didn't finish your house? What are you doing? This is nuts. And this is all naturally generated. It's like it didn't finish building the houses or something. And check this out. It's like the water source block got generated weird or something. Oh well. Off to keep looking for the mesa biome. Somewhere out there. I think I'll go this way. Alright, everybody. Check this out. Look what I finally found. Jungle. Got some, what is that, watermelon down there? Yeah. And a mesa biome. Oh my gosh, I looked everywhere for this. And I'll show you. I've got a giant map. You can see in the upper left-hand corner, that's where our village is at. And if you go due east, you can see there's a desert started. So I checked out this area, and you can see where my white dot is on the map. That's where I'm standing. South. So I go here and right there. So that's how far away it is. And I'm going to go ahead and show you the coordinates in case you want to get here too. I think I'm about 3,500 blocks away. So base is straight up that way. So I'm just going to leave some junk here in case I need to come back. We'll figure out a way to get here again. Maybe nether portals or something like that. But I mean, this is a huge mesa. So I'm going to go ahead and collect some hardened clay and make the long journey all the way back. So I found the mesa biome and I'm on my way back and I see this. Mobs with pumpkin heads. I wonder if they drop a pumpkin. Let's find out. And this is so cool. This is exactly what I was talking about with the April Fool's prank. I didn't remember, but today is Halloween. The day I'm recording anyway. I just love the little things that they stick in the game. It's so cool. All right, everybody. I've been world traveling. Well, this world anyway. I finally managed to get all the stuff I wanted together and finish the inside. So you ready for the big reveal? Here we go. Check this out. I like it. And I don't have my villager set up yet. Probably going to do that in the next episode or two. I really need to get a good villager here. It's going to take a lot of work with some rail and a cart. I don't want to just put any old guy in here. I want to put one in here I'm going to keep. So, nothing here. I haven't dug that out yet. We'll do that later. But here's the office. Check that out. Yeah. I went ahead and put pressure plates on because it's nice to just have auto doors. Check that out. So, here's my trophy case. Went ahead and wasted an emerald and a diamond. Found some TNT because remember how I showed you that desert? Yeah, there's some pyramids out there. So I raided one and got some TNT. And the little library, you know, so they can come in here and check all their little legal stuff about the mine, who owns it and who they're supposed to pay or something. I don't know. Went ahead and moved the map in here so we can kind of see the area. I like this design. This is polished andesite and the raw andesite. And it's cool because, I mean, you know, look, it's flat, right? But when you look at it here, because of those corners, it kind of makes it look like it has a little dimension. I like that. And here's the office. Little water cooler, got a clock and some file cabinets, and a desk. So right here I can tell people, yeah, you're going to mine for me and you're going to like it. And a little cup of coffee. Love coffee. So, now I haven't finished these. You can still see the sky. When we go to the Nether, I'm going to get some glowstone. We'll put that up there, and that'll light this room up nice. So, no mobs. So, let's go. Oh, this is kind of a cool trick you might want to see. See, we got carpet here. Carpet's considered transparent. So I took a pumpkin, put it on a torch in a crafting bench, made a jack-o'-lantern. Lights up this area. So it's cool. We got some hidden lighting. Same thing under here. The pistons, they're considered clear or transparent. And underneath those blocks right there, I've got torches. So it's cool. I mean, you can still see some of the torches, right? I got some up in there too. So we're going to go ahead and take a step back outside. I'm going to show you this real quick. Remember how I planted all these? Check it out. It worked. They grew into a giant wall. Oh yeah, and on my little adventures, I managed to get some carrots and got some of those watermelons. So I think I've got just about every plant you can grow now. Went ahead and got some lily pads so that way I don't have to fall in the water when I harvest. But this is 14 wide by 2 deep. So it took 28 saplings. So what I'm going to need to do is chop all this down. And I need to find out, on average, am I going to get back as many saplings as it took to make? And if I do, then doing something like this is worthwhile. If I didn't, I have to figure something else out. So I think that'll just about do it for this episode. Got my little business started over there. And that's what I want y'all to work on. I want you to come up with your own office and your own little front for the mining business. Then don't forget, take a picture of it, send it to me on Twitter, and I'll tweet it out so everybody else can see. And I think next episode we'll get to work on kind of sorting out the villagers a little bit. And we're going to move away from the mine shaft. I think I'm going to try and maybe work on a tree farm or something. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you on the next episode. Hey everybody, I'm the Pigglesworth, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Now, you know, it's a funny thing. I've gotten this many diamond ore. I really haven't done any mining between episodes, but I'm just terrified to break these. I don't know what it is. I mean, I always do this. I find tons of diamond, but then I don't want to use it on anything. So I've been doing some experimenting out here. Let me show you what I've been up to. My wall of trees. Now, I figured I would do this 3 times just to get a nice, good comparison. This is the first attempt. Got that many stacks of wood and 30 saplings. And I think it was 28 that I needed. So I actually came out with 2 extra saplings, so that's good. And then the second time, got a bit more wood and quite a few more saplings, so that's good. Now the problem is that it's taken me so long to chop this down with stone axes that I think I'm losing some resources, because after 5 minutes stuff will despawn. So what I'm going to do, even though I don't want to, is I'm going to break up this diamond ore. There we go. We'll hit it with our fortune axe. And 4. Oh well. That'll work. So I'm going to make a diamond axe, and I'm going to enchant it. And hopefully it'll have a decent enchant. And then I'm going to chop that all down. And we'll see how many logs and saplings we get. Alright everybody. It's gone. I chopped it down. And I did it with my efficiency 4 diamond axe. So here's the results of 3 tests. We've already seen these 2. And this one. I almost got as much wood as that. This one seems to be the best. Now, remember how in that one I got 41 saplings and that one I got 30? Well, in this run, man, what is that? 73 saplings? Man, that is a lot. So I definitely think for the amount of saplings it takes to make the wall, I'm going to get at least back the amount on average. So that seems to be a really good method for getting lots of wood and chopping it real easy. Now, I had seen not too long ago a myth-busting episode that Exuma had done about logs, and or trees, I should say. And he had shown that planting the spruce as single trees versus grouped trees, that you would get more saplings in return. And that's good to know. I mean, you can use saplings in furnaces to cook with. But here's the thing. If you're trying to get wood, as long as you're getting back as many saplings as you're using, then, you know, you're getting a net profit of wood. And you have the resources to replenish. So I think I'm going to stick with my wall of wood. However, I'm not too sure that this is a good area to keep farming it. I mean, it's right in the middle of town. Now, I have been doing some work over in here. You can kind of see some of the grass is missing, and it's because I've been farming all this. Acacia, oak, dark oak, a little bit of birch. Where'd it go? This is some spruce I had left over, and then jungle wood. So I'm kind of starting to you know, gather up wood for builds and stuff later, but I think what I'm really going to do is I'm going to set up way over here a permanent tree farm. And in true Piggy style, it can't just be a bunch of trees growing to chop down. It has to have a theme, just like our mine shaft. You know, this totally pointless build to make it look great while we dig a hole in the ground. That's just the way I roll. So, over here, I've started clearing out the area. Now, if you're playing on this seed and you come over to this side of the mountain, you're going to notice there are some hills and stuff that I don't have. Well, that's because I've dug them all out. Let's see here. So there's some random junk we got over here. And there's all the dirt that I've removed from this area. So I've kind of got the beginnings of an area that I can start planting trees en masse. And I like the fact that it's over by a river because of the theme I'm going to use. I'm going to make a little base of operations over here. It's going to have, I got some water that I'm going to make like a river coming down. It's going to come to a water wheel, and the water wheel is going to go to a structure that's going to be like, man, I can't even think of what they call it. Oh, I hate it when this happens. A wood mill. That's what I'm looking for. You know, one of those big things where they stick logs, like they chop down the tree and it pulls all the bark off, chops off all the limbs, and it chops it up into planks. Well, I'm not really going to make a machine that does that, but I'm going to make a structure that looks like that's what's happening. You know, just so there's a bit of a theme over here. Not just a bunch of trees growing in boring fashion. So, I'm going to unload some of this junk I've got, and then I'm going to meet you up on top of the mountain and show you what I've been up to. Hey everybody, here I am up on top of the mountain. Check this view out. Not bad, not bad, but we're definitely going to improve it over time. So here's what I'm thinking about doing. You know, I want water to go all the way down to run the water wheel. But it needs to make sense where it's coming from, at least in my head. So I thought, you know, put a little pond right in here, but the pond has to get water from somewhere, right? So then I started digging a trench, and I got a little out of hand. That happens. But I dug 2 trenches. So I got one coming up through here to this little area, and it kind of goes over this way and down there. Now what I've been doing is kind of mixing up the ground with gravel and leaving some of the stone showing. All this grass that you see, it's going to turn into dirt when the water covers it. So it won't look like this part. And it just kind of winds down in here. Put some random sand everywhere. And I got to thinking about it. You know what would look really cool? If I had some mossy cobble in there. You know, just kind of mossy cobble looking stuff as the water rolls over, like it's exposed some of the rock. I don't know if any of you have ever seen a river or seen rivers with waterfalls, but they have that. They have rocks with, you know, algae and different stuff growing on it. So I managed to find some vines in my little adventure earlier, previous episode, and we're going to make some mossy cobble. Just like that. Isn't that cool? I'm so glad they added that in. Now you don't have to go searching forever for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of figure out some places that would make a little sense where, you know, maybe some mossy cobble would go. And then I'm going to start filling up water. And what's going to happen at first is up in here, this area is going to freeze. But to me that makes sense, because in mountains, up in the high elevation, you get the snow and the ice. But as it goes down, it starts to melt, and it makes waterfalls until it collects in the lower areas. So, I think I'm going to quickly run over here and go to sleep, because the sun is quickly going down. And I don't know if any of y'all have noticed or not, but I have quite a few less levels than I did just a moment ago. Well, yeah. See that little house right there? Yeah, I was dropping off my stuff and I came out. Coast was clear, everything was fine, nice and quiet. And BAM! Stinking creeper. The only good thing was it didn't blow up my stuff, and since I've shut off mob griefing, it didn't blow up my house as well. But it did take my levels, so I'm going to go ahead and spread out some of this mossy cobble and start filling up all the water, and then I'll show you what I've done. All right, everybody. Here we go. Got my 2 waterfalls going, coming down to this pond. And I left a little area in the middle, kind of like an island. I may build some kind of a custom tree or a little spot that I can do some fishing from. Let me show you this. We'll go up to the top. Little skip. Whoop, totally messed that up. But I came up here to the top and I put some water, and then I kept doing water source blocks all the way down to get like a little waterfall kind of look. And some of the water source blocks up here, they just kind of randomly froze. I like how that looks. It almost looks like, you know, stuff is melting underneath and kind of making its way down. Now up here, it's not completely solid yet because some of these blocks, they won't freeze. And I want this to look like it's solid ice. I don't want it to look like there's a little bit of water underneath. It just, see how that kind of looks like that? Or maybe like this. It would look like that. These little patches of blue underneath. It'd look weird. Drive me nuts. So, I've been waiting and waiting for these things to freeze up. And waiting for ice to freeze is like watching paint dry. Man, it seems to take forever. So, what I might do is just get me some blocks. See, I got like a little pretend ice farm going here. And chop up this ice with a silk touch pick. And I might just pop ice in there and fill it up. But I got the other side right here. And this one's cool because, you know, little bits of it froze further down. I just like that. I like the randomness. Oh, I can't speak. But I got something cool I'm going to try. Oh, check this out. See that down there? Yeah, let's go look at that. So I got me a boat. I've already tried to do this twice, and I have totally crashed every time. But for some reason, this boat does not like to steer very well. Let's see. Can he do it? Oh, I think I made this way too narrow. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, look at that, yeah. Oh, well. That's what my boat used to be. And I built that boat out of spruce wood, and if you notice, I'm holding oak. So I don't know if that's a bug or something wrong with the game, but apparently, if you want to get oak wood, build a boat out of anything. Crash it, you'll get oak wood. So I'm going to try and show you this real quick before the sun goes down. Check that out. I know it doesn't look like much, right? But watch this. Now, I know the redstone looks ugly. It's okay. I'm going to build a building here later. But flip the switch. Ha-ha. And the waterfall turns on. And the water goes all the way down to this area. Now, this is about as far as I've gotten for the sawmill that we're going to build. Most of this episode, I figured I would just focus on trying to get the water to work. And then at the last second, I had this cool idea of making a dam. I was like, wow, I should try and do that. And I'm going to go ahead and make a tutorial to teach y'all how to make this for anybody that's interested. So, I think I better run inside so I don't get killed here. Managed to get 15 levels back. I do like the way this place looks at sunset, though. Isn't that nice? Ah, it's so pretty. And all this area just lit up. I can't wait to see what this area is going to look like when I get more stuff built. But I'm going to leave y'all with this. I want y'all to go ahead and work on a little river and a pond. Get your water started to go over to that area where we're going to build our tree farm. And don't forget to take pictures of it, send it to me on Twitter, and I'll tweet it out. And remember, do not worry. Don't worry. Don't you worry if you think that it's awesome or if it's just beginner. See, the cool thing is that each of us build stuff in our own way. And sometimes when we watch each other build, we get cool ideas that you just never would have thought of. You'd be surprised how many things that I've figured out just by watching other people build. So, I'll hop in this bed. Haha, it worked. Yes. And I will catch y'all in the next episode. everybody, I'm the Pigglesworth. Welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Now, a couple things have changed. I don't want y'all to freak out. I've changed a few things. Well, a little. Yeah, I kind of opened this area up. Check this out. I haven't really done much yet. This is just, for future projects, but now we can kind of get through the office over to this area. And I think what I'm going to do with this area is I've been trying to store everything over my house, and boy, that's just becoming a mess real quick. So I'm going to start filling in these areas with chests. I've already done it down here. Let me show you. See, just a bunch of chests. And I know some of y'all are like, wait a minute, you can't do that with chests. And actually you can. I know some of the Xbox players and maybe some of the Pocket Edition players, they don't have this. Actually, I don't remember if they do or not. I'll have to check. But you have regular chests and you have what are called trapped chests. And a trap chest is using, let me see if I've got some. Yep. You use a tripwire hook and you put it next to a chest in your crafting bench and you'll make a trap chest. And trap chests and regular chests can go right up next to each other. So you can see in here, boy, I've really filled this thing up with cobble. I mean, it's just crazy how much cobble there is. But I'm going to try and, go through here. And I've left an open area here in the back. I was kind of counting some stuff. Because what I'm going to do is eventually I'm going to have a hopper system in here. From, down in the mine. I could do all my mining. And just dump stuff in a chest and it'll spit it up here and sort it all out for me. So, and I kind of want to change up this cobble a little. I like the way it looks, but I think I want to mix in some mossy cobble too, just so it, it looks like a transition between the grass blocks and the cobble blocks. But I felt like this area was real small and suffocating, and so I opened it up, just made it real nice. I know this area is kind of a waste, not much going on, but I still like the room. I'm going to, over here, still put in a mega smelter of some kind. I'm not quite sure what design I'm going to use yet. And I'm not quite sure if I want an entrance to go here like this, or if you have to come in here to get to it. I may do both, kind of like over there. And, yeah, something else has changed. Y'all ready to go down? Yeah! Splash. Yeah, this has opened up a little bit too. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Now, I have not really worked out all the lighting in this area to make absolutely sure that, bad guys can't spawn. Oh, what? Come here. You and your golden suit. Watch this. Oh, wait. I may die. Let me eat first. Oh. Run, Forrest, run! And I need to put my armor on. Oh, I got an arrow in the head. Yeah. Come here, buddy. Show everybody. Look at that. Nothing blew up. Ah, I love it. I only got one heart. Come on, stuff your face. So, I opened this area up. I just felt like the ceiling was so low. Oh, look at you, just Mr. Sneaky Pants over there. You just stay. So it's still the same down in the bottom. But where is it? Maybe over here? Nope, it would be the last corner, wouldn't it? Up in there. Now I've kind of filled that in. Let's see, did I leave this open? I'm going to come over here and show you. This is actually pretty cool. A giant gorge in here. And I haven't really collected any of the resources yet. I just kind of left this area. I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do with it. But I think I've thought of a really cool plan for this. However, this gorge is way too narrow for what I want to do. So I'm going to kind of chop the walls and make this a lot bigger. I'm going to go up in the area where there are caves and close them off so bad guys don't fall in on my head. And then I'll put in the cool little secret that I'm going to put in here. So, this is my new area down here. And since I moved this area and made it all big, I had to move my elevator as well. So I've really been a busy pig. So we'll go over here so we can go back to the surface. And right in here, I haven't really finished this area yet, but this is where I'm going to have my item elevator. I can just come over and just put stuff in a chest and run off and mine, and all that junk will get shot up to the surface and stored. Up we go. Back up here. So, I haven't done much up at the surface at the top yet from last episode. The river and, the bridge, or not the bridge, the river and pond and all that mess. And I'm thinking about using stone bricks when I do some of the wood mill, but I got to cook cobble to get that. So I think a smelter's probably the next project we need to get done. So I'm going to go ahead and start hollowing out an area and kind of figure out what kind of a smelter I want to put in. And then I'll meet back with you and show you what I've done. Alright everybody, here's what I got so far. I dug this area out and I made it kind of like the floor turns like a corner, and it comes right out here. So now I can kind of access all three of these areas real easily. Now I haven't done much on this side because I'm actually putting in two different kind of cookers here. I'll show you the one behind me, okay? Yeah, I know, y'all have probably seen this before, right? This is the kind where you put stuff in the top, it feeds down into the furnace, and as it cooks, it just gets spit out. You don't really, collect XP on these cookers. This is just, say you've got stacks and stacks of cobble that you want to cook, and you really don't want to fool with having to come back and fiddle with this. You just put it in and let it go. Now, because of the type of cooker this is, I'm going to be putting in lava buckets, and that's because each lava bucket is going to cook 100 items per bucket. Coal and charcoal, they only cook 8 items per item, and that's the kind of cooker I'm going to put over here. So I'll show you back here. This is my little, like maintenance area. Come back here, and I've got, it's a little claustrophobic, but I've got these two chests right here. And those are the chests that I put my lava buckets in. And they feed down in these hoppers that load in here. Now, I've put dirt and left one opening. So this way it doesn't take an insane amount of lava buckets to fill this thing up. And what happens is, those are the chests on the other side you can see. The items come down in the furnace. They get cooked and get spit out. And at the same time, the lava buckets go in. And when they're emptied, they get spit out too. So my lava buckets and my cooked items will all get collected in here. This is my auto smelter area. Let me shut this. Now over on this side, I'm going to have some controls, and I'm going to have it where you can dump a bunch of random items in a chest. And when you're ready to cook, you just boop, hit the button, and it's going to send it on its way and disperse it amongst all of these. Well, they're not here yet, but I'm going to have all the furnaces and stuff. Now, this side's going to be a little more complex to build. I kind of came up with an idea that is a hybrid between some ideas I've seen people do and maybe a few of my own original ideas. I'm going to do a tutorial on this area just so that you can see more in depth the explanation of how it all works. But basically what it is this area, it feeds. It keeps going, right? But this side, I want to have a toggle. I can turn it on, turn it off, and I can either collect the items out of the furnace and get the XP for it, or just let the items get all collected and spit out to an area over here. Now this area is like, say you have 10 stacks of cobble, and you just want to cook it all, okay? This area, say you've got like a stack of iron, 10 blocks of gold, you've got some logs you want to turn into charcoal, you've got some cobble you want to cook, some clay you want to cook. So it's all a mixed up amount, right? Well, this is going to evenly distribute it. First of all, there's going to be 16 furnaces here, so it's going to cook a bunch of stuff real fast. But it's also going to cook a variety. Where over here, it's more of like a bulk cooker for single items. And I don't really feel like I'm explaining it all that well. But like I said, I'm going to do tutorial. So that's going to make a little more sense. And once I get this area built, I'm going to make it so you can watch it in action. And that might make a little more sense. So I'm going to get back to building, and I'll show you what I've done when I'm finished. Alright everybody, I'm done. Well, I'm almost done. There's quite a few more things that still need to be fixed in the background, but check this out. Here it is. And here's the little control area I was talking about. So I can put all my items in this chest, and when I'm ready for the system to start distributing amongst furnaces, just hit that button. Whoops. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I don't know if you can hear that, but there is now a hopper, not a hopper, a minecart with a chest in it moving about back there. And as the items cook, they'll get put in here. And with these levers, see, I can turn this on and off, and I can control this section separate from this section. So I can still have the option of collecting XP over here and letting these cook automatically. And I went back and watched my clips, and I kind of had everything backwards. This is the section that you can dump a bunch of random stuff in, and it's all just going to keep getting fed through and cooked. This is the section you want to do bulk cooking. And here's the idea behind it. Okay, if this is going to cook 100 items per bucket, a bunch of random junk will just keep feeding through till you run out of fuel or you run out of items. So every item is going to get a chance to get cooked. Now over here, if I distributed, let's say there's 16 furnaces here, and I distributed 32 blocks of iron. Okay, that means that basically 2 blocks of iron is going to cook in each furnace. So there would be 16 buckets of lava. Potentially 1,600 items could get cooked, because 100 per bucket. But I'm only cooking 32 items, so I'm wasting a lot of fuel. However, if this is using the charcoal or coal, so 8 items per piece of coal and charcoal can get cooked, and I put 2 in each one, then I'm only losing 6 items I can cook. So it's a little more efficient. Now that's just kind of a poor example using low numbers, but basically you can cook stacks and stacks of the same stuff and make your fuel use more efficient. So let me show you what this system back here looks like. I went ahead and kept this little maintenance area and just made it a little tunnel under here so I can connect to here. Now this is that cart that you heard. Now see, I've got 2 hoppers coming down. So this means that this thing actually will get loaded twice as fast as normal. It's pretty cool. And when I hit the button, it's going to set off some redstone that sets this off and sends it on its way. So here's the mess. These repeaters, this is the on-off switch to shut off and on the XP collection back here. And this goes up. Here's a cool little thing that I've kind of designed. When the hopper comes up, it's going to come through here, go back over this way, and it's going to distribute amongst all the hoppers. Oop, oop, don't get glitched. Don't get glitched. It'll get here and it'll get sent back. So, come on, don't get stuck. No, oh, whew. I don't know why I keep almost getting stuck in there. Hoppers are crazy. Now, if there's stuff still in the chest, you don't want it to come all the way back, and you have to hit the button again. So what's going to happen is it's going to hit this detector rail. It's going to, yeah, there's something missing, isn't there? I've got to have some comparators. But a comparator is going to pick up the signal. It's going to send it through here, back around to this block. And that's going to flip this switch so that the cart will go this way and go back. And it'll keep going back and forth in this loop until it empties itself. Once it's empty, it won't set off this rail system, or this detector right here. That switch will stay like this, and the minecart will go this way. Now the same thing works the other way. If the cart's down there and you hit the button and it's empty, and it comes up here, it's going to get detected that it's empty. Oh, I need to move that button. Oh yeah, that's just here, so I can control this right now. See? So if it's empty, it's going to come up here and get sent right back instead of going back and forth. And like I said, I'm going to do a tutorial that kind of shows you how to build all this and explains it in better detail. But we're going to go back around, take a look outside, just so you can see. I had to break apart some of the mountain and rework it so it looks somewhat natural from the outside, because this area was a little bit bigger than the ground. And every time I walk through here, there is a zombie somewhere under here, and I cannot for the life of me figure out where he's hiding. But we'll come out here. Oop. And there you go. I kind of did a little bit of putting down some dirt. Tried to make that look a little more natural than just a big square of dirt. And to get this thing fully working, I need a little more iron, and I need some comparators. But to make comparators, I'm going to have to go to the Nether, because I need Nether quartz ore to make comparators. So, I wonder if you'll know what I want to do next episode. Yeah, I'm thinking about making a trip to the Nether. So, what I want y'all to do is go ahead and work on your own cooking area. You can use this kind of idea or something similar to it, or just make up your own design. And I want you to take pictures of it and send it to me on Twitter. I'll tweet it out so everyone else can see. Now, I know some of y'all may not be playing Minecraft on PC. And so the seed that I'm using, it's only going to work for PC. But that's no excuse. Even if you're playing on PS4, Xbox, or Pocket Edition, you can still do these projects. And you can still send me pictures. So get cracking. I hope y'all enjoyed this episode, and I'm going to get back to work digging around and trying to find a place to put my Nether portal so that we can go to the Nether in the next episode. So, I will catch y'all later. Thanks for watching. Hey everybody, I'm the Pigglesworth, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Well, they need to fix that, I tell you what. Every time I go from F5 back to just regular point of view, the map goes crazy. Now, I know they're working on release 1.8.1 or .2, and they've got some fixes in it. I know that's one of them. And another cool one is the maps. You know how it's just like just a couple of colors to represent the area? Well, I think that they've added a whole bunch of extra colors, so your maps are going to look a whole lot better, a lot more detail. Just take a stroll here through my cooker. I like this place. Boy, this is cool. And I know I did such a terrible job of explaining the differences between these two sides, and that seemed to take up most of the video, and I apologize for that. I was kind of, half there last episode. So this episode, I promise to be Piggy 1.5. Yeah, I'm going to try and make up for it. So, in this area, haven't really done anything with the mossy cobble yet. I'll get to that. I've still got to collect all those vines. And I know what y'all are saying. Piggy, Piggy, Piggy. You have got an AFK vine farm tutorial. Why aren't you using that to get your vines? Well, there's a reason for that. That thing has to actually be built in this world. And if I'm going to build it, I want it to go in an area. I want it to look cool. And I just haven't had time for that. So for now, I've got that little basic vine farm going over there. But what I did want to show you before we go down below is I wanted to label each storage area on what kind of blocks it was going to hold. But I didn't want to use a whole bunch of picture frames. Because picture frames, if you use too many of them, it'll really start to lag out your area. And I want to save picture frames for over in that area when I start doing the houses and stuff, all the little detail. So I thought, why not this? So in front of each group of chests is going to be the type of block that's inside it. See? Now I know it's not the prettiest thing in the world, but you know what? It's quick, it's easy. I don't have to scratch my little piggy head going, what in the world is in these chests? I can just look at the floor, and I know. I haven't done much over here yet, because that is not the focus of today. This is, well, not jumping down, but down here is. Now, I know that I had talked about opening up this area. This gorge, right? Well, remember how I said there's going to be a secret in this area? Yeah, here's the secret. We're going to put the Nether portal in here. I know that does not sound interesting or exciting at all, does it? But you just wait. You got to trust the pig. Piggy knows what he's doing, okay? First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hack this whole area out and open it up. We're going to make a big area because this is way too narrow for what I want to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go off camera and I'm going to chisel some of this away and come back and show you what I've done. And then I think I'll go off camera one more time and try to finish it off. Just because, I mean, that is a lot of stuff to hack away, and that's going to get real boring real quick. So I'm going to go get me some picks. I know. I'm going to waste some of my diamonds, right? Well, it's okay. That's what they're there for. I think I've kind of gotten over the whole can't use the diamond thing since last episode. I don't know why. I'm a reformed pig. So I'm going to make me some picks. I'm going to enchant them. And, I've only got level 19. Well, okay. I'm going to cook a bunch of random junk. I think I still have some leftover redstone. See, I've been running around mining with a silk touch pick. And whenever I find ores, I go ahead and just get them with silk touch. And it's kind of like I'm saving the XP until I need it. So, let's see. Yeah, there we go. See? I got all this stuff stored up. So I'm going to bust this up and get me some levels, and then I'm going to come back and show you what kind of picks I got. Alright, everybody. It is raining. And I know so many players hate the rain, and I tell you what, there are times where it drives me nuts too. But it can be very soothing as well. I just love that sound. Especially if there's a big thunderstorm. I don't know what it is. Thunderstorms just relax me in real life. So, check this out. Ba-bam! Unbreaking 3 Efficiency 4. Isn't that awesome? Heck yeah! Now, I've worn it out a little bit and just had to come up here and repair it. So I'm going to show you what I've been up to. Back and forth, back and forth. Boy, I tell you what, I'm going to wear a new path in this area before I'm done. Well, I kind of have here, haven't I? So, we're going to hop down and look at how much that I have hacked away. And those chests up... Whoa. Hello, mister. Get back. Okay. Whew, that was close. So, I haven't really opened this spot up. Whoop. No, I haven't opened this up. Oh, man. I need to, like, put flags or signs or something that says, Piggy, this way. Go this way. And you ignore the signs. Don't go this way. So, look at that. Ba-bam. Well, I've been hacking away at this area, haven't I? And I've got the areas up there lit up for now because I don't need bad guys spawning while I'm chopping the walls away. Last thing I need is a creeper to just spawn behind me, blow up, and knock me down to certain death. Then I'll have to get those levels all over again. And this is pretty cool. I was digging through here, and all of a sudden, another... Whoop, not you! Hang on. Let's just deal with it, sucker! Whew. Okay. Oh, and I better eat, too. Look at that. Another gorge. It's like a giant canyon area down here. But we're going to make use of this one. So I'm going to keep hacking away at this area. And I've almost got enough levels. I think I'm going to try for another pick. I'm on a roll. I got a good pick here. I think I can get another one. I'm going to try for maybe a good fortune pick. Because I have got all those diamonds just sitting up there. And we need to bust those up with a good fortune pick. So, somewhere up in there, I think I'm going to put the portal. I'm not sure. But I'm going to start hacking. And I will bring you back in a second and show you the finished product. Alright, everybody. It is done. I busted that thing up like nobody's business. And I need to get me some flint and steel. And check this out. I went ahead and did 2 of them. I know it's not much, but I just wanted to see what the comparison would look like, or the contrast, I guess. I think that might look nice. I might have to spread that out. But, oh, here we go. We get to use our system. Gravel and flint. Flint's over here with gravel. And I think I got some buckets down below, so let's go ahead down here. There we go. Take a quick check, make sure there's no bad guys anywhere. And you know what I think I'm going to have to do? I'm probably going to have to go along the top of these beams and put down like some brown carpet or something so that it, the brown matches and kind of looks nice. But at the same time, that carpet's going to keep bad guys from spawning up there, because it just drives me crazy. I come down here and there's bad guys. It's like they're waiting for me. So I'm going to go ahead and craft our flint and steel. Get us a bucket, get some water, and look at there. Well, that's a big, dark, open area, isn't it? Check this out. Kind of made a little fence design, just a little over here. And look at that. Man, that has really opened up. And I left that area lit up there because, like I said, I think that's where I'm going to put the portal. I'm not quite sure yet, but I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do with this area yet. I'm going to let it still be a bit of a surprise. But I have opened it up. And I'm going to have a path. It's going to start diagonal, and I think I'm going to make it kind of wind upwards like a bridge. I've got an idea in my head, but I'm not quite sure what I want to do yet. But the cool thing about making portals to go to the Nether is if I make a portal here in the overworld, it's going to make another portal in the Nether. Now if I come back here and break this portal and move it, that portal will still synchronize with the same one in the Nether. Now, if I go, I think it's 1,000 blocks away from this portal that I create and make another one, that one will not synchronize. But if they're within 1,000 blocks, I think then they will synchronize. So here we go. Let's a little more than that, buddy. Make us some obsidian. And I'm going to make myself a little safety here. Whoop, not like that. Ooh, let's silk touch this. There we go. Okay, we'll make us some water here. And what I got to do is I got to break up, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces of obsidian. What's that? 4. There we go. So that's 4. 5. 6. And see, the cool thing is, since I'm using this, I think it's an efficiency, real high efficiency pick, yeah, I can do this real fast. If I didn't have this efficiency pick, I'd definitely be doing this off camera. Whoa. See that? That is why I put the water down. That water will stop any lava from killing me and destroying the obsidian I get. Oh, need one more. Okay, here we go. Uh-oh, don't have the water. Be safe. Whew. Okay. So, oh, and this is kind of a bad thing. I mean, it's bad and it's good. What I'm going to do here is going to keep me from being able to use this area for a slime farm. And I kid you not, I have gotten so many slimes spawning down here, it's ridiculous. What did he drop? A picator. He dropped a picator. Nice. Might have to frame that. Like a little trophy. Be awesome if I had a zombie head, then I could put it together in the trophy case. Oh, 11 slime, not bad. Okay. So, I'm going to put the first portal, I'm just going to go ahead and set it up over here. Just, so that it's close to where the other one's going to be. So, we go 1, 2, and 3. That. And I'm going to put, like, just a little dummy block there. There we go. We'll break this. We don't need that anymore. And here we go. There we go. Yes. Ooh. I have no armor. I have no potions to protect me from fire. This is going to be interesting. Boy, I hope I don't lose this pick. Tell you what I'm going to do. Get my achievement. Yes. Achievement get. And wait forever. Waiting. Oh, man. I could tell you a story while this is going on. And there's nothing. A big red nothing. What? Oh. Whoa. Man, look at this. This is a huge open area. And that is a lot of lava. That's good, because I've got that cooker. Well, not up there. I'm so used to looking up. That's actually in another world. But I've got the cooker, and I can use lava to put in it. Man, there's so much lava here. Now, the real quest is going to be looking for a nether portal. Or not a nether portal. Blah, blah, blah. A nether fortress. That's what I need to find. Because then I can find blazes. What in the blazes? Yes, I can get blazes, and then I can make potions. And you want to hear something crazy? I've been playing Minecraft, I think, about 3 years now. And I've never really bothered to make potions. Can you believe that? So that's going to be something new to try. I've watched a few tutorials, a few videos. I've watched Hermitcraft. They use a lot of potions on there. So I'm somewhat familiar with it. But I'm no expert, so I'm going to have to get learning on that. And you guys stay over there. We do not want to get in a tangle. Because I know once I get them angry, ooh, they call all their friends. So, I know this isn't all that exciting, guys. I'm just kind of here in the nether. There's no ghasts, so that's good. Well, for now that's good, because shh. I'm trying to talk, guys. Y'all are being so loud. Maybe that's their way of saying hi, because they see a pig. They see a pig with them, and they're like, hey, dude, what's up? But I don't understand, because I don't speak nether pig. Nether pig, where are you? So, here we are, guys. Me getting lost. Let's find our way back, because I need to get back to the There we go. Whew. Yeah. But I really like this area. This is nice and open. I'm going to have to think of something to do here. So we're going to go back through the portal. There we go. Just like that. And I'll need to make an area around this portal so it's safe, because I know ghasts like to blow you up. And being that close to lava, I'm going to fall to certain doom and death. So, portal done. Yeah, been to the nether. Yeah, checklist checked. So I'm going to go back up to the surface, because I got one more... Oop, better eat. I got one more cool surprise for you. I managed to get one more pick enchanted. And I'm going to show you what it is. So I'll meet you up there. Alright, everybody. Here I am at the surface. And I bet y'all know what I'm about to do. If you don't, you gon' find out. Check this out. So I managed to get 11 diamond ore while I was hacking the rest of that mountain out. And wait a minute, Piggy, what are you doing? Ba-ba-ba-bam! Check that out. I got me a Fortune 3, Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3 diamond pick. Gosh, that thing is awesome. I'm going to have to really take care of that. So we're just going to swap this out. We're going to make some spot here. Or spots. We're going to go outside and make a mess. We're going to make a mess of diamonds. So I'm going to make me a giant tower of diamonds. I'm going to break them up. And we're going to see how many diamonds I can get with my Fortune 3 pickaxe. So, here we go. Oh man, here I am, 128 diamond ore blocks up in the sky. Man, this place looks cool. My render distance is not big enough to show it all off, too. That stinks. But still, you'll get a really great view of this area. It is a really nice area, I'll tell you what. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with all this. But I'm sure if y'all stick around, you'll find out. So here we go. I'm going to empty out all these spots, because whenever you pick up a new block, if you have an empty spot, it'll start to fill up. So I'm going to bust my way back down, and y'all can watch the bar fill up, and we'll see how many diamonds I'm going to get. Are you ready? Are you set? Let's go! Ha! And here we are. Oh my gosh, look at that. 2 stacks of diamond ore turned into 4 stacks and 25. And look at that. I went from level 29 to level 34. That is just awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and just dump all this in here. Because knowing me, I'm going to get creepered and I'm going to get blown up and lose all of it. So, I hope y'all enjoyed this episode. I hope you enjoyed me finally getting to break the diamonds. That was awesome. Oh, now I can make me some diamond armor, and I can enchant it and be somewhat safe down in the Nether. So, for this episode, the project I want y'all to do, I want you to build your Nether portal, pick an area, pick a spot, go ahead and make some kind of cool theme or some kind of idea. You can copy mine with the canyon, or you can build a little building, just whatever you want to do. Go ahead and get your Nether portal set up, take pictures of it, send it to me on Twitter. And remember, don't worry about if you can play this seed or not, because if you're not on PC, Xbox and Pocket Edition and PlayStation, the way that it generates the world, it doesn't work right now. I'm really sorry about that. I wish that it did, but it doesn't. But you can still do the projects. You can still take pictures, and you can still send it to me on Twitter. And that way we can all share each other's builds. So, I think it's almost become customary for me to end these episodes in the house, hasn't it? Usually go into bed, but it's daytime. So, I'll tell you what, I'm so happy that I got diamonds that I'm just going to go running off over here. Yeah, that sounds good. So we're just going to go happy as we can be, and I will see y'all in the next episode. Diamonds, 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 diamonds. Piggy, piggy, piggy got diamonds, diamonds. Hey, cow. Hey, cow. I got diamonds. I got diamonds. I got diamonds. I got diamonds. Woohoo! Hey everybody, I'm the Bigglesworth, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Now I figured I would come up here on top of this church. Yes, that's what this structure is. And because I wanted to see what my area was starting to look like. And I like it. It's beginning to get a semblance of the images that I've got in my head. And that's always a good thing. It's very satisfying when you are trying to be creative and you're trying to come up with something and you get an idea and then you work on it and then it works. Oh, it's so cool. So let's see if I can not die. So in today's episode, we're going to stay away from this area. I know y'all might be getting sick of the whole mine and all the stuff in there. Or maybe not. But, you know, we're gonna shift gears a little bit. Now, Piggy, what are you talking about gears? Well, let's go over here and I'll show you. I have these torches laid out because I have come up with a rather large structure, as you can tell, that's going to go here. I did it in a creative world, and when I worked on it, it was just a flat world, so I could, you know, build anything I wanted, and that was kind of a mistake because I wasn't taking into consideration the land and the water for this map. I was just being creative. And before I knew it, I'd kind of gotten out of control and built a huge structure. But I really, really like the way it looks, so I think I'm just going to keep it. I may have to extend the dirt out right there a little bit just, you know, to make it all work, but it'll be worth it. So, trust me, this is not the build. I know this looks ugly. Mainly what I was doing here is I want it where when I turn the water switch on and off over there, that the water really does flow all the way down to the water wheel. Like you can turn it on and off all the way. And the way water works is it'll move 7 blocks. If there's one to drop down, it'll drop, and then it'll move 7 more. But if the 8th block is level, then the water will come here and it'll stop. It'll stop flowing. So I had to build a little thing just out of dirt, just so I could kind of plan. Piggies like to plan. Keeps us from messing everything up. So, and this right here, it's just a basic shape of where the water wheel's going to go. And that's right, we're going to build the water wheel today. Now the water wheel is going to attach itself to some gears inside a rather large structure right here. It's going to be like a gear house. Now those gears are going to attach themselves to that. Wait for it. I'm not going to tell you yet. It's going to be a surprise. But as per usual, the sun is going away, bringing night with it, and any creepers that may decide to show up. Now, creepers won't blow up my map anymore, but they will definitely hurt me and kill me. And as we can see, we're not wearing any armor. Got my little iron helmet. That's about it. And I think it is a high time that I go ahead and make myself some armor. So, last episode, we mined out all those blocks and got a lot of diamonds. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bust up some of this nether quartz ore that I've been gathering. And if I need to, I'll bust up some more of the redstone ore, just for the XP. And I think I'm going to make myself a full set of armor and go ahead and enchant it. So, I liked the way that I did last episode with the little time lapse of busting up the diamonds. And I think I'm going to do that again. I'm going to do just a quick little time lapse here. I'm going to show you a time lapse of me busting up stuff and getting XP and enchanting, and then we'll come back and get started over there. Alright everybody, managed to enchant an entire set of armor for myself. And here's what stinks. Oh, where did I put it? Where did I put it? I crafted a whole set of armor, and then I looked in one of the chests next to that, and I had a set of armor. Oh, I couldn't believe I did that. Oh well, I'm sure it'll come in handy someday. So, here's what I managed to get, and I'm going to get away from these guys. Whew, they're noisy. Still need to do something with them. Alright, so we got some pants with protection 3. Go and put those on. A helmet, protection 4, respiration 3, and breaking 3. Now the respiration 3 I think helps me stay underwater longer. And projectile protection, I'm pretty sure that helps me against skeletons. So this is cool. I got depth strider, and that's awesome because now I can walk through the water a lot faster. And some more protection. So I tell you what, this is probably the most protected I've ever been in the entire 3 years that I've been playing Minecraft. So good on you, Piggy. And then I got this. Bane of arthropods. Boy, I tell you what, that's my bane. Piggy's bane. Now, the fire aspect I thought was cool at first when I grabbed it, and then I realized, wait a minute, I'm trying to gather XP right now from cooking stuff. I don't have an XP farm yet. And every time I kill an animal with this thing, it's going to cook them. So, yeah, I guess that's good in a way, but, you know, we'll just have to find a way to get XP from somewhere else. So, the first thing we're going to start doing over here before we get the water wheel built is I'm thinking about extending out this little water trough. I'm not quite sure what to do underneath it. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build this out, kind of start working on the structure, and then when I see how much room I've got left, kind of, you know, and once I've cut away some of this hill, then I'll figure out how I want to build it. Because what I'm thinking about doing is extending the road over this way, okay? And we're going to come underneath this. So I want to build like an arch or something like that that you would walk through. So everything would be to your left. And I almost told you why you would be going on the road to go this way. Shush, Piggy, shush. Keep it a secret. So I've got an idea in mind. I'm not quite sure I want to extend out the way this looks because it looks kind of simple. And the build over here is going to be a lot more detailed than that. So I'm going to go off camera for a second. I'm going to try a few ideas, and I'm going to come back and show you what I've got. And then I think I'm going to try to gather up all the stuff and actually build something on camera for once. I mean, we are in episode 7, and I'm not quite sure I've ever actually built something in front of you. So I'm going to go ahead and get this done, because this is going to take some fiddling. And once I kind of get an idea of what I'm comfortable with, I'll come back and I'll work on the water wheel, okay? So, for you, a cutscene. For me, a few minutes. Catch you in a minute. All right, everybody. Welcome back. Like I said, a second for you. Whew. About an hour or so for me. I think I really like the way that looks. Looks a little bit better than the dirt path I had going. And it looks like it's got these little ears hanging off the side, right? Well, that's actually going to be part of the structure for where the water wheel goes, so it'll make sense in a minute. But I wanted to show you all something that I found really interesting, and I'm going to have to do some more tests to see, you know, how far this actually goes. But check this out. Okay, I have a shovel here that's worn. See how it says I got 37 more hits? See how that one shows 35 more hits? Okay, so for y'all that can do quick math, 35 plus 37 is 72. That's right. So I'm going to put these two together here, and I should be getting a shovel that has 72 durability, right? Well, look at that. It's actually 78. So somehow, by combining these two, I'm getting 6 more durability out of it, which means 6 more blocks I can break. So it almost would seem like, instead of letting your tools tear up, if you'd wear them out and then combine them, you actually can get more blocks in the long run broken per tool. It's just very weird. I don't know if anybody's ever noticed that before. I've never heard anybody say anything about that. But, so here we go. We're going to try and conquer this monstrosity. So, not really quite sure what we're... Okay, here we go. We'll just start like that. And... Ooh. Okay. Now, I had tried to do this in a creative world, and I came up with a couple of different designs. And it's very tricky trying to do circles in Minecraft. I mean, you're working with squares, right? So circles can be real tricky. But what I've figured out over time is, if you're trying to do a circle with just solid blocks, it's not going to look that great with a small circle. But if you combine blocks, stairs, and half slabs, you can get really gentle sloping arcs out of things. So you can kind of coax a circle out of your shapes. So right now what I'm trying to build here, it's kind of like the leg structure or support that the water wheel would rest on. So I'm just doing that to make sure that I'm going to place this in the right spot. But I want it to look like, there we go, just like that. I want it to to look like, you know, that the structure makes sense. When your eyes see it, you go, oh, okay, I get it. This is a support to hold up something big. So I've got this like that, and I'm going to need to mirror that over here on this side. So we'll get us some cobblestone wool, and let's see, how did I do that with the block? Okay. So just like that. And see how I'm putting dirt here? Well, that's because no one's ever going to actually see that block. And when you're playing in survival, you have to actually go out and get all your resources. And so resources become very, precious. It's not just something you want to waste. So I'm going to place a dirt block there. And no one will ever know it's there, except me and you. So don't tell anybody. Shh. So here we go. All right, and we'll place our blocks here like that. And like that. And there we go. Now we've got the support for the water wheel. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put some fence posts like this. Coming out like that. And then they drop down like that. And we're just going to bring that around on the other side too. Just kind of mirror image what we're doing. And this also helps. If I'm building something that's very symmetrical, it's very even, you can kind of, repeat the patterns of what you're doing instead of build a whole thing, come over here and go, whoa, wait a minute, what in the world did I build? And then try to remember it all. It's just easier to do it this way. Alright, so we're going to build the water wheel out of spruce wood, just for a nice contrasting color. And I know some of you might be thinking, why aren't you using a whole block? Well, I found that I'm going to use a lot of half slabs, and you can put 2 half slabs together and they look like a block. So it's just nicer to have, one spot in your inventory when you're trying to build than trying to jump between 2 to get the half slabs or the blocks. So we're going to put that like that, and then on this side we're going to put stairs. And then here's where we start trying to get that circular shape to start appearing from square objects. Now you can see me putting these and you can see, oh look, half slab, stair, and all that, but watch, when we kind of step away, see it's starting to take a little bit of a circular shape. So I'm going to come back over here, put stairs on each side like this. Now here gets to be the tricky part. I want to go 3 full blocks up, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Oh, come on, work with me, buddy. 5. There we go. Sometimes it glitches like that when you're jumping and trying to place half slabs. So we've got that. We'll put our stair. And let's see. It's going to be another stair there. Half slab. Uh-oh. And I'm bumping my head. I thought that was happening. So we'll come back here just so you can see. So we got the stair and slab. Stair and slab. So the next thing I want to do is put a slab and a stair here. And I brought some dirt. A little bit of scaffolding. And I like to use dirt for scaffolding because it's so easy to just dig it back down real quick. Some people like to use cobble. But the problem is, just sometimes trying to break up all that cobble can drive you crazy. So, come on, work with me. There we go. And we'll just take a little jump and not fall. Sweet. Okay, so I'm going to get out my shovel. We'll get rid of that. We'll come back and clean this all up later. And since I'm up here, we'll go ahead and make sure we're doing this right, like that. And like that. There we go. Okay. We'll get this right in a minute. So I'm going to put that there. And then I'm just going to need to repeat the pattern on the other side. So we'll try it from here. Let's see. Are we doing this right? Yep. Okay. So we're going to jump over here. See if I can. Run and jump. Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's right. We'll find out in a second. Okay, that, and Whew. Boy, I tell you what, sometimes building in survival can be really testing for your patience. There we go. Okay, and let's get our shovel. We'll knock all this dirt out of the way and kind of take a step back, and you can see what the final shape is going to look like. See? Kind of looks like a wheel. A little bit of a circle. So I'm going to go off camera, and I'm going to put the other circle in and start putting in some slats and come back and show you what it looks like. Hey everybody, time for the big reveal. What? Check that out. Went ahead and filled in the water. Whoop, totally got stuck in it. Oh yeah, check this out, watch this. My depth strider boots. Look at that. Can walk really fast in the water. Let me show you a comparison. I'll take the boots off. Whoa, super slow in the water. We'll put the boots back on. Look at that. I love it. So, here's my water wheel. Now, this drives me crazy. Of course, this is something to do with Minecraft. When you have a block like this, like stairs, where there's an empty spot, see that? The water kind of, it draws this animation like it's flowing. I hate that. Oh man, it drives me crazy. I wish that, you know, when you try to do stuff with glass underwater, it does the exact same thing. And it just kind of messes up the way it looks. But I can't really help it here because of the angles. But I'm thinking I may actually change these to solid blocks. So, we'll see. Oh yeah, and look at this. My respiration 3. Look how slow those bubbles are going down. Man, I could stay underwater forever. It's like scuba diving. So, here we go. We'll jump back out. I went ahead and added this to the side. This is the start of the foundation for the gear house. And I kind of mixed up some cobble and some stone and some raw andesite so that it looks like a stone foundation, but it's enough of a mix of different textures that your eyes don't get bored looking at it. So, I think that's going to be about it for this episode. I know it really doesn't feel like I did a whole lot, at least for me. I try to keep my episodes around 20 minutes or so, just so it doesn't feel like they go on forever. And sometimes, man, it feels like 20 minutes just gets away from me. Before I know it, the time is up, and I don't feel like I've done a lot. But I hope that you enjoyed this episode, the little time lapse I did of getting all my armor going. And I hope you like the way the water wheel turned out. I want you all to go ahead and build your own water wheel. And remember, take pictures of it and send it to me on Twitter. And do me a favor also, if there are some of you that are wanting to send me pictures, but maybe you're not allowed to be on Twitter, or you just don't want to use it, if there's other places that you want to suggest where you can post pictures, that way I can go look at them and see what builds you're doing, go ahead and leave that in the comments down below, and I'll take a look at them. And if there's enough players that want to start using something else, maybe we'll add that. So that way everybody's not forced to, just be on Twitter. But I'm going to go ahead and call it quits for this episode. I'm going to get ready to start working on my foundation over here to start building the gear house. And we'll start doing that in the next episode. We'll come back and I'll start working on all the gears and the structure for this building. And I almost told you, you're just going to have to wait and see. So as always, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you next time. Hey everybody, I'm the Pigglesworth, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Now, I have gone through, gosh, what is this? The 8th or 9th? Oh man, this is the 8th episode. And I keep doing all these builds, but I keep saying in each episode, oh, there's a little bit here or a little piece there. We'll come back and finish that later. And you know what? That little to-do list is really starting to back up. So I'm going to run around and take care of a few odds and ends here at the beginning of the episode. Now, the first one is that we went to the Nether, and I was able to get some glowstone. So, you remember The Office? Remember how there's supposed to be lights? Well, right now, like creepers and even me or animals, we could fall down in there. So, I'm going to plug up these holes with the glowstone, and we're going to go ahead and pop down some dirt on top of it. And when the grass grows, no one will ever know the wiser that that was there. Unless you're watching all the videos. So we'll just take a quick step in here. And oh yeah, check it out. I picked up all the maps and I made them updates. Now we can see the double-sided river coming down the mountain and the water wheel that we did last time. And over here, we now have office lights. Check that out. That's pretty cool. So, the next little bit we're going to take care of, and I really love that auto door. That is so cool. The next little bit over here is something that one of my viewers sent in as an idea that I thought was actually pretty cool. This little closet back here, not everybody's allowed to go back here, so we're going to put a sign here, and we're going to keep people out. So, I'm going to try and do a little design here. Like that. And hopefully I spell this right. There we go. There we go. That works. So now, only employees are allowed back there. And I thought that was a cool idea. It's real simple, and most of the time people give me ideas and it's like an entire build. And guys, I really appreciate the input. I really like seeing the ideas that y'all have and the builds that you do, but I'm going to try and make it where most of the builds are the ones that I come up with. That way they're unique to me. Because the whole point of this series is that each of us gets a chance to express our own unique style of building. So for the most part, things like this, I'm going to keep it my style. But if there's simple little ideas like this, and I really like them, I'll probably just go ahead and throw them in. But the last bit was the whole reason that we were going to the Nether in the first place. And that was because I needed some comparators. Because this system needs comparators. So we're just going to come up in here. Y'all remember this cooker. And for these two plates, they have to have the comparators. Just like that. So now this system should actually work properly. I don't have anything to cook right now, but we'll give it a test later. So, for today, we're going to make the gears on the gear house for the water wheel out there. So, I'm going to get me some tools, because we got a lot of digging to do. And I'm going to meet you over there and kind of explain some ideas of what I'm going to try and do for the gear house. Alright everybody, I'm back. And I think I'm going to take an interesting way over here. Let's just hop in the water. My depth strider boots let me just run through the water with ease. And we'll come out. Oop. It lets me run, but it doesn't let me fall. So, oh, and here we go. Whoa, cool. So squids will spawn over here. I might have to make use of that later. That can make for an interesting squid farm or something. You guys watch out. You're going to get stuck on the wheel and ruin everything. Squish it up. Or something. Yeah, I'm reaching. So, I don't know if y'all remember in the last episode, we built the wheel. We got this bit of water started. Got the way to get the water from up there all the way down here. And we can actually turn it on and off. So now, today, what we're going to do is we're going to build the area where all the gears are going to go that the water wheel turns. And the first thing I'm going to have to do is dig a big old pit right here. Because just, the way that I designed the building, once I built it all, I realized, whoa, dude, the building and the gears are way lower in the ground than the rest of it. So, that's cool. It's just the way it is. So I figured, you know what? I've got to dig a big hole. And last episode, I kind of figured out about tools. If you wear them out, but you don't break them, and then you combine them, it seems like they make tools that last longer than they should. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little test. I'm going to start using a bunch of stone tools. I'm going to wear them down to 0 durability. See how that one's at 66? Well, I'm run it down until it's at 0, which means it should have one more use. Then I'm going to take a bunch of those tools and I'm going to combine them in different orders and see what happens. See if there's some kind of pattern that it follows. See if there's some kind of a trick we can learn to making tools and our supplies last a little bit longer than normal. So I'm going to get to digging. I'll go ahead and probably build the stone wall right in here as well. That's kind of like an extension of this to make it look like the foundation. Then when I get that hole dug, then we can come back and I'll kind of show you the next part of the project that I'm going to work on. And there we go. That is a big old pit. Check that out. And I went ahead and did the same thing I'd done on that side, just kind of, mixed up some cobble and some stone and some raw andesite. I might throw some mossy cobble in here too. It just kind of depends on how the floor turns out. And I'm leaving the floor alone right this minute because I'm not quite sure how I want it to look. I kind of like the way it looks in the mine. Just, a mix of stone and the grass. But, when I build stuff, I like it to make sense to me. So if I've got these huge heavy gears inside here, I might need a stone floor. So it makes sense. All that weight doesn't sink down in the ground. You need something really strong underneath it. So I've dug this hole. Now I got a feeling this hole's going to have to be a little bit bigger. Maybe not so much longer, but a little wider. The design that I came up with, I've changed a few things, and so the building's going to have to be just a little bit bigger. But, I'm rambling about something I've seen, and y'all haven't. So you're probably like, come on, Piggy, build something already. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up some of these gears. I've got, I think 4 or 5 of them I need to build. What I'll do is I'll build the 3 that go in this way, the left to right. And I'll let you take a look at them. And I'll kind of explain why I built them the way I did. And then I'll go ahead and finish off the other 2 gears, I think, that come right over in this section. All right, so I'm going to get cracking, and I'll come back in just a minute and let you see what I've got going. All right, everybody, there we go. And for the more observant of you, you might be thinking right now, Piggy, I don't think you know how to count. Well, yeah, that's right. There are all 5 gears are already set up. I know I said I was going to do 3 and then come back and do 2, but it just seemed like, excessive. Why build 3, go off camera, do 2 more, come back again, and just, wouldn't make for interesting watching. So, I just figured I'd do it all. Oh, you didn't see that. Oh, man, I didn't realize I forgot that spot. Well, I'll have to fix that in a minute. But anyway, here's the way this works. Even though it doesn't actually work. Just go with me here. Just pretend. So we got the water will turn that wheel. And it's going to send the round motion. Gosh, I can't even think of the word. It would spin this wheel. Okay. Now I used some iron fences. Kind of made it look like a chain going around. And that wheel is smaller than that wheel. And some of you may know, some of you may not know, but the way that circles work is if you use like a chain or a rope or a belt and you tie 2 circles together like this, if the smaller wheel is the one that you're using to spin to make everything turn, it has to spin more to make the big wheel turn. It's gear ratios is what it is. And I made it where this goes into this gear. You have some teeth sticking out that go into this gear. So it allows me to take the circular motion and make it change direction. So now I'm turning it 90 degrees to go this way. And that just hooks up to this gear, because this gear is going to have another chain going around it that goes over to the surprise. So these are the 5 gears. And I built them out of birch because in my original build, they just kind of disappeared into the inside of the building. But when I switched the wood that I was working with from, I'd tried fir, or not fir, spruce. I don't know why I always call it that. But I'd tried spruce wood, and those are spruce fence posts, so they kind of, it all melded together. You couldn't really see from afar all the different pieces. But when I changed the color, it's like the gears suddenly kind of stood out. And that's cool, because when you look at stuff, especially a lot of things to look at once, you don't want it to all mix together. Your eyes, they kind of get confused. So, now looking at the floor, I don't know if y'all can notice a pattern on the floor. I'll give you just a second. Some of you might have noticed. Around the platforms for the gears, it's all andesite. See? Let me move over here, I'll show you. See that? And then outside of those platforms, it's all kind of mixed up with cobble. I got some gravel mixed in there and andesite. And normally, if you came over, like say you were visiting this area, you didn't actually build this, and you're just running through and looking at it, you probably wouldn't notice that. But the reason why I did that was it's a very subtle detail. It's kind of in the back of your mind that you might notice it. And what happens is, all of this solid right here, it makes it look like they poured concrete or they put a giant stone down. And so where these feet go for these giant gears, it's very solid. So that way it won't sink in the ground. And then everywhere else, it's kind of like, they didn't pour the concrete right or something like that. Totally making up a story for something that never happened. But, that's the way that my mind works when I build stuff. I kind of look around, I look at the structure, and I try to make it make some kind of a logical sense. So, in the course of digging, I have managed to get a bunch of shovels, and you can see the durabilities. They're all at 0. We're going to come over here, and we're going to see if I can combine these before the sun goes down. Always fighting that sun. So we're going to put these together, and let's see what happens. Durability of 6. So I should get 1 plus 1 is 2, but I'm getting 6. So it seems to want to add 4, and that's the pattern that we expect. So let's do a few more. And then let's see if we can, it would be real interesting if every time that I combine damaged tools, that it would boost it by 4. That would be crazy. It would be like you're making something out of nothing. I wonder if the game is trying to consider maybe like, the handle that you put in there, not just the stone. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. So 6 plus 6 should be 12 now. So let's see what this does. Now, I'm going to take a guess. We logically would expect 12, but so far it's been adding 4. So I wonder if it's going to be 16. Whoa, it's 18. That's crazy. Oh man. So let's see what happens when we do this. Uh-oh, I didn't work that out right. I don't have an even one. Okay. And I won't have an even one there, so we'll stick that to the side. So 18 plus 18, sorry, that should give us, my brain's shutting down, 36. But we saw it add, oh gosh, well, let's just find out. So 36, whoop, whoa. So that's plus 6. Okay, but it's not 36, that's for sure. So it seems like you can create something out of nothing. Let's try this. We'll try a different, like a mixed up amount. So we've got 18 here and 6 here. So that should equal 24, 30, 6 more there. Okay, well fine, let's just try this. 30 and 42 should be 72. 78. Huh. So it seems like it wants to keep adding +6 to everything. That's a very interesting mechanic of the game that I really didn't know existed. Now, I guess in a way that's kind of impractical, because who in the world is going to work with a bunch of stone shovels, run them all down to 0, save them all, and then add them all back up? I mean, it'd just be so much easier to make a ton of shovels. But I wonder if that works with like silver tools or iron. Those are pretty good to use to, like, especially when you're starting, to break up diamond ores and stuff like that. Sometimes when you're running out of diamond, you need to have some iron tools. So that might be a good little thing to remember if I've got a couple of busted up iron tools, to just save them and then combine them later. Because once you start repairing them and you get it to a certain point, it actually goes exponential. It's like your first repair takes 2 levels, the next repair is 4, then 8, then 16. It's kind of like that. It's not exactly, but this is the gears for our water wheel and our gear house. And I still can't believe that I boneheaded and missed that spot, but y'all go ahead and start building your gears, hooking it up to your water wheel. And don't forget, take pictures of it, send it to me on Twitter. And also, if there's another thing like Twitter that you want to start posting pictures on, you don't want to use Twitter, put it in the comments. Remember, if enough people vote for that, then we'll go ahead and start using that as well. I'm going to cut it a little short today. Just got my gears done. And I will catch y'all in the next episode. Hey everybody, I'm the Pigglesworth, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Now I'm over here where we ended our last episode with the gears and the water wheel, and we're going to get started on building the building that goes around this. Now I've got my little makeshift oak tree farm over here. Get some of these saplings. And I've been collecting a lot of oak wood. Wow. And most of these trees have been growing. They're pretty small, but these two finally grew into giants. Ooh, that's going to be fun to try and chop down. Lots of wood, though. That's good. But the first thing I wanted to start out the episode was, I don't actually know if this is going to work or not, but I have collected a ton of emerald ore. Well, not really a ton, but I think close to a stack. And I've been using my silk touch pick on it, because I was trying to save it for when I got a fortune pick. Now what I don't know is, if I can run when I'm not hungry, eat some food here. What I don't know is, when you hit the emerald ore, okay, so 50, I don't know if when I attack it with a fortune pickaxe, if it's going to give me extra emeralds, or if I'm going to get 50 emeralds. So, I figured I would start this out by breaking all these emeralds and finding out, does it actually give you extra emeralds? Or should I stop wasting my silk touch pick, and whenever I see emeralds, just go ahead and bust them up? So, let's see, we started with 50. Let's just go ahead and do some of that. That'll be, there we go, that's half. Okay, so let's see what happens. Now, we're definitely getting XP. I don't know, is it me or does it look like it's really dropping extra emeralds? Now what I didn't do was leave an empty spot on the hotbar to find out. So let's see, we just broke 25. Whoa! So it does work. Nice! So, if you see emerald ore blocks, and you don't have a fortune pick with you, leave them alone. Or go ahead and silk touch and save it. Oh man. This might be something new for 1.8, because I could swear it didn't work like this before. But that's cool. This is going to give me some currency, so when I start messing with my villagers, I'll be able to actually start buying stuff. Man, that's nice. So I'm going to go ahead and put this stuff in my little house over here, and then I'm going to meet you back over at the water wheel. So I'm on my way back to the water wheel, but I noticed I have some tall grass over here, and I remembered something. Not too long ago when I was out adventuring, I kept noticing a really weird glitch. Now watch. If I hit the grass on the second block of a too-high, tall piece of grass, it just breaks. Well, watch this. This is really weird. If I break the bottom, do you see that? Here, I'll do it again. It's like for a second, when the game sees that you break the grass, it's like it glitches, and it makes it a flower. It's really weird. Just the fun little stuff we get in Minecraft. So, last episode, we built these gears that went to our water wheel, and luckily between episodes, it hasn't rained. Why do I say luckily? Well, because if it started raining, all this stuff would start to rust. So we're going to need to build a structure to cover this and keep it out of the weather, to keep animals and people from getting in there and getting hurt. So I have run through the little collection area I had over there, and I've gathered up some materials, some cobblestone. I've got some spruce wood, and I'm going to start working on the walls. Now, some of y'all may have noticed in the last episode also, I left this strip of dirt here between these two pieces of foundation. And you probably were thinking, Piggy, what are you doing? Why are you leaving dirt there? Well, that's because the wall I'm going to build, it's going to fill this area in. So I figured, why waste cobble or another material? We'll just leave it dirt and we'll cover it up. Nobody will know. So, what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start working on the first level wall on this section. And this is going to be kind of a weird build because the build that I made in Creative, I had to change a few things to make the gears fit in there well. So I'm not quite certain how the walls are going to work out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to build the wall that goes right here. I'll probably build about half of it. Then I'll come back on camera and I'll start building the rest so you can watch me build it and see how I'm doing it. And I'll try to explain a little bit more of what my plans are for this structure. So I'm going to get started, and I'll bring you back in just a second. Alright, everybody. And here's the beginning of the first floor wall. Now, let me come over here and show you, just so you can see what I'm talking about. See how close the end of this building is going to be to this mountain. And this is what I was talking about in the previous episode about creating something, but not paying attention to the land that's going to be around it. So I'm going to have to eventually figure out a way to get this hill to somewhat look natural and not obstruct the side of the building. I may do some kind of a retainer wall, something with some stone and some wood, kind of like, this area was hollowed out and a wall was built, so whenever it rains, this dirt doesn't try to wash down. But over here, I'm going to add 2 more sections this way, just so I can clear the edge of this, because inside is going to be a balcony that goes around the second floor, and I want to make sure that the balcony doesn't run into whatever that is. I don't know what to call that. The little thing that the gears pivot on. So the way we're going to do this is I'm going to use cobble stair, then a stone brick, then a stair, and then a chiseled brick. Now chiseled bricks are cool. This is something that was added in 1.8. If you're playing before 1.8, and I don't even remember if this is in the other versions, then you'll have to find it in a jungle temple. That's what it is, a jungle temple. But in 1.8, they finally made it where you can craft these things, which is so cool. So you just make some half slabs like that, and then you stack 2 half slabs, and look at that. Chiseled stone. Awesome. Now I can finally build with this stuff, because finding a jungle temple is so impossible, and when you do find it, there's only like 3 or 4 of these in there. So I'm going to add a stone, stone wall, cobblestone wall, yeah. And then we're going to come up 2 spruce woods, and then dirt. And that's right, what I like to call a dummy block. We're just going to stick that there so we can build around it, but no one will ever know it's there. And that's fine. I'm going to do like that with the stairs, and like that, and join them together. Now, you can see how I kind of did this pattern. We're going to do 2 upside down stairs like that, and then I'm going to put a regular stair on top like that. Oop. Dig our way back down. I thought I had my shovel on the hotbar, but I guess I didn't. And there you go. That's all there is to that. All there is to that little section. And you can see where right in here the foundation does not extend out all the way. And actually, once I build this out, it looks like I'm going to have to dig this pit out some. And that's okay. That's just poor planning on my part. But the reason why I haven't really done the outside yet is because I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with this water. See, I don't want it to be a square. I want it to look somewhat like it's a bit of a natural pond. Maybe it's been here for a while and the water's kind of worn it away a bit. I'm going to eventually dig it where it kind of goes out into the main river, because if this water was really flowing, eventually this would fill up and it'd just spill out everywhere. But I also want this structure to look like it's got a strong foundation. So as long as there's water up against the foundation, I'll need to be able to see that. So I think once I get the building done, I'll work on the exterior, the groundwork, and maybe some trees and flowers and stuff. And when we do that, that's when I'll finish off this outside. So for now, we'll just ignore the fact that there's dirt here. So I'm going to go ahead and finish off this wall and bring it around a bit. And then I'll bring you back and I'll show you what the second floor is going to start to look like. And here I am inside the structure. I went ahead and brought the wall out and dug out the foundation, went ahead and finished that. So that looks like that's going to be the shape that we need. And over here, I've got a piece of stair just to make it look like a bit of a brace for part of the gear that comes through here. And that part, remember, that attached over to the water wheel. And you can kind of see from here, yep, more hidden blocks. But from here you can see something sticking out here, and I added those there. That's going to be braces for the roof, and this is the balcony I was talking about. Let's come over here and look at it. Now I put a ladder up so that we can get up here much easier and quicker. And it's just temporary. We'll put something else here later. But see how I've got a balcony running around here? It's going to go all the way around. And from the balcony, you can look down at the gears and make sure that everything's working fine. So, over in this area, I'm going to put up some posts. And then we're going to put some wood up on the inside. It's going to be oak wood. That's why I've got all these trees growing, and boy, have they grown. That is going to be fun to try and tear down. And not fun in a fun way. So, here's the design that I'm going to use for the inside. Now, right now, it's not going to make a lot of sense because there's still a lot of pieces missing. But what's cool is I'm going to show you parts of this. And then as all the parts start to come together, it'll make a picture. Not literally a picture, but you know what I mean. Everything will start to make sense. So I'm going to put these like this. Oh, there we go. This is a little tricky. I probably could have done this a different way and it would have been easier. But it's just, I really like the contrast between the thickness and the post. See how that's thick? That's a little thinner and then thick again. So it breaks up the monotony of seeing a bunch of the same shape. I'm just going to bring this all the way down. I don't know what I'll do there yet. We'll just leave that for now. Whoops. Sometimes that happens. Break that up. There we go. And I'll come back and finish these in a minute. But I'll show you what this looks like from the outside. So we can see the bottom looks like a solid structure, a solid wall. And up in here, we're going to be able to see into the building a little bit. And it'll be really cool to see at night because you'll be able to see light through there. And from back here, we can kind of see one of the gears. So I think it's going to look interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to finish these windows. And I'm going to finish the railing on the balcony on the inside. And then I'll come back and show you what I'm going to start to do with the roof. And there we go. That is my roof that I've decided to make. Now, from up here, I think it looks really cool. And here's another mistake I made. I built all this in creative. And in a creative world, you can fly around and you can see from all kinds of angles. But, as you can tell, I'm pretty high up in the sky. Let's go ahead and jump down. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Oop, boy, I love these boots. Whew, just let you run through the water. When I get down here, it doesn't look the same. I mean, it looks okay, but it almost looks like too much. And that it can be a little frustrating sometimes doing that. You come up with an idea, you really like it, you try it out, and then there are just certain things you didn't plan for that kind of monkey wrench it. And I haven't finished this side because here again, like I said, kind of poor planning. I had to move the gears around a little bit on my last episode. And so when I went to put the roof on, it didn't line up the way I wanted it to. So I'm kind of having to make the roof work with the shapes that I have. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold off finishing this side of the building until I extend this out into the structure that's going to go right here. Once I get this built and I kind of understand how the two structures are going to be together, that's going to help me understand how to extend this roof line out and make the walls all look uniform and like they belong together. Now I do plan on putting some kind of a staircase in here and here so I can get up to the balcony, because right now I'm just using my little dirt pillar and my ladders. So I think as far as building is concerned, that's going to be about it for this episode. But there's one more task that I want to take care of. I have got a lot of dirt that I'm going to have to dig out and reshape. And, I don't even have one. I have gone through, I don't know how many stinking stone shovels. Yeah. I've been tearing them up like crazy. And it's getting annoying building them. And they dig really slow. Well, hello, Mr. Sheep. Where'd you come from? So, I want to build me a diamond shovel. And I want to enchant it. Hopefully I'll get a really good enchant, like a efficiency or an unbreaking. That would be great. And then I'll be able to dig like crazy, like pigs do, because we just love to dig in the dirt. Here's some sticks. There we go. And I'll be able to do it well. So, I'm going to build us a digging tool. There we go. Take a little nap, because that just, oh man, making that shovel wore me out. So, and let's see here. Lapis Lapulis. There we go. And let's see. We're just going to do an enchant here and see what we get. Oh, I don't want to enchant steak. What would I enchant steak for? So let's see. I'm breaking 3. And, oh, I did that wrong. I always do that wrong. Oh, heck yeah. Efficiency 4 and breaking 3. Awesome. So that's pretty good. And some of y'all might have noticed how I've got local hosts showed up. Yes, I did open a LAN, and yes, I did go into creative, because what I was trying to do was fly around in the air. No, I wasn't cheating. I wasn't giving myself a ton of diamonds. I was flying around in the air because I wanted to get a good vantage point to show you the roof. There was one up there too that I was standing at, and I may try that next time. Maybe when we get everything finished, I'll show you from that angle. But like I said, it's kind of unfortunate the way that this went together. But y'all tell me in the comments below what you think. Do you think it's too much? Do you think it's too, complicated? Do you like it? Let me know. And speaking of letting me know things, this is the project I want y'all to work on for this episode. I want you to start to close in the gear system that you've built for the water wheel. You can pick whatever style you want, make whatever sense or nonsense you want. You can make it whimsical, you can make it logical, however you want. Do it in your style. Take pictures of it, send it to me on Twitter, and I'll try to tweet out every picture I can. I'm really glad that you guys are sticking around to watch these shows, and guess what? Next episode is going to be episode 10. That's right, we've actually made it to double digits. I'm so excited. I did not think I would be able to last this long, but I have, and that's cool. And I'm glad that you guys have been along for the ride. So, I think that I'm just going to take a step up here with my cool little shovel and show you with my shovel. Yeah. And I don't know what else to say. So I guess I'll say, I'll see you next time. Hey everybody, I'm the Bigglesworth, and welcome to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy! Yeah, that was weird, wasn't it? Whoop, silly little render glitch. So, here we are down in my mine, and actually the town and everything I'm working on is way over there. This is the other end of my mine. Whoa. Yes, just for effect. So, I'm mining away, minding my own little business, looking for diamonds, and what did I hear? Zombies. And then I came upon this. You know what that means. That's right. There has got to be a spawner around here, and I have a feeling that it's going to be a zombie spawner because of all that noise that's going on. So I figured I'd save it until I was filming so that we could break in here. Let's see what in the world we're going to get. Yes! Zombie spawner. Hey, buddy, what's up? I'll let you live for now. So, what's cool is, in 1.8 for PC, they made it where you can trade... Uh-oh. Yeah, this is going to be a little crazy. No! Come back. Oh no, oh no. This was a bad idea. Oh no. Okay, just give me a second here. Oh, you guys stop. I gotta block you in. Oh, let's fix this quick. Oh, just so the babies... No. Oh, this is not going good. Okay. Oh, we'll block this off. Oh, okay, my heart is beating now. Anyway, in 1.8, they made it where you can trade rotted flesh with villagers. I think that's pretty cool. So, now that I've found this spawner, we're going to be able to build us a... there's a skull right there. I'll have to get that in a minute. But we're going to be able to build a spawner so we can get rotted flesh for trading. And we can also use it for an XP farm. So that's pretty cool. Oh man, these guys are tough. Who do you think you are? Get back. I can't believe even with a diamond sword it's taken that much to kill him. Let's see what we got in here. Nice. Some name tags. Saddle. Cool, I can get me a horse now. I'll leave it for now. I'll come back for it. And I think I saw another chest right over there. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. It's going to be boring watching me trying to get all the way over there. So I'm going to come back and show you what I got in it. Nope, it won't let me place a block. There we go. Shh, you guys be quiet. I'm trying to talk. But I'm going to leave that for now. I'm going to try and come up with a really cool design or something cool that I can do with those guys just to make it interesting. Because I could do just, the simple little the simple little mob farm. But I really want to think that through. I want to try and come up with something maybe unique or different. But I just wanted to show you guys that. I thought that was so cool that right here in my mine level, there's a zombie farm. But I'm going to make my way back up to the surface because we got a few more things to do to build up there to finish off this surprise I've been talking about for, what, 2-3 episodes now? And I know some of y'all are like, oh, come on, Piggy, what's the surprise? What is it? Well, the title of today's episode kind of gives it away. But it's a pun, so we'll see if you can figure it out before the end of the episode. But anyway, here, I'm going to go ahead and make my way this way. I'm going to say something real quick. This is episode 10. That is so cool. We made it to double digits. I can't believe it. When I started this off, I was not sure if I was going to be able to come up with enough ideas and just be able to, in my own life, have enough time to actually film this many episodes. Yeah, this is where I found a bunch of gravel. Big area. But I wanted to give a big thank you to all of you who have subscribed to me, who have been with me this far. For those of you who've been watching the show in real time as I release it, and for those of you who have joined later on and are just playing catch-up. Maybe this is an old episode for you. It's been out for a while, and you just now discovered this series. I want to say thank you to you as well. Anybody who's watching this, who's enjoying it, and keeps watching and sharing it with your friends, thank you so much for all that you do. I make these episodes because I really enjoy playing this game, and I really enjoy hearing from all of you who enjoy watching me play it. So, I'm going to make my way up to the surface. I'm going to gather some materials so that we can get building, and in the meantime, I'm going to let y'all watch some footage that I put together of all the episodes up to this point. So y'all enjoy the little film. I love that. When you get to the top, your sword's like, wacka, 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 wacka. Yes, I am crazy. So I'm going to go get my stuff, and y'all watch this little film that I put together. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. I'm the Bigglesworth. Welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Okay. There's villagers, but there's not? And what? I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So, Endermen, I've had it. I've had enough of you. Yeah. Come on. They're almost there. Yes. People always say pigs are dirty, but I tell you what, every time I come down here, I take a bath. Yeah. Yeah. While I was in between episodes, I went ahead and made the barracks. So, end of episode. Thank you for watching. Nah, I'm kidding. I just went ahead and made this front entrance because, look, there's nothing there. There's water here. Whoops. Well, there's not water there. Kapow. 2 stack of diamond ore. Yeah! Alright, everybody. Been digging a bit, and what a mess, what a mess. Look at this. Oh, I hate it when this happens. Oh, I think I made this way too narrow. Oh, Yeah, look at that, yeah. I've been doing some experimenting out here. Let me show you what I've been up to. My wall of trees. It's right here, I can tell people, yeah, you're going to mine for me and you're going to like it. Flip the switch. Haha. And the waterfall turns on. Another, whoop, not you. Hang on. Let's just deal with it, sucker. And here I am, 128 diamond ore blocks up in the sky. Man, this place looks cool. Whoa. Man, look at this. This is a huge open area. I crafted a whole set of armor, and then I looked in one of the chests next to that, and I had a set of armor. I do like the way this place looks at sunset, though. Isn't that nice? That's so pretty. And all this area just lit up. I can't wait to see what this area is going to look like when I get more stuff built. So I came back on the surface, and this is what I saw. Oh, I love this. These guys all go after the villagers because they're down there. It's like they don't even recognize that I'm here. Watch this. We gonna make them burn. I'm gonna jump in here, take a little nap, and we're gonna see fire. I don't hear anything. Look at that. Zombies on fire! Now, if I hit them, they kind of recognize that I'm here and they come after. Whoa, there's more. Now, whoa, you stay there, buddy. Whoa, it's just like a fire fest over here. Now, the guys with the armor, they're not affected by the sun. So they could just stand here forever, I guess. Bust this guy up. You, mister. And I hear that Enderman sneaking around. Yes, golden helmet. Totally worthless and useless, but golden helmet. Might be able to use it for an armor stand or something. That'd be cool. So, I'm going to run over here. You know what? I am totally ill-prepared for this. What? Who do you think you are, mister? So we're going to come over here. And yes, this is what we're going to finish today. You know how I only built half a building? Because I needed to know what in the world I was going to put on the other side. Well, I know what in the world I'm going to put on the other side. And today, y'all are going to know too. So, I think I'm going to have to move this stuff. It's going to be in the way. But I am going to build a sawmill. That's right. Maybe a couple episodes ago, y'all remember me talking about it. I'm going to hook this gear up to like a saw. Well, it'll kind of look like a saw. Trust me, it'll work. But there's going to be a structure that goes this way. And it's going to look like you load logs into it. And they kind of like go through the saw. And all the bark gets pulled off. And then it gets chopped in half. And I've kind of got some ideas of what I want to do over in this area after the wood was to be, turned into planks. I haven't really got the design down for what I want yet, so I'm going to hold back on that. But basically what this area is going to end up being is a tree farm. Now, recently I put out a tutorial, and I'll, somewhere down here, you should see it appearing, a link to my tree farm tutorial that I did. And I'm going to build my super simple tree farm over in this area. And so that way I can chop up the wood and it's going to get collected, and I'm going to have a building that's going to sort all the stuff, the saplings, the apples, the different kind of trees and leaves that drop. And so I'm going to have a permanent tree farm area. I won't have to keep growing trees in the middle of town, and I'll have something nice to look at while I'm over here building it. So I think for this episode what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and finish off the sawmill area. And if time allows, maybe we can go ahead and finish this building, just so this area will look complete. So, I don't even know if I have food over here. I have a ton of dirt and I got raw food. And a little bit to cook. So, let's go ahead and do that. We're going to cook us some beef. I'm going to get some food. And I'm going to get started building the foundation off camera. And I'll come back and show you what I've done. All right, everybody. I've got good news, and I've got bad news. Good news is, the building's come along. The bad news, I built it too close. I don't believe I did this. Oh gosh. Okay, so what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to count this side of the structure. See where this wall ends? So 1, 2, 3, that's the edge of the roof. So we'll come over here and I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. That's going to be the edge of this wall. I'm not really sure what to do with this wall yet, but I know that I want a 3 wide space between the wall of this building and the side of this building. So I'm going to have to take this whole structure, tear it down, and move it to the side a couple of blocks. Oh, Piggy, why do you do this to yourself? So, I figured I would stop and show y'all my mess up so that you'll understand why in a few minutes I'm not going to be able to finish this building today. I'm just running out of time. Sometimes that happens, and it's okay. You know what the best thing to do is? When life messes up like that, either you mess up or somebody else messes up for you, you just have to go with it, Just make the best of a bad situation. Don't let that bad situation tear you down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the best of a bad situation. I'm going to shift this whole structure to the left and then finish it off. That way y'all can see the sawmill. You can kind of see the saw. See what I saw? Oh, some of y'all might have got that finally, that little pun. Yeah. And I don't know if y'all noticed, but I try to do that with my episodes. I try to make an interesting title that has something to do with what's going on, but that doesn't give it away. So I'm going to break this down. We'll break it down. I'm going to move it to the side, build it up, and then I'll come back and I'll show you the finished product with the floor put in and the saw working. No, it's not going to actually move, but, we're going to pretend. You'll see like wood through it and everything like that. And, all right, so, oh, son, why you do this? Why you do that to me? So I'm going to go ahead and sleep and break it down and build it up, and then we'll come back and I'll show you the final product. And there we go. That's my sawmill. Now, I know it's open right here, and Piggy, what'd you leave the dirt for? And oh gosh, it's a mess. That's okay. I'm going to explain to you what I did, and then I'll tell you what's going on here, okay? So, I got it where it looks like birch tree, the log from like a tree gets laid in here. And this part, which the wheels operate, it kind of saws off the bark. See? It strips all the bark off, and the bark just piles up here on the ground. Makes a big mess. Then it comes through here, and we've got a pile of sawdust. It's all kind of like collecting on the ground. And this saw, I'm going to pretend like the gears are maybe underground, hooked up to this section, so that the water wheel makes all of this work. And this part goes up and down, and it chops the log into two big planks, just like that. See if I can get some dirt here. I'll kind of stack myself up a little bit so y'all can see from above. See? Busted into two pieces, just like that. And I know, like I said, none of this is actually working, but that's okay. We can pretend. That's something that I think a lot of people don't do anymore nowadays. They've got all these toys and all this stuff that, it does everything for you. Sometimes it's just fun to pretend. Even if it looks like it, why did you do that? You wasted so much time. Don't worry about it. Looks cool. So, the edge around here, I don't want to leave it grass, but I'm not quite sure what to do yet. And this area right here, I like how the chain comes around. But I might build a path that just kind of whoop, you could step over it like that. I don't know yet. And I've got an idea. Like I said, I'm going to put my super simple tree farm over here. And I want to kind of make it look like when you farm trees that they would end up over here. And then when you make a bunch of planks that they're going to get shipped off somewhere. But I'm not quite sure what to do about that yet. I like to see a picture in my mind before I start building something, to avoid little whoopses like what you saw happen here. So I think for right now, I'm going to call this spot done as far as these two structures. I'm probably between episodes going to fool around with finishing off the roof and just trying to come up with a creative way to connect these two buildings. Just, so it looks nice. Because right now, you don't even have to say it, I know. This is a mess. But I'm going to finish this off and just kind of, make this whole area look really nice. And then once we get all the builds done, we'll mess with the land. We'll add some plants, kind of finish off the river. And then we'll finally have a section of the map that is going to be completed. But I'm not quite sure when I'm going to have all that. So, and I want y'all to know that too. I want you to know that this is a work in progress. Sometimes you work on things and you can only get so far, and then you kind of run out of ideas. There's nothing wrong with that. You go ahead and work with the ideas that you have, I'm making a bit of noise here. Stuff in my face. And when you run out of ideas, it's okay to stop and move somewhere else to the next idea. But always keep your ideas in the back of your head so that you can come back to them. It's always nice to have things in life that, you finally complete, you finally are finished with. So I know that these 2 buildings aren't finished, but I can honestly say these gears and that water wheel, we are done. They are finished. That is cool. So, for this episode, what I want y'all to do, your little project, is I want you to build some kind of a sawmill. You can copy what I did, come up with your own design, express your creative style, and come up with a sawmill. Then I want you to take pictures of it. You can send it to me on Twitter. If there's another place you want to send pictures that I'm not using, you can suggest that in the comment section down below. If we get enough viewers that want to do that, I'll start doing that. So, like I said, I think we're going to call it quits for this episode. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking around for 10 episodes so far. And trust me, I have tons of ideas for this area. So as long as time allows and people are interested in watching, I'm going to keep building. So I'm going to go ahead and end this episode by saying thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hey everybody, I'm the Bigglesworth, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Well, someday that'll work, I guess. So, guess y'all can tell where I am. Yeah, it's been a few episodes since we've been here, hasn't it? And it's really odd. It's like there's no zombie pigmen around here. Well, there's one over there. No sign of a ghast. That's always a good thing. So, I went ahead and kind of built a little area around because that thing spawned right next to lava. And I am just klutzy enough that I would end up in that lava. And then we would have a pile of bacon. So, we don't want that. So, when I came to the Nether the first time, I kind of wandered around for a little bit on camera. And then once I was done recording, I walked around some over that way, and over that way, and you are loud. Let's get away from that. I walked all over the place because one of the reasons for coming to the Nether is to find a Nether fortress. You can get blazes, you can get withers, so you can get wither skulls, so you can kill the main wither, so that you can get a Nether star, so you can make a beacon, so you can get all these cool effects from the beacon. Yeah, that's a lot of work for a beacon. But I don't know if y'all remember the episode that well, kind of the way that the map looked, but I wandered over this way. I think it was. Let's see, make sure I'm going the right way here. Yeah. Remember I was over here and I was talking about how the zombie pigmen, they were real noisy and they wouldn't shush. Well, you won't believe this, but, well, I guess I should have made some stairs, huh? Well, Oh, this is called being ill-prepared before you hit record. Okay, let's just see if we can make our way up here. There we go. Look at that. On the other side of this hill, a Nether fortress. I found this yesterday just messing around trying to gather up some netherrack for this episode. I could not believe it. This Nether fortress was right here, and I missed it. Got a blaze spawner there, and I've kind of run through here exploring a little bit just to see how big it is, and this thing is quite big. And I think the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to run through here real quick, and I'm going to raid this place. There's a lot of chests that are in the Nether fortress. I'm going to run through here, and I'm going to gather up all the stuff I find in the chests. And then I'm going to stick a chest right here, and I'll come back, and I'm going to show you all the cool stuff I find. Now, if you're interested in watching the footage of me running around raiding it, I'm going to turn it into a time-lapse, and I'm going to use it on one of my episodes for a new series I started called Piggy's Epiphanies. It's kind of like a vlog that I've started doing. So I'm going to go off camera for this episode. For the Epiphany episode, I will be on camera. And something's wrong because blazes are... You'd think they would be spawning. I hope something's not wrong with this map. It would stink if it messed up on me. Well, the pigmen are here. Are they They're making noise. You know what? I was trying an adventure map earlier, and I loaded the resource pack by accident when I opened this up. So I'm going to have to check and make sure that that resource pack... There they go. Okay, forget the resource pack. Apparently something's working that wasn't working before. Okay. Well, I'm going to raid this place. I'm going to come back and show you... I'm going to show you what I got, and then we'll come back and I'll explain the next thing I'm going to do. I'm out of here. All right, everybody. Here I am, safe and sound out of the Nether, back in my regular world. And here's what I found. Not too bad. Some horse armor and some diamonds, and then some of this stuff like the blaze rods and the magma cream. I got that from killing mobs. I figured I'd just go ahead and bring it all with me. But the cool thing is, I got some nether wart, so now I can start some potions and a nether wart farm, and I went ahead and grabbed a saddle. So, that's nice. So, for today's episode, what I'm going to get started on is my nether area. I know I'm not in the nether, but I mean for the portal. See, just like everything else I do, I want it to have a theme. And the theme for this area is going to be the Nether. I know, this is the regular world, right? But here's my idea, okay? Just go with me on this. So if I step through a portal, it takes me to an evil place, right? But sitting right here like this, it looks kind of boring, to tell you the truth. It doesn't look all that evil. Just like a big purple something to somewhere, little swirlies. So, what I was thinking about doing was making it look like the evil was coming out of the portal and kind of messing up this world. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise the portal up, maybe on like an island, or make it look like part of a nether fortress is in here. And I'm going to take netherrack and quartz ore and some other probably soul sand and stuff, and I'm going to cover it with the walls, and I'm going to make it look like tentacles, kind of like the arms of an octopus. They're going to be reaching out, and it's going to mix between what the nether would look like and what the overworld would look like this deep, dark, secret mystery that's under the ground. And then once I do that, I'm going to cover the bottom of this area in lava, so it kind of looks like the nether. And that way, when I come down here, standing over here, it'll look like the nether's kind of already right here. I just stepped through the portal to get to it. And I'm thinking in the nether, on the other side of that portal, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to make around that portal kind of look like the normal world. So they kind of look like, they mix and match together. They're not so separated by just a silly little purple door. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and extend this out. I know I had said I wanted to go diagonally, but I'm kind of thinking that I'm going to extend this out. And when I mean this, I mean all this wood right here. Just bring it out to right here. And I'm going to start a path, and it's going to kind of go up. It's going to kind of go up that way, maybe into the stone a little bit, and it's going to go to the portal. That way you can see the area, but you have to follow the path to get to it. That way if any bad guys come or something, I won't fall down in the lava, because yes, I am a klutz. So I'm going to get started building this, making my path, and then I'm going to come back and show you what I've got. Alright everybody, I'm back up here on top of my mine because I needed to get something. I'm going to get some netherrack. And I don't know if y'all know this or not, but when you cook netherrack, it'll turn into nether brick. Let's see. And I'm going to actually get a chance to use my mass cooker. Nice. So we're just going to wait for that to go in. And I really like how I came up with that idea of 2 hoppers pulling out of the chest. Whoa! Mr. Sneaky Pants, where'd you come from? Oh, because it's night. Yeah, I've been down in the mine. Whoa. Been down in my mine for so long, I was completely unaware of what time it was out here. Well, let's go ahead and get this cooking. So I'm going to hit my start button. Watch this. This is so cool. I love it. Watch them all just light up. So I'm going to cook that nether rack so I can make nether brick. And then we can get started on the second part of what's going on. We're going to jump down here, and I'm going to give you a little bit of an update of what I've been up to. One of these days I'll figure out where I'm going on down here. So check this out. This is my path. And you can kind of see it up there sticking out of the side. Now I know it doesn't look like much. It kind of blends in with the wall. Let's go up here and I'll show you. I did these cool little things with these mossy cobble walls, and I went ahead and hollowed out inside here because I needed this area to be lit, but I didn't want to see a bunch of torches. So I thought, you know what, it might look cool, make it look a little spooky, kind of dig into the wall and put torches down there. And so when you're running through here, you don't really notice the torches at all, but the area is lit, and it kind of gives it a little bit of an eerie feeling. So we come up here to the top, and I'm going to start building out here what looks like part of a nether fortress. I'm going to build a wall right here, maybe a tower right here, and I'll put the portal right up in here. And what I'm thinking about also doing is way up in there where I kept saying I wanted to put the tower, or the portal. I think what I'm going to get, I don't know what's wrong with me. Okay. Get it out of your system. There we go. Okay. I'm going to make a lava waterfall coming out of there and coming down. We'll jump down here. And remember how I said it looks a little bland right now? Well, I think I'm going to mix up some of the stone with some it's like mossy stone. I forget what it's called. You mix vines with stone. And you can also cook stone bricks in Minecraft 1.8, and it'll make cracked stone. So I'm going to kind of mix it up, maybe put some vines inside there, you know, kind of make it look weathered and used like it's been here for a while. But the other thing is, right now, you don't see the contrast of netherrack. See, netherrack is going to start to fill up this area in a little bit when I start making the tentacles along the walls. So, for right now, I'm going to leave this. I'm going to start covering the netherrack, and after I'm done with that, then I'll kind of go through and work on the details. See, if I do all the details now and I can't see what's going on, I'm just going to make a bunch of extra work for myself. So, I'm going to run back up there. I'm going to get my nether brick, and I'm going to start building the bridge and maybe a staircase and a little platform, and then we'll end the episode by moving the portal. I think that's all I'm going to have time for this. I think next episode we'll come back and we'll actually put the netherrack in the walls, we'll weather the path, and we'll make just the insane amount of trips it's going to take to fill up all the lava. So I'm going to run up. I'm going to have to break through here just to get, there we go. I'll fix that later. I'm going to run up there, get my brick, start building, and I'll bring you back in just a second. All right, everybody. I am back. Check this out. I went up and I made some brown carpet, and I put it on top of the wood. And you know what? That really doesn't look that bad. I thought it was going to stand out more. But it's almost like it blends with it. Let me see if I can get a better look from up here. Oop. That's really not bad. I got a feeling that as I run through here, unless you really look up and pay attention, look at that. As you run by, it's like you don't even notice it. That's cool. Because the whole time I've been working here, mobs have been falling on my head. And I know some of y'all are like, Piggy, would you show us what you've been building already? Well, here we go. I'll give a proper view. Whoop. Check that out. Now I went into the Nether and I looked at... Uh-oh. I need to fix that. You're not supposed to be able to see that in there. But I went into the Nether over at that fortress that I found, and I took some screenshots, and I kind of figured out the way that the structure generates, and then I recreated it here. Put some netherrack down, just, you know, some soul sand, just to get a general idea of what this is going to look like, what the colors are going to look like when they contrast, how well everything's going to match. And I decided to start kind of mixing and matching the stone as well, almost like the evil has kind of like seeped into the build and started to change it too. And then this little pocketed area over here, I put some dirt to block it off and filled it in with lava because I wanted to get an idea of what it would look like, because eventually all this is going to be lava. I think it's going to look pretty cool. And something that I forgot about that I need to take in consideration as I build: lava does not come to the top of a block. So whatever block is there, you can actually see a little bit of it sticking up. So I'm going to have to remember that. Like, see right in here how I've got cobble, just a bunch of random looking blah. Well, if I put lava right here and not up here, you would see the cobble. So if I put lava here, you're going to see a little bit of the netherrack and it'll cover all this mess up. So it's a little thing, but it's something to be mindful as you're kind of setting up the area. But let me show you what I did with this. Right now I've got torches in there to light it up so you can see. I'm going to take the torches out. And I know what you're thinking. Piggy, if you take the torches out, mobs are going to spawn. Some of y'all might have figured it out. Check it out. Okay, see how that's a full block? A half slab, you can put it on the bottom, or you can put it on the top of a full block. I put these on the bottom. Now all this is half slabs. Can you kind of see the bounding box around it? A half slab. And the cool thing is mobs will not spawn on top of half slabs, even in pitch dark. So the way that I built this was, it looks like it's made from regular blocks, but everything has been offset by a half slab in the vertical direction. Now, I know that sounds like a bunch of fancy terms, but basically what that means is, from down there, this looks like a normal build. From up here, mobs can't spawn on it. Now I'm going to move my portal up here, so you can't see it from down there. You might see some of the particle effects coming off. But when you come up here, you'll see it, and it kind of looks like right now, it looks like stone. When I fill in the portal, you'll see the netherrack behind it, so it'll all match. And let me take you down here. I made this corridor, and I'm going to take the torches out. I'm going to leave them for now, just so I can see what in the world I'm doing, because trust me, it's really dark in here when the torches aren't here. But I have found some name tags in the, where is it? I think it's over that way, where that zombie spawner is at. I can't remember. I know it's at the beginning of the episode, but I can't remember. I think I got some name tags when I was in the Nether Fortress. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and capture 2 blazes and give them names so they won't despawn. And I'm going to stick them in here. So when you're down there, you'll see blazes moving around in here. They won't escape. They won't die, hopefully. They won't despawn because of the name tags. And there'll be a mob that you usually see in the Nether that'll be in here. And so that'll be cool. It'll kind of go with the theme of the Nether invading the real world. Now I did this part up here, and it kind of stops. I haven't really gone any further back. But I thought, you know what would be cool to put up here? Whoa, not that. Where did that come from? Oh my gosh. Oh, you. Mm-hmm. Okay. Whoa. Whew, that got my heart beating. I thought what might be cool to put up there is where I'm going to make my potions. I can do like a brewing stand and maybe some automated potion making. A nether wart farm can go inside one of the walls. That way the tower, it's here because it looks cool, but it also serves a purpose. So I think that's going to be it. Jump down here. Eat me some food so I can recover my hearts. Oh yeah, I need to move my portal. I said I was going to do that, right? You know what? I've got to make a bunch of trips to the Nether. Oop, I'm giving away a secret. Yeah, I filled that thing up with cobble. That way that it's solid, nothing can spawn. It was easy to stack my way up and not fall to my death. And that way if I decide to dig something down in here and build, when I pop a hole in the floor, I don't fall to my death. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the portal here for now because it's, to be honest with you, I like the theme, but it will be a little bit of a pain to have to drop down, go all the way up, just to go to the Nether. And I got to make a lot of trips to get lava to fill this area up. So, the idea that comes to mind, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. The coup de grace, the icing on the cake, the final piece for this puzzle is we'll put the portal up there. That'll be like the christening. Okay? So, for this episode, what I want you guys to do is create some kind of a theme for a nether portal in this area. I want you to build a path up to it. You can try and copy my idea if you want and just show me your version of it. Or if you have a really cool different idea for your portal, go ahead and do that too. Make sure you take pictures of it, send it to me on Twitter, and I'll send it out on my Twitter account so everybody can see it. So, I think I'm just going to run back up here, and I don't have a bow and arrow, so I can't shoot the skeleton. But I tell you what, when that lava's flowing and it lights up the area, probably won't have to deal with you anymore. Yes, you. And he sees me, so I think I'm going to move, and I'm going to say thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hey everybody, I'm the Pigglesworth, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. So, in our last episode, we were working down here. Somewhere around here. There we go. It never ceases to amaze me how confused I can get from up there to down here. Come down here and just never can figure out which direction I want to face. But, for the most part, yeah, that all looks the same as last episode. I was trying a little bit of stuff over there, just trying to, get an idea of what it was going to look like with lava and the nether rack everywhere. I moved my portal over here, because I'll explain that in a minute. Moved the nether portal over here because I still need to get in and out of the nether so I can get netherrack and so I can finally get a bunch of buckets of lava. But here's the thing. The creeper itself is not a big deal. But I've been slowly covering the top of this wood with carpet. So what that means is mobs aren't spawning up there anymore in that little dark area. And that's a good thing, trust me. Because having those fall on my head, that was getting frustrating. But here's the thing. The game still wants to spawn mobs. And since they're not spawning up there, they keep spawning all... See, there's another Mr. Sneaky Pants over there. So we're going to just run up here and get away from them. I really love how this came out. The creepy lighting and... This is one of those ideas that I could not figure out what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted a path, but I had no idea what it was going to look like. And as I started working on it, it just kind of accidentally came together in my head. I really love when little projects work out like that. But we come up here, and I finish this part off. Now, I'm thinking about digging into the wall, because like I said, a potion area, a nether farm, or nether wart farm, I should say, would fit nicely in here. So, we're going to come up here to the top, just so you can see I've kind of made this area where a mob cannot jump out of it. And that's very important, because I'm thinking about trying to capture a wither skeleton, push him through a portal, put a name tag on him, and stick him up here. You probably won't see him that often just because, so you can see the carpet right there. You won't really see the nether, whoa, let me get my words right here. You won't see the skeleton from down there that often, but it'll be a nice subtle touch. Just something to make it look more like the nether in this area. But today, on this episode, I think what I'm going to get started doing is I'm going to start filling in this area with the netherrack. Like I said, I wanted it to look like the portal that the nether was kind of oozing out of it, and it was trying to take over this world in this area. So I'm gonna have it make it look like little tentacles along the wall and the ceiling, so like it's reaching out to take over the world, but it hasn't yet. Now, this is going to take me a lot of work. I'm going to have to make a lot of scaffolding with dirt just so I can get high up and cover stuff, and that's going to be really boring to watch. But I thought I would try something a little different. I'm going to have Miss Piggy's character, she doesn't know, but I'm going to have Miss Piggy's character, I'm going to give her the ability to fly, like the creative mode, and I'm going to make her get somewhere right in here. And she's going to watch me, and I'm going to film it, and you guys can watch. I'll speed it up so it's not boring. But you guys are going to be able to watch me put all the netherrack in here, so you can kind of see the transformation. And that guy has got to go. I know he can't destroy my world anymore, but yeah, still annoying when they blow up on you. So I'm going to take care of this guy. I'm going to get Miss Piggy ready. Oh, no. Whew. Me talking, not paying attention. But I'm going to get Miss Piggy's account ready. I'm going to get her recording, and then I'm going to start transforming this area into a nether. Well, hope y'all enjoyed that time lapse. That was quite a bit of work, and I'm not too certain that I like how it turned out. I mean, I like it, but I may tweak it a bit. And it's raining, which is cool. That goes right with the theme for today. The creepy, gloomy, yucky, nasty world that's the Nether. Let's see. I'm searching around because I have a few things I want to use as decoration. I wanted to use some mushrooms and some nether wart. I put some soul sand down. And I thought it would be cool, just, you know, little touches. Oh! What? It's like he was waiting to ambush me. Thank you for the XP. So, let's see. I bet I've got it over here with the nether stuff. No, 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 no. Aha! There we go. Yeah, this is all the loot I collected in the nether. And, yeah, I know that's not in the nether. That's a few other things I found. Oh, a mushroom. Wish I knew where the other mushrooms were. Let's see if I can find them over here. I can't believe I'm so unorganized. I'm going to really have to fix this later. And check this out. I finally figured this out. If I face my elevator and drop down, whoop, look at that. So let's check this out from this angle. That looks pretty cool. I take it back. I think I do like the way this turned out. Wow. Oh, man. Almost better than what I envisioned in my head. And I really like how netherrack lets you light it on fire. So I can add lighting in places, but it looks like the lighting belongs, not just, you know, a ton of torches spammed all over the place. So let's see here. We're going to plant some nether wart where we'll actually be able to see it from over there. Maybe a little bit right here. And the cool thing is that I've got a lot of nether wart up in those chests. Yeah, that's what they're called. So I'm not really wasting my nether wart here. I'll have a little bit less to start my farm with, but it'll be okay. And I like that. It adds just a little bit of different texture, a little bit of different color. So when you're over there and you're looking this way, you know, it's a lot more detail, a lot more cool things to look at. And yeah, I know some of y'all are saying, Piggy, you left this open, but check it out. There's lava down here. So I thought, you know what might be nice is to pull as much lava from here as I can before I try to, you know, go to the nether and get it all. Because going through that portal, you have to wait a second, go in there, wait a second. When you come back and forth, oh, it just gets annoying. So I think the next task is going to be to fill this area up with lava. So I'm going to go off camera, I'm going to fill it up with lava, and then I'm going to come back and show you what I've done. I've been kind of stumped what to do with this area. And you know what? I thought of something else. What else naturally shows up in the nether? Besides the nether rack and soul sand, there's another block. See if you can figure it out. Nether quartz, that's right. So I think to make this look natural, I'm going to have to go get, oh man, I'm going to have to sacrifice some of my nether quartz and just kind of, you know, mix it in here. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to add the nether quartz. I'm going to fill this area up with lava. And then we're going to get our portal set up. So I'm going to do that, and I'll bring you back in just a second. All right, everybody. You notice, whoop, you didn't see that. Oh, that was a fail. I was going to say, you notice the portal's gone, right? Well, it's because, see, I busted up the obsidian. So I got all my obsidian, and I've got flint and steel ready because I'm ready to light the portal. Yeah, we got to go place it, but I'm ready to light it. And I've got my 2 name tags that I went over to where I found that zombie spawner. Went ahead and grabbed the 2 name tags. We'll stick them here for now. Whoa, that's full. Okay, we won't stick them here for now. Maybe we can, yeah. I'm going to do that because I can get more netherrack. If I die, I can't get more name tags, or I can, they're just real hard to find. So, and the reason why I might die, because of this. Wow, look at that. That turned out so cool. Make sure there's no bad guys that push me right in the lava and I'll die. I'll back up a little. And you can see where I put some of the netherrack. And I found some more of my mushrooms and set those up. And that nether wart has finally grown, so that looks really good. This place turned out awesome. And there's that lava pouring down I was talking about. I like how that does that because you can kind of see it through there. And it just adds some depth and dimension to everything. And I was worried at first that this wasn't going to light up very well. It's going to be way too dark. But I think this works. This is working really good. So let's go ahead and make our way up here, and we're going to set up the portal right where it's supposed to be. Right here. Make sure I do this right, because, okay, I do have a pick, but I was going to say, obsidian, if you place it in the wrong spot, man, it takes forever to fix that mistake. So we'll do this and light it up, and there we go. Project finished. Wow, that is so cool. I'm glad that, yep, here's all this room finished. I'm so glad that I got this done. Wow, this is just cool. I love it. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it quits for this episode. I wanted to capture a blaze and stick it down there, and I wanted to capture a wither skeleton and stick him up there. But that's going to take a little bit of work. It's going to take a lot of rails to set up, and yeah, see, I need to get more carpet set up so they don't do that anymore. It'd fall right on my head. But I think it's going to be more work than I have time left in this episode, so we're probably going to just cut this episode a little short, and I'll start next episode with capturing... Whoa, that was a weird lag spike there. We'll capture those bad guys and get them set up. I've got like a list. This crazy long list of odds and ends that I need to take care of that have just been piling up. And that's probably what we're going to spend about half of the next episode, is just trying to get a bunch of the little random stuff done. And then I got one other kind of small project I think I'll do. But we'll get to that next time. So, for this episode, your project, if you've already started on it, I want you to go ahead and finish this area. Finish your portal area. Go ahead and get your portal lit, and I want you to take pictures of it. I want you to send it to me on Twitter, and I'll tweet it out. I'll tweet out as many pictures as I can. Okay? Don't worry about your skill level. If you think it's awesome, or if you think it's like so beginner no one should ever see it, don't worry about that. Just remember, the coolness of this show is that everybody participating and everybody sharing, you know, just their expression, what they come up with in Minecraft. So, I think I'm going to just set up right here so that y'all can look at this. And, oh, yeah. We're going to have to fight Mr. Sneaky Pants here. Oh. Yes! Right in the lava! That is awesome. I think I'm going to call that quits right there. And I will see y'all in the next episode. Hey everybody, I'm the Pigglesworth. Welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Now, y'all may not know this, but when I eat, whew, look at this. Boy, I make a mess everywhere, don't I? But I guess it's okay, because I'm a pig. Now, some of you have probably not seen this part of my area before. And you can tell by the noise, yep, I got me a little hidden sheep farm over here. Now, I'm going to put that wool there because, watch, this is cool. It lets me step up and over, but it won't let the sheep get out. And there's a reason why I'm over here doing this. Some of y'all that have been watching, you probably know what I'm up to. I am trying to get enough wool so that I can finish blocking up the top of the mine that's down there. That sounds so weird to say. The top that's down. But I think y'all know what I mean. You remember how I was putting brown wool on top of the wood to keep the mobs from spawning? Well, yeah, that's a little project that needs to be taken care of. And like I said in previous episode, I think this episode is going to be partially about just taking care of all the little things that I've been neglecting. So, I'm also collecting some vines over here from my little, you know, makeshift vine farm. Ugh, I don't know what the deal is. I just can't get words out of my mouth today. Here we go. We're just going to collect some more here. I think I'll put that there for now. That'll be safe. And I do need to come over here and get some cocoa beans so that I can dye this wool brown. But yeah, like I was saying, I've just got so many little things that I've been meaning to take care of. and my focus has been on some pretty big projects. So I think we're just going to take care of some of the little things today. And then if I have time, I'm going to see if I can figure out how in the world am I going to catch a blaze and a wither skeleton so that we can go ahead and finish off that Nether portal project down there. So, first thing I'm going to do, a few episodes back I had talked about making mossy cobble and spreading it around a little bit more in this area. Now I'd kind of done a little bit over here, but you can see that I ran out, and I think it'd be nice if it was just spread out a little bit more. I don't think I've put any over in this area at all. Nope. So let's go ahead and just come over here, and we're going to get some cobble. Can't remember which. There we go. I knew there was one in there that I had stopped. And y'all probably seen this before, but kapow! That's so cool. I love it. And this is more based off of intuition than it is actual planning. I mean, I just kind of look around and, you know, see how they're kind of spread far enough apart so they're not too close together. They're not really messing with your eyes. But it's just enough that you go, oh, a different change. So, and I promise you, if you try to copy a pattern, like if you go, okay, here, 1, 2, 3, that, 1, 2, 3, that. If you do that, you will create a pattern. And the human eye is crazy, and the brain, it's nuts. It will be able to pick out patterns. It will be able to find that there is meaning or purpose to something instead of randomness. So when I'm doing a little project like this, just trying to, you know, make it look random, I kind of let myself be random. I just walk around until all of a sudden I feel like, I should stop and change this block. And then I do it. So that's a little tip. Just a little, you know, interior decorating tip from Piggy. So, I know I'm using mossy cobble, but technically we're indoors, so go with it. Interior decorating, yeah. So, I think that's going to work. I don't know. I think I need a little bit more over here. Let's pop one more in there. Yeah, that's not looking too bad. I may come back off camera and just tweak this a little bit. But let's see. Do I have enough wool? I think so. And I know some of y'all are probably going, whoop. Oh no. Oh, I picked it up. Okay. Man. Anyway, I know some of y'all are probably going, Piggy, this is kind of a slow little episode. You're not really getting to a point. You're not. Uh-oh. Nighttime. Let's fix that quick. So while I'm sleeping, I'll explain it. Yeah, this episode's just going to be a little more laid back. It's not going to be so much of, like I said, the focus on the big projects. We're just going to walk around and take care of a few little things. Uh-oh. Okay, I tell you what. I'm going to get rid of this guy. I'm going to get set up. Oh, there's one there too. Okay. I will take care of this mess, and I will be right back. Well, I made it up here safe and sound. But something is going on. That. Oh, man. You little... Oh, yes! Oh, score. Oh, I couldn't have planned that better myself. That was awesome. For y'all that don't know, there's really only one thing I can think of that drives me insane in Minecraft, and that is bats. I kid you not. These things, I don't know how they know when you're trying to mine or when you're trying to build. Or I had one viewer comment and say he thought they worked for the Secret Service for the mobs, because every time you would try to shoot one with a bow and arrow, the bat would get in the way and stop the arrow. And I tell you what, that is exactly how I feel. So that was cool. That was sweet justice. And I think that's what's going to be cool about this lava area. Bats, bring it, buddies. I've got a friend. It's called my Nether portal. Oh, that was great. So, here we go. We're going to... I got to remember if it's... Yeah, okay. See, I thought maybe it was that. But it's that. So you put them side to side. Oh, that's not going to be enough, is it? Well, we'll go ahead and do what we can. I think during the course of this episode, I'll make a few trips back and forth, and we're just going to try and see if we can get this all covered up, because a few of these areas uncovered, the mobs, they just keep spawning. Now, let's see. Right? Nope. Okay. I was going to say, if this block extended to right here, see how you would have just like one open block? Well, a mob can't spawn there, but see how there's two here? So they could spawn here, but the carpets, I don't really understand how the game like calculates. Whoa. Oh gosh. I'll just put that there even though I shouldn't. It doesn't need to be there, but it looks nice. Makes it stay uniform. But anyway, I don't quite understand how the game calculates where mobs should spawn other than light levels. But carpet, boy, I ran out of that way too fast. Oh, I'll just hop down. Carpet keeps mobs from spawning. So that's awesome. We can at least control this area and not have bad guys falling down on us. So, got that little piece done. Got the some of the mossy cobble done up there. Let's see. I'm going to need to go check my list and see what's next. I don't know why I didn't do this before I hit record. I should have been on top of things. I should have been ready to go and not made y'all just keep wondering, Piggy, do you even know what you're doing, buddy? Come on. Such is the life of a pig. Oh well. Well, I'm going to run over here and I'm going to check my list and figure out what in the world I need to do, and then I'll come back and show you my next little project. Alright everybody, I figured out what my next little project needs to be. I think y'all remember this area. This is the gear house over by my sawmill. Let me go over here, I'll show you. There we go. I'm really proud of this build. This turned out so nice, and I really do need to figure out what to do to finish that, because there are just some minor touches that need to be done over here to call this area complete. But as you all know, it takes time. But I figured a simple, easy thing I could do today would be to kind of finish off the water and go ahead and extend the stream out to this main area. Now see how this area is one block down from that level? Well, if I walk over here, it goes to 2. And I think what I want to do is I want to kind of dig this away a little bit, just kind of in a shape, almost like a curved side of a triangle. Because you see the way that nature does it, when water flows outwards, it kind of erodes or it washes away the dirt and it curves it. So I think I'm going to dig a channel, make it 2 deep, because 1 deep right here it would just kind of look weird. It would look a little bit like that. It's like there would be water, but it would look too shallow for some reason. So I'm going to, I don't know about this backside. I'm going to leave this alone for now, because as I come and put a road through here, I may figure out what I want to do with this. But this side, I'm going to give it a little bit of a curve. I'm going to extend this a little bit more along this foundation and then have it kind of arc away. And I'm going to try and see if I can get what would look like a river. And there we go. Kind of opened it up a little bit. I went ahead and left the edges 1 deep and then made the middle 2 deep. That way it tapers downwards. It's not just, a straight drop off. And I mixed in some, you can still see how the grass has grown. It'll die off. The water will be there. Eventually it'll turn to dirt. But I put just some stone and some gravel and sand. And I kind of laid it out the same way that I was doing the mossy cobble over there. Just, really random. Like, got a mossy cobble block right there. Just, to break it up a little bit. So, kind of like how this turned out. It's subtle. It looks simple right now, but to tell you the truth, once I start adding, some other touches, maybe a fence, some more plants and trees, the river will start to make sense. And maybe because that's a little too straight. I don't know. And this is the fun part about Minecraft. You come up with an idea, like that. You finish as much as you can. You come back to it later, you add a little bit more to it, and over time it transforms. Just like you've watched me do to this area through this whole series. We started out with that little village and just an empty world, and we've slowly been transforming it. So, I'm happy with the way this is for now, and I'll come back to it later when inspiration strikes, and we'll change it or add to it as we can see fit. Now, I went ahead and did this. I thought this would be a cool idea. Like, the foundation that the structure is built on. Put some mossy cobble here. So, if I can get out of this water. Just, when you come by like that, see how out of the corner of your eye it catches? Oh, look. Maybe some of that dirt washed down and covered up the foundation, but some of it's still poking through. And night is falling, and that's kind of good. That goes right along with the theme of the next project I need to do. In a couple of episodes, y'all have seen that I'll be in the middle of talking or I'll be in the middle of doing something and a bad guy will have spawned out here because it's night. And me being unaware, I don't know it's night. And they just waltz right in here, there's nothing to stop them. Well, I'm going to make some fence gates and some pressure plates. So that way, when I want to come in, I just, boop, kind of right click, and it'll open. And as I run across the pressure plate, just like these doors in here, it'll automatically close it for me. And since this area is all lit up, I don't have to worry about bad guys showing up in here. And they'll be held back by the fence. So, I'm gonna go to sleep, make it daytime. I'm gonna make the fences, and I'll bring you right back and show you. Haha. It worked. Some of y'all are probably like, Piggy, what are you doing? Seriously? Okay, there we go. See how that works? I love it. It's like auto doors, just like the ones over here. Now, what I was trying to do was see if there was some kind of like stunt, Evel Knievel type of a... Well, that works. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting totally distracted. Yeah, I wanted to see if mobs like zombies or skeletons, if there's any way that they could get here and wander in. And apparently they can't. They would have to be able to run and jump just like that. So, maybe it's like a cool parkour trick or something I could... Oh, okay, I'm going to stop. I'm getting so distracted by that. But see, I put these over here too. And like I said, they're just really cool. It's just a nice subtle touch. It keeps the bad guys out. And when I want to leave, I just walk. I don't have to do anything. And when I'm going in, I just boop, one click. And when I run over the pressure plate, it shuts it. So now I could have used stone pressure plates. And I think that there's iron and gold pressure plates too. But they just didn't look right here. Now, one thing that I wish that they would add to Minecraft is pressure plates and buttons. I know you're like, Piggy, there are pressure plates and buttons. Well, hang on. Let me finish. I wish that depending on what kind of wood you used, just like how they added to the gates and the fence posts, that I could make pressure plates out of, say, spruce or maybe jungle. And the same with buttons. I tell you what, if you had a way to color coordinate buttons, that would be great, because there are some times that, I do a build and I have to have buttons in it for like redstone, and it would be great to know like color coordinated. The red button does this, the green button does that, That'd be cool. And it would make for really nice, interesting decoration. Like you could get a couple of different colors. You could put them up the side of a tree and it might look like, mushrooms are growing on it or something. But anyway, I think for my last project today, I'm going to build something, because as per custom, every episode I have to build something. so that y'all have something to build so you can tweet to me. So today we're going to build the house that's going to have the control for the redstone right here. Now, for those of y'all that, maybe you've been bad, you haven't watched all the episodes, so you're like, Piggy, what are you talking about redstone? Well, watch. See how the water's flowing? Well, check this out. Flip that switch, whoop, and the water turns off. That way we can get down here and clean up all the mess if too much algae starts growing or something like that. Or if they have to repair the water wheel down there. Because, sometimes things break. So if that was to ever stop working, they could shut the water off and go fix it. I know, I'm completely going with my imagination, aren't I? But that's cool. I mean, that's what's so fun about this game. Just imagine. Okay. A little piggy moment there. So I've got all this enclosed, and I think what I need to do is I'm going to just fill in this area with solid blocks. It won't cut off the redstone. If I filled in solid blocks like right here where it's growing up in a stair, like if I put a block here, it would cut that signal off from here. Now I know there's a lever there. I'm going to break this lever. But I'm going to run a signal up this way and into an area right here with controls. But some of y'all are like, Piggy, why are you going to fill this in? Well, see how it's too high? Now, I cannot for the life of me remember if mobs will spawn on top of redstone or not. But we're just going to play it safe. I'll fill this up with cobble. It'll be only one gap high. We won't have any bad guys spawning down there. And I won't come running by one day and hear, and think there's a zombie somewhere, because he'd be hiding down there. So I'm going to go off camera for what will be a second for you and maybe, I don't know, hour or so for me. I'm going to collect some goodies, and I'm going to see if I can build myself a control room, and then I'll bring you back and show you what I built. Okay? Be right back. Well, here we are on top of the mountain where all the ice has finally frozen. And I know, once again, it's like, Piggy, stop getting so distracted. Ooh, pool of lava. Just like, oh, and pumpkins too, wow. I know. Distracciones. Okay, so, whoop, maybe y'all saw that. So I'm going to make my way over here. Oh, nice little waterfall too. I'm going to make my way over here and show you the house for the controls. Are you ready? Check that out. Oh, it didn't really look that great from here, did it? There we go. Yeah, that's better. See? And I was messing around with just some... Remember how I did like the cobble fence and the regular fence down in the gear house? Well, I kind of messed around with it here too, and it makes a little bit of a different shape over here because it tries to connect. But I just thought that was cool. It kind of gave what you would call a tapered look. Like it's thick on one end and it gets thinner as it gets taller. Put a little button up there, and y'all have probably seen me do this a little bit. Put these buttons on the end of logs, and I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all something. Yeah, I didn't come up with that. Honestly, I don't know who came up with that, but the first person I ever saw do it was a YouTuber by the name of False Symmetry. I saw her do this, and I thought, wow, that has got to be the coolest little subtle touch to a build. So I've been throwing them on different logs. It makes it look like a knot in the wood sticking out or something. But there again, like I said, if I could get different colored buttons, I could make it match the wood. But here, let's take a look. Move around. I just wanted it to look like it had been here for a while. You know, some vines had grown on it, maybe some bushes and shrubs. You can still see the foundation through the shrubs, like that. You can see some gravel and mossy cobble. Then I kind of spread it out over here too. And I haven't really worked this area very much. We'll get to that in the next episode. Or not the next episode, sorry. Another episode. But I tried out a little idea where I did stairs up and down, or down and up. down and up like that. And it kind of gave a cool pattern to the wall. So I left it. And then right here, the vine's not going to grow because that's actually gray carpet. Let me show you why. If we break it, there's a torch. And I'm going to squat. I don't know if no, I don't need to. There we go. So when you're running by, you don't really notice it because the gray matches the stone. But at night, you'll see a little bit of a glow of light coming from here. I know I've got a torch there, but I thought it would be cool to have some light glowing from there. And we'll come around here. I've worked the redstone down underneath the structure. And it goes to that button or switch. So, and I've got some more carpet in here. And well, I'll tell you that in a second. That's covering up a jack-o'-lantern, so that way bad guys don't spawn in here. I didn't want to put a torch in. I just wanted some light, so I did that. And light will come through the carpet, so that's pretty cool. And I want to add some decoration in here. I'm not really sure what to add yet. Maybe some shelves, a chest, maybe a picture frame with a tool in it or something. But here, I'll flip the switch. Listen. Hear it? And there's my stone pressure plate. You don't really notice it because it matches the same texture, but auto door. Man, I'm going to build a whole area of auto doors before this is over with. But check it out. Now the water's on. So it works. Our control house works. So, I hope y'all enjoyed this episode. I know it wasn't a whole lot. It was just me kind of going around, taking care of a few little things, and you just getting to spend some time with me, and me getting to spend time with you. But what I want y'all to do for this episode is I want you to build a control house for the control so we can shut the water on and off. Y'all can copy this build. You can come up with your own. Express your style of Minecraft however you want. Take pictures of it. Send it to me on Twitter. And I'll tweet it out. Just like I always do. So, I'm not really sure what I want to do now. Usually I try to do something at the end of the episode. I know. I'm going to try and see if I can parkour my way in here one more time. Can he do it? Yes, he does it. I think I'm going to gather up. Let's see. Yep, I got a pickaxe. Good. I'm going to go mining, and I will see y'all in the next episode. Hey everybody, I'm the Pigglesworth, and welcome back to another Let's Play Along with Piggy. So, in today's episode, we're going to get right down to work. No piddling around, no talking about, well, we'll talk about stuff while we're doing it, but no wasting time. We're going to get right to this. And I forgot my rule. Slime. Whoa, 2 slimes. And some of y'all are probably going, wait a minute, what was the rule? You don't have signs posted. What are the rules? Well, not really a rule, but a good thing to remember. Whenever I jump down, I'm always supposed to face my elevator. And that way, when I jump down, I'm facing my nether portal. So I kind of got my bearings. But, anyway, we know where we're going now. We got this. So, y'all can look at my hotbar down below, and you might be able to figure out what in the world I'm up to. Well, I'm going to the Nether today. Oop, that was weird. We're going to the Nether today because we have some capturing to do. We're going to try and capture the blaze, and we're going to try and capture the wither skeleton. Now, I'm going to try and set up a rail system so that you know what? I totally forgot a minecart. I can't believe I did that. Well, here, I'm going to explain to you what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to go off camera and grab the minecart, because Piggy was 99% ready. So, anyway, we're going to come up here. This is where I found the fortress. And, whoa, there is an army waiting for us to say, hello, friend, how are you? But anyway, I'm going to set up... Oh, good, and a wither skeleton, too. So let's run away. I'm going to set up a minecart system. It's going to let me capture a blaze and a wither skeleton in a minecart. And we're going to push them along this way. And we're going to get them over to our nether portal area so that that can finally be done. And I really hope that Ghast stays away, because I can't remember if they can, like, if they shoot at the mob that I've got in a minecart, will it knock them out or not? So I'm going to run back over here, and I'm going to get me a minecart, and then I'm going to bring you back and show you the next step. So I've got me my minecart. I'm heading back this way, and whoa, come on, mister. I have this cool idea. Why build this huge elaborate minecart system if I can get him to follow me? If I can get him to chase me, at least part of the way. He doesn't seem to want to go past this spot. Now this is something I don't know. I don't know if the game has it where certain mobs won't leave the fortress or not. Ooh, and the wither skeleton's chasing me too. How lucky can I get? Come on, buddy. This way. Oh, soul sand. There we go. Ooh, this... Oh, gosh, this may not turn out well. A blaze and a wither at the same time. Oh, I might end up dead. Bunch of bacon. Yeah. Whoa. What? Oh, okay. Oh gosh, no, come on. I thought the wither skeleton had killed the blaze. Oh, this is sweet. Come on, buddy. Come on. You can't catch me. You can't run as fast as a pig. Oh gosh, maybe he can. Wow, those things can run, man. They should be in a marathon. Okay, so I'm going to have to quickly set up a minecart. Oh, did I run too fast? Okay, let's see. Come on, buddy. I would really like to catch you on camera. I was going to say, maybe we can... Oh, we can do it right here. Okay, I'm going to set up some rail and a gold rail there, just so I can power it and push him along. And let's see. Where did he go? Come on, Mr. Sneaky Pants. There you go. Come on, let's go. Oh, you would, wouldn't you? Right there. Get in that. Oh, no. That's not working. That is not good. Oh, no. Okay, so maybe withers can't get caught by minecarts? Oh, come on. Get in there. Oh, maybe they have to... Oh, okay, I am going to go off camera for a second, see if I can... 2 of them? Okay, that's it. I will be back in just a minute. Alright, well, here we go. Figured I'd go ahead and start with the blaze because that was getting out of hand over there. So, I dug a little tunnel here beside the fortress, and I got a blaze to follow me into the tunnel. And then I blocked off the end of it. So now he's kind of trapped in there. And I don't know if this is going to work. So let's find out. We're going to put a cart there. And I do need to block this off so that it'll move forward. See, if you power the rail and there's not a solid block, the cart will actually just sit still. So we'll do that. Yes, we caught him. Nice. So now that I've caught him... Whoa, he's angry. What? You gotta be kidding me. Okay, this is gonna get tricksy. I'm gonna have to go off camera and figure this out. I'll be right back. Okay, so I have everything set up. There's a little more pre-planning involved than I had thought of. Went ahead and blocked off this area. I went ahead and brought my anvil and my 2 name tags over here because I thought, you know what? If I get these guys over here and then I have to run way over there to get my name tags and my anvil, I think if you go 40 blocks away from a mob, it'll despawn. So it would stink to do all that work and get him here. And then it despawned. So here we go. We're going to dig down. This is going to be my safe room. what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get the blaze to chase me through the portal down here and that way. And then I can kind of block him in. So let's see if we can do that. Yep. Okay, we'll get up here. And, wonder if I can do this without popping through the portal. One more. Oh no, okay. Alright, so I'll just pop through and I'll dig that real fast. So let's go through here and I'm going to show you my game plan. And I got to hurry because we're spending a lot of episode time doing this. So let's see here. I went in and put a door in so you can see. Hello, Mr. Right into the lava? Swimming and everything. So here we go. I built a tunnel. It's 3 blocks tall inside, and this goes all the way over there, through that mountain, and over to the Nether fortress. And so the idea is that I'm going to make 2 trips. I'm going to get a blaze, and I'm going to get a wither, one at a time, in this controlled environment, and I'm going to get them to chase me all the way back. So maybe we'll be a little more successful at that. And I just thought of one more thing I should have done. Dealing with blazes, I really should have a fire-resistant potion going. But I'm going to run through here. This is a long walk. So I'm gonna do one more cut, and I'm going to try and see if I can at least capture a blaze. And then we'll get to the building part of the show. Okay? So one more cut, and I'll be right back. Come on, dude, I got a cool home for you. Come on, we're almost there, dude. I really hope that you go through the portal like you're supposed to. Yes, we can see portal. Come on. Step on through to the other side. Did he go? Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Try and get where I'm not withered. There we go. And we're going to take a step through. See if he'll drop down and follow me. Maybe I can get to the safe house. No, 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 no. Get in there. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Okay. So, got him trapped. Couldn't figure out how to get a blaze to follow me, but I went ahead and got myself a wither. And we're going to name you Mr. Withers. If we can spell. Not spell, Mr. Spell. Mr. Withers. Does that work? Yeah, Mr. Withers. Okay, so we're going to go back down here in the safe house. There we go. And we're going to give you a name. And now you're Mr. Withers. Cool. So now I have got to figure out how to get Mr. Withers to chase me. I'm going to have to build like some stairs or something and get him to chase me up here. And oh gosh, this is going to be tricky. I'm going to have to really think this one out. I'll probably think this one out off camera and get it figured out. But today, we're going to get started on building. Oh wait, what am I doing? Whew. That little wither has got my brain withered. I can't even think. I need some food. There we go. Okay, so we're going to go back up to the surface, back to where we did our previous episode, where we had the little control house for our water to turn on and off. Please be daytime. Yes. Auto gate. Love it. We're going to come up here. And quite a few episodes ago, I had talked about trying to build a tree. Something right here in this little island, like a custom tree. And I think I've come up with a design for a tree. I really like it. And it is a custom tree made from my favorite tree in real life, which is a weeping willow. I thought it would be really cool to have a weeping willow right here growing out of this island. And then I could, sit under there. I could have some potatoes. Maybe go fishing, because I think this water's deep enough I could go fishing in. So I could make this like a little secluded area with some vegetation growing, nice little waterfalls, a mountainside, and a really pretty tree there. And to be honest with you, I have absolutely no idea if weeping willows would grow this close to mountains and a cold climate. But it's Minecraft. We're going to go with it. So I'm going to collect some materials, and I'm going to get started building this this tree, and then I'll bring you back and show you what I've got. Okay? So, one more cut. I know this is like a super cut-tastic episode, but that's okay. We like change it up. So, I'm going to work on this tree for a little bit, and then I'll bring you right back. And there we go. That is going to be the basic structure of the tree. Let's come over here and look at it. Got like some knots in the tree, and I used dark oak to build the trunks. Wanted them to kind of be dark and kind of, hide inside of the tree. Like your eye. Oop, hello, Mr. Heidi Spidey. Yeah, but it would be, I'm going to cover it in green leaves. So I wanted it to have some depth. Like the outside is going to be, oak leaves, and the inside is going to be spruce leaves. So giving different dark textures and different hues or shades, it's going to give a little bit of depth to the build. So let's see. So I'm going to do like a little bit of like this. And just kind of, I'm going to randomly go through, and I'm just trying to build a basic shape or structure of what I want my tree to be like. And I'm kind of trying to make it where it seems a little logical, like leaves would probably grow in that spot. And at first, this is not going to look like a weeping willow at all. It's going to look like a mess. But when I add the final touch to it, whoop, and fall off. Let's see. Let's come back here and I'll show you what I mean. See, it's starting to take shape now. And see how, let me get a better angle. See how you can see that there's wood there, but it's dark? So it kind of makes your eye focus on the green in front of it. Well, what's cool is when I add the second color, the oak leaves, those leaves are going to get pushed to the background. And then the final touch, I'm going to put these vines on top. So we're going to have layer upon layer upon layer of different texture, shapes, and direction, and color. And when you do that all together, it gives a lot for your eyes to look at in a very small space. And I think it's going to look really nice. So I'm gonna go back off camera one more time, and I'm gonna see if I can get all these leaves organized and the vines the way I want them to, because that's gonna be boring for y'all to watch. But right now, while I'm still on camera, I'm gonna do this. I thought, you know what? Underneath the tree is usually like, the sun can't get down here, or maybe, I don't know, leaves get, whoop. Yeah, that's what happens when you get the super shovel. What am I trying to say? Grass won't grow here because leaves pile up and, just stuff like that. So I figured I would make it look a little bit worn. Grass won't grow in that spot. Plus weeping willows, their roots are very shallow. They kind of spidery little roots. So they mess with the dirt and the grass, and they don't let grass grow as easily sometimes. So what would also be awesome to put down there is some podzol, because podzol, it looks like dirt that's mixed with decaying leaves. So that would be cool. And I think I did find a super Taiga. I don't know how in the world to say it. I know all of y'all watching right now that know how to say it, you're just yelling at the screen, Piggy, you say it like... But since I don't know how to say it, I can't fill in that spot. So y'all fill in that spot for me. Taiga. Tiger? I don't know. But if you can find a super biome where the giant redwoods grow, they have podzol, and if you have a silk touch tool, you can collect the podzol. So I'll probably go collect some of that and bring that over here. That'll add a nice touch to it. So I'm going to go off camera one more time, and I'm going to see if I can get this tree finished so y'all can see it and we can have something built in this episode. All right? So I'll be right back. And there we go. There's my weeping willow. Now, I put some vines all over the tree, and they're going to keep growing. When they hit the water, they stop. So as they keep growing, eventually it's gonna have more vines dropping down. But see that cool effect, how it does that? It looks like it's drooping down, and then it tapers into something thinner. Kind of like this idea where we have a tapering of shapes. So your eye kind of sees all the green together as one piece, instead of vines and leaf blocks as something separate. And I ended up using birch leaves because for some reason in this biome right here, birch leaves was the only leaves that was going to give me a lighter color. I didn't try jungle because jungle gets these little things in them that look like fruits. And weeping willows don't have any fruit in them, so I didn't want that look. But I don't know if you can tell. Okay, see like right there the two difference between the spruce and the birch. So it's a very subtle difference. You don't really notice it, but your brain does. And so it forces you to see shadows. Like if we come inside here, it just seems a little bit darker, a little more secluded than it would if it was all bright colors. I went ahead and added a little more dirt because once the tree was done, this island looked really small. And I bone mealed some of this so that we've got, some grass and stuff that did try to grow where the leaves didn't kill it off. But I'm going to get some podzol and swap some of this out and just, kind of a little more variation, a little more for your eye to look at. And I'm not quite sure where I would put a spot to fish. I also haven't quite figured out how I want to light this because I promise you, this is going to be a spot that all the zombies in the area are going to want to come hang out. It's cool, it's sad looking, and zombies love sad stuff. So, I'll have to make that safe and work it out. But we'll do that in another episode. So, I think I'm going to call it quits for today. We've gotten quite a bit done. We got us a wither caught. Still got to figure out how to catch a blaze. We got us a cool looking weeping willow going that I love that tree. That looks so pretty. And it fits right in this area really well. I think eventually I'm going to want to put a lot of custom trees in here just to make this spot look special. But I want you to try and build your own tree. I've never built a tree before. This is the first one I did. And at first I had to go in creative, mess around a bit, and just, get a feel for it. But once I did, it wasn't that hard. So I want y'all to try. Try and build your own tree. Pick your favorite tree, because if it's your favorite, you'll be more motivated to build it. You'll love to see it in Minecraft. So build your favorite tree, take pictures of it, send it to me on Twitter. I love getting pictures on Twitter, and I will tweet them out so everyone else can see too. All right, so I think I am just going to have a little sit down here underneath my favorite tree, and I will catch y'all in the next episode. Hey everybody, I'm the Pigglesworth. Welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. I figured I'd start out at this spot right here. I think this is my new favorite spot. I'm serious, I'm not kidding. I just love weeping willows so much. They're seriously my most favorite tree in the whole world. And we're just going to climb up here and look about. So, in today's episode, Got a few ideas of what I want to accomplish. One is I'm thinking about starting to work over in that area again, over where the gear house and the sawmill is, because I have a tree farm idea that I want to do right over at that spot. But what I don't want to have happen, I don't want to build the little tree farm and keep looking at that eyesore. So I think I'm going to spend an episode or two. We're going to start really terraforming and getting the land over there to look good and just, work through it. Get the area ready for the tree farm. But what I'm thinking about doing right now at the beginning of the episode is Mr. Withers. Mr. Withers has got to be put in his place. We cannot have a wither skeleton just running about, thinking he owns the place, thinking he can do whatever he wants. I wonder if I can see him from here. Oh, do I see movement? Or is that... I don't know. Let's go see. So, you know what I did? I got so concerned about a wither skeleton, I forgot to do something else. I have been starting to run out of food, believe it or not. I know I'm a pig, I eat too much. And I figured, you know what, I have never actually shown y'all me using this part of my cooker before. So, we're going to go ahead and set this up. Let's go back in here into the employees only section. And let's see, we're going to go ahead and load this up. So I'm going to put 3 buckets of lava in there. That's going to let me cook 300 items. And what I've done is I've gone through and I've added up how much potatoes I have, some raw meat laying around, and then I made up the difference with the iron ore. And we're going to put into this top chest all of our items. And they're just going to start feeding through. See? And it's cooking. There we go. And as that cooks, whoop, it gets pulled down to right there. Isn't that cool? And that's just going to sit there, and it's going to keep feeding all these different random items through the system. Now, I'm not going to collect XP on this because it's cooking, and it's getting pulled out. But what's going to happen is, wow, look at those potatoes fill up. They're just going to, it's going to let me cook a bunch of mixed up random items. They're not going to get stuck and back up the system and waste 100 items per lava bucket. So, you know what? Also need to do this. If we're going to go mess with a wither, we have got to be protected. So, I'm going to let that stuff cook while we're down here working on this and face the elevator for the win. Haha. I think I've almost got that in my brain so that I won't forget. But I'm going to run over here. First thing we need to do, I put a name tag on Mr. Withers, but I need to make sure that he's still down there. So let's just dig down and see. Oh, look at him. There he is, trapped, and not a care in the world, just looking about. He really thinks he's in the Nether, but we tricked him. Whoop! You stay away, mister. You don't know what's good for you. So we're just going to pop back up here if we can quit getting out. Whoa! Well, hello. How are you? Oh, where'd the dirt go? There we go. Okay. So, at first I thought, you know what? I'll get him to chase me up here, and then chase me up here, and then I thought, you know what would happen? You know what would be my luck? He would I think he did just show up there. I think I see movement. Oh, anyway. See the little purple right there? See that nether portal? I have a sneaking suspicion he would jump up the blocks and get sucked into the nether. That's my luck. So what we're going to do is we're going to just kind of block this off because we do not need our name tag and our captured wither skeleton to end up down in lava. That would also be my luck. So we're just going to build like a little barrier here just so he can't jump out. Yeah, it's kind of pointless, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. There we go. Okay. So now this area is safe. And I'm going to go ahead and dump all my important stuff here because I don't need to accidentally kill him. And I don't need to lose my stuff in the lava. You know, knowing me, something is going to go wrong here. So, and he's down there, so let's go ahead and block this off. Kind of make a little safe zone here. just like that. There we go. So now, this area is the only area he can go. I'm going to try and get him to chase me up in here. Now, this is where I'm kind of stuck. I'm not quite sure how I should... Let's see. Let's just try something here. Kind of block this off. So he'll chase me up in here. And when I see him coming... there we go. Yeah, this is me trying to figure stuff out on camera. Not as interesting as it could be. This is why I try to do a lot of stuff off camera, trying to figure things out. Just because of this. Kind of a slow episode. But so, yep, I left my shovel behind. So I think this might work. If I can get him to chase me here, I could jump up here, block up like that, and he'll be stuck in there. And then maybe I can do like that, and that'll work. That will trap him in there and give me a chance to fix this floor and get rid of these extra blocks. So, I don't have any food with me. I'm already going to start starving. So let's run back down here, and I'm going to get some food. Tell you what, I'm going to fix my food situation, and I'm going to get ready to start having him chase me. I'll be right back. Okay, we got the food situation under control. I went ahead and grabbed me some tools because I realized that I needed to break this open. And I've started a little bit of a staircase going here. Now, I just remembered, this guy is a marathon runner. I mean, he is fast. So, we're going to have to try and figure out how to do this without him running down and killing us, because this guy is quick. Ooh, Mr. Tricky. And every time I do this, he keeps following me. I wish that I could get it where he couldn't see me. He couldn't pathfind to me so that I could... There we go. Maybe we can do that. So can you get up there? Oh, he's trying. Look at him. He needs one more step. Okay. Here is the part where Piggy's going to either fail miserably. Oh, gosh. Okay, what I got to do is I got to jump down and place a half slab right there. That's going to let me use this like a staircase. And I've got to do this. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. He keeps looking at me through the floor. So maybe I can do this. Come over here, sir. Come look at me. This is going to be such an epic fail. Okay, come. Come this way. There you go. There you go. Okay, we ready? Go, run for it. Run. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I got all scared for nothing. Okay, here we go. Okay, run. No. Why you do that? Oh. And now he's just gonna stand there like he doesn't know who I am. There you go. Here we go. No. Oh my gosh, really? Maybe if I let him wither me. Oh, you have got to stop this. There we go, we'll block him off. And, oh gosh, no, here he comes. Don't get withered. Wow. How? This is like, no! This is like the biggest epic fail ever. Oh, he can't fit in there. Oh, okay. So we're going to have to break a block and run, Forrest, run. Okay. Come on. There you go. Just wither me. You know you want to. Let me jump. There we go. We'll get a block going there. Oh, Piggy's probably going to die doing this. No! Gosh! Oh! Come on! This is the biggest fail on camera ever. Oh. Okay. Oh my gosh. This is going to be the whole episode. I can feel it. Okay. I wonder if I could get him to run in here and I could turn around and just block him off real quick. Let's try that. Okay, come on, sir. This way, that way. No, over here. Come on, you love bacon. Eat bacon. Oh. Okay. Okay. In there. Okay, there we go. We trapped a wither. Gosh. Okay, so I'm going to run back up there, and I'm going to collect the loot that I dropped, and then I'm going to clean up that mess. Then I'll come back, and we'll start getting work on the actual build, okay? So I'll be back in just a minute. And there we go. Mr. Withers is trapped. And let's see. Okay. Do not need to fall while I'm trying to show you this. So I got the floor all sealed up. So he's in there real good and tight now. He's not going anywhere. But I think a good idea has failed. Let's see here. See, from here, you really can't see him. Now, notice when I run around in here. Hear that? So you can hear that he's up there, but you really can't see it. We'll run down here and take a look. I don't know about this. I may have to figure out something. I don't know. I don't see any movement, but I don't know if he moved away from the wall or not. Oh, there we go. So you definitely know there's somebody up there, but it's just not giving me the effect I was hoping for. So, like I was saying, I may have to do something where, like, maybe up in there is a potion area, and then you can go up, and up in there is like a little window, and you can look and you can see that there's somebody up there. So, it's not giving quite the effect I wanted, but, it was good fun. So, let's go ahead and... Oh, I hear slime, and I'm running short on time this episode. Oh, Mr. Slime, you're lucky. You're going to get to live, because I ain't got time for you. We ain't got time for that. So, let's go on up here. And I need to collect some stuff. Let's see. We're going to get... That'll work. We've already got some of that built, so I'm going to grab some of that. I'm going to come over here to my smelter, and good, we got daytime. So, see how all that stuff just came through? Cooking away. That one's empty. It's now onto the iron, so that is awesome. And I got enough food for now, so we'll leave it. Auto gate, thank you very much. And we're just going to head over, let's see. It's like I'm trying to remember all the stuff I need to get. I'm going to get some spruce wood, we're going to get some vines, and we're going to get some of the, that stone. Where did I put it? Oh, gosh. You guys, you've been down there for so long. I got to figure out what to do with you. So, we're going to head over here. Going to grab us some vines. There we go. And we're going to get started on a retaining wall. And we're going to try and see if we can finish the underside of this water thing. Because right now, see how this looks? It's like very open and flat and just, ugh. You definitely know it's not finished. But here's my idea. I'm going to extend these legs down. And I'm going to make it look like that this thing was built on top of a slope. Maybe it kind of drops down. And we're going to build a retaining wall. Now, what a retaining wall is, it's something man-made. It's out of wood or stone or whatever. But you build it so that it will hold back the dirt. Because I don't know if any of you have ever tried. If you ever go to the beach and like you pile up a bunch of sand and then the water crashes and hits it or whatever, whoosh, the dirt just washes away. And that's the nature of dirt. It does not like to stay still. Like this in nature would probably never happen once it rained. Like if it was dry or it was clay, it might stay for a while. But eventually it's going to get washed out. So what I need to do is I need to build a structure that's going to make sense of how that much weight could be held up in the air and how that much dirt could keep from washing down and messing all this up. So, let's see. Let's switch over to here. I don't know if I can reach that from here. Definitely not from there. So, there we go. So, I'm going to kind of show you what my idea is. I'll finish the rest of this off camera, but Oh, and the sun's going down, so once again, fighting the sun. But anyway, so I'm gonna bring these legs down, and I want to put some dirt like this. We'll fix that in a second. But let's see if you can see it from over here. Not too much. But see how it looks like the legs are holding back the dirt? I want to do something like that, and then maybe put cobble and some andesite, raw andesite along this edge, so that it looks like, you know, foundation was extended, this foundation. The stone was extended to help hold back the dirt so that the water could be here. And then we're going to try and put maybe like an arch or something like that for a tunnel so that we can come through here and pop out the tunnel on the other side. Now from that point, I'm probably going to have to dig back some of this dirt because I would really like to be able to see the side of this building. I don't like how claustrophobic this feels. But it might also be interesting to kind of dig it back just a little and keep going with this retaining wall design right in here. So that sun's going down, which means I'm about to get creeped and blown up. So I'm going to pop over here to this bed. And uh-oh, I think I see a spider already. Nope. Okay, we're going to run because I do not need to get mob spawn, and that's just going to give me more headache. There we go. So I'm going to make it daytime so I don't have to fight the bad guys. I'm going to go over here. Whoop, that was weird. I'm going to go over here and work a little bit on this this retaining wall idea, and then I'm going to bring you back and show you what I've got. And there we go. That, I think, is going to do... Oh, Mr. Sneaky Sneaky. You stay over there. I don't need you blowing up. I think this is going to work. And this took a little bit of finagling to get this land to look natural, like it was sloping. And I'm not 100%, but I want to say I've seen Exumavoid do something like this in Hermitcraft. And as I started to build it, I don't want to be copying him, but I really like the way this looks. So I'm just going to go with it. Zuma, if you're watching, not ripping you off, buddy. Try not to anyway, maybe subconsciously. But now I haven't built a path through here yet because I'm not quite sure what kind of road design I'm going to use. So I left that alone. But I started to build up the dirt around here because this ground, it was just so flat. And I think right in here, kind of like the edge of the water, I'm going to let the ground be at this level. And I'm going to build it up some. And, you know, maybe a gentle slope going up that way. Just, you know, I don't like it so flat right in here. Maybe a gentle slope, just so it matches this hill a little better. It's a smoother angle. But as I got to building, some of the green in the grass really helped. I was like, this is an awful lot of brown and gray. And then I got the idea, let's make some mossy stone and some vines, and we'll stick them in here. And when I did that, it really changed the way things looked. Gave it a little bit more depth than what it had before. So I think I'm going to leave that. I like the way that looks. And right now, this probably doesn't look like a whole lot because it's a very repetitive design. It's very big. But the thing is, once I add the road, maybe we get some shrubs and things going in here, the monotony or the repetitious design that this is, it'll start to kind of get pushed into the background. It'll just become a part of this area instead of seeming like it's maybe so overwhelming to the eye right now. I'm going to kind of show you what I mean, because as I was looking at this area from back here, I'm like, okay, that looks better. That looks more natural. That kind of fits this area a little bit. It's a little straight, which I think is one problem. Kind of makes it, you know, not seem as interesting as it could. But I'm like, there needs to be something else here. And then I thought about it. I'm like, there needs to be some trees over here. There are no trees whatsoever. So I thought maybe we could just pop a few birch down, if I can get them to grow. There we go. And maybe the different color of the birch leaf and what do you call it? The trunk, how it's kind of like a black and white color. I thought maybe they'll add just a little bit. Oh, that's probably too close to that structure. I really want one more tree. Wow, that one grew up nice and tall, didn't it? Maybe we can get one to grow over here. Just, for a little split level effect. Oh, and I'm out of bone meal, aren't I? Oh, I knew that was going to happen. Well, let's step back here and see. Yes, that looks great. I love that. See how the trees with the brighter color, it all of a sudden your eye sees depth. It doesn't all seem so flat with the green and the white. And now, see how that monotonous design that was the water chute or the little channel, see how it kind of gets pushed back behind the trees? And now all of a sudden, everything looks better. It doesn't look so plain. Kind of like how that area looks up there with the weeping willow and the vines, all that stuff. I don't know what it is, but if you take a boring looking area, kind of like right in here, and you start adding plants to it, it is absolutely amazing the amount of detail and depth that your eyes are tricked into seeing. So maybe to balance this out, I should put another tree right here or something. I don't know. I'll have to fool with that. But I think that's going to be about it for this episode. We kind of went a little long fooling around with Mr. Withers trying to get him trapped. And I didn't have as much time left to get what I wanted accomplished. Oh, that's going to be funny. Every time I run through here, if I bump into the vines, they're going to slow me down. Maybe that'll come in handy if I'm getting chased by a mob or something. But anyway, I think we're going to call it quits for this. And what I want y'all to do for this episode is I want you to build the rest of this area right here. I want you to come up with a retaining wall design and just kind of chisel this way out and get yourself a path going. And then I want you to fool around with some plants. I want you to try different things. Maybe try a different tree or maybe some flowers and bushes. But I want you to experiment with taking a semi-boring looking area like this and make it look better with plants. Take pictures of it, send it to me on Twitter, and I will tweet out as many of those pictures as I can so we can all take a look at them and share. That's the really cool thing, is sharing all of our ideas, because it helps each of us grow and it helps each of us to express the uniqueness that we are in our creativity. So, enough talking. I think I'm going to go for a swim. Oh, the crazy random things that I do. I'm just going to go swim over here with the squids. And I will catch you on the next episode. Hey everybody, I'm the Pigglesworth, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Alright, now, this is a major eyesore. I am serious. I mean, okay, so it's cool we can see the gears, and we can see all the little inner workings, but really, seriously, how has that roof stayed up this whole time? I guess we haven't had any high winds or anything, because one good thunderstorm and all that would come crashing down. Now, I have got some ideas for a path. I'm here. Let me show you what I'm thinking about, okay? I'm thinking about making this like a utility access, almost like a little road that you would go down if you were trying to get, maybe you needed to work on the water wheel right here, the gear. Not the gear, but like the axle that it rides on. Or maybe you needed to come over here and you needed to work on the chain. And I'm gonna do like a stair down and a stair up so that you could get inside and you could work on the gear house itself. But there is another path that I'm thinking about doing. Let's see if I can get here. Yes, without touching vines. Because all you guys would do is slow me down. I don't need to get slow. So, yep, I went ahead and planted 2 more birch trees right there. I think that that's going to add just a little bit more of that depth and that idea. It's going to let the stone right there of the mountain kind of hide in the background like this and give a really nice look of depth. Between those trees, when they grow, we'll be able to see the stuff up there, but not too much. So it's layer upon layer upon layer, and every layer that you can add, it just adds that much more interesting stuff to look at. I'm not really sure what I want to do with this yet. I haven't gotten rid of it because my first instinct was just cover it up, make the hill look like it was supposed to be, not this little weird glitchy thing that the map generation did. But every time I stop and look at it, something inside me says, no, save it. There might be a cool idea you come up with. You can use this. And I'll be honest with you, half of the stuff that I get inspiration for building, it's all based off of the landscape. I let the landscape kind of inspire me of what to do, shapes and placement of buildings and just different stuff like that. But anyway, the idea is that I'm going to have a road come from over there, kind of wind through here and go there. And I had said I was going to fill all this in with dirt. I haven't done that yet, but I'm going to do that. But I'm thinking have the road kind of come through here, and we can put like a miniature bridge right here. So you can actually get to both sides of the building, just depending on which way you're trying to go. And eventually, we're going to have our tree farm. Yep, you can see, some of y'all probably have noticed this. That is a stone pillar that I set up. Gosh, I can't remember. Maybe like episode 3 or 4. I was just kind of scoping out the area, and I've always ignored that it's there. I've never bothered to tear it down. So we'll leave it there for now. But somewhere over in here, I'm going to build my Piggy's simple tree farm. Oh, son, why you do this? So, but here, I'll sleep in a second. I'm going to go ahead and explain to you what I'm going to do. There's this thing. This is like, this is such a mess. And I'll be honest with you, I don't want to do this. I want to work on some other stuff. But this has just got to get fixed. This is ridiculous. I've let this go for far too long. So I think I'm going to spend a good chunk of this episode seeing if we can at least fix the roof and get that stairway going. And maybe I can get some inspiration on how to finish the wall. And we can finally call this... Oh, no, you bad... Watch this. See my spider fire? Watch this. Love it. One hit and they're gone. I really hate Bane of Arthropods as a enchantment. But I'll be honest with you. When I do get a spider coming at me, it is so much fun to just one-hit kill. I love it. So I'm going to go ahead and jump in this bed and make it daytime, and I'm going to gather up some supplies, and I'm going to bring you back and kind of show you, the other side of this roof finished, and maybe we can figure out something to do with this wall. So I'm going to get this spider. I cannot let him go. I'm going to get this spider, and I'll be right back. Love it. Oh, you want some too, mister? Come here. All right, everybody. Something amazing has happened. Now, I'm keeping the building behind me because I don't want you to see it yet. Now, I'm going to talk for a few minutes here. It's going to seem like I'm rambling, but trust me, if you'll listen to what I say, you're going to hear something pretty cool. At least I hope it's cool. What is this? Oh, yeah, duh. Okay, it has been about 2 days since the last clip you saw. It's been 2 days since I filmed, okay? I know it seems like a second for you, but yes, a second for you, a couple of days for me. And this is a secret project. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I was actually having to lay out some dimensions over here. And I figured I would use, I think that's spruce. Let's see. Yeah, spruce wood. I'd set these up, as markers so I could see what was going on. But, okay, you ready? Watch. It's done. The building is done. Well, almost. I got a little bit more work to do to it. But look at that. We actually have a building. Okay, so here's the... Oh, yeah, I need to light that up. Bad guys are so going to spawn in there. It's not even funny. But, okay, so here's the amazing thing. This is what happened, all right? Oh, son, gosh, I really need to learn how to time you better. Let me see if I can say this. You know what? I'm just going to talk, and I'll jump in the bed if I have to. Oh, that was a weird lag spike. Okay, so anyway, so here's what happened. I was really struggling with what to do with this. So what I did was I loaded this map in a creative world just so that I could play around with some ideas. And I actually went through the whole process of building the roof and building the wall. And I mean, it was a mess. This wall kind of came diagonally out here because in my brain, I was thinking I have got to keep this area where those steps are at. And over here, it was getting to be a mess because I couldn't figure out how to make all this line up. And I got really, really discouraged because it was just terrible. It was a huge fail. I deleted all of it and just, I called it quits for the night. I couldn't take it. I was a little frustrated. But I came back on the next day. I had slept. My brain had kind of stepped away from the whole project. And I guess I'd let my subconscious work on it. But I thought about it. I'm doing this all wrong. The roof is pretty much established. To make it match the beams and the style, that's already there. I don't need to build that. I needed to focus on the wall. And so what I did was I just started building the wall as I normally would. And I did that on both sides. And then all of a sudden, it just kind of fell into place. It made sense. Why not bring the walls to a certain point? And you can't see it too well from here. I'll show you this real quick before the sun goes down. See how there's a beam right there? I'm like, Piggy, just make it where it's an opening in the side of the building. It'll make sense because the beams come over here and then they'll rest on top of that. And it was absolutely magical. It's like, okay, I'm the kind of person that when there's like deadlines breathing down my neck, when things are getting stressful, that is when I do my best work. If there's nothing pushing me, if there's nothing demanding me, I get very lazy and I get very lax about it. So, for any of y'all that have been watching all the episodes for this series, you'll know I built this a while ago. And I've just been avoiding this area like the plague because I did not want to deal with this roof. And when I started filming this episode, I, for some reason, just decided, you know what? This is getting fixed. I am going to stake the schedule of this episode on the fact that this will get fixed. And that pressure, it actually forced me to face what I didn't want to and to find a solution. And so sometimes you're going to find in life that there are things that you know you need to deal with, but you keep running from them, or you keep kind of, I'll put it to the back of me. I'm not going to look at it. But you're going to find in life that if you will turn and face your problems and be brave about it and not give up, that the solution might actually present itself. Oh, you sneaky, you stay down there. So, kind of a life lesson in this building, believe it or not. In silly Minecraft, you have just learned a life lesson, like a mini Piggy epiphany tucked into this episode. So, this building, let me see. I am like so rambling and just running around. You're probably getting blah from watching the screen shift around so much. But I need to get rid of this scaffolding. I need to finish off the roof line. But I didn't do that. I was so excited that actually worked out. But I have rambled on for half an episode with this building. I need to get to the actual point of this episode. Let's see, my shovel. Okay, I got my shovel. Good. And I'm going to have to dump out some of this junk in my inventory. So here's what we're going to do in this episode. I'm going to explain it real quick. I'm going to do some of the dirt work, and then I'll bring you back and do some building. I'm going to extend this retaining wall over about here. Well, no, we'll probably have to come out further than that. I don't know. I have to work on it, but I'm going to bring out the retaining wall. I'm going to make it turn and come this way because this land is going to get built up, because these place markers that I set, that ground has got to be level. So I'm going to figure that out in a different episode, but the ground's going to be level there. This area is going to be kind of level with that, and then it's going to have a straight drop. And the drop is going to drop down to a ground level, probably level with what I'm standing on, because here's what I want to do. I want to build a staging area for all the logs. The logs are going to get delivered here. We're going to have like a crane that's going to make piles of logs, and I'm going to have a forklift. It's going to pick up the logs, it's going to bring it over here and set it down for the sawmill to chop it up. And yes, it's all pretend. None of it's actually going to work. It's all just decorative. But this is the Piggy imagination at work, and we're going to put Piggy's imagination to work. So, whoops, well, that's okay. It'll be gone anyway, because I've got this really awesome shovel. I love this thing. Look at this. It just plow through here like crazy. So I'm going to fill up my inventory and every local chest in the area with dirt. And then I'll bring you back and start showing you what I'm going to do with the ground. All right, everybody. So I have managed to plow my way through this area, and I went ahead and extended the retaining wall to about right here. And I thought it would be cool, like if you're coming down this walkway, you're looking straight down here. So I figured, you know what, let's make this bump out one block, just so it kind of breaks it up. It doesn't look like a big straight line. It looks like, you know, the landscape was part of the consideration when all this stuff was built. So what I've done is I have gotten a bunch of cobble that I cooked. I was going to use it to make these stones, and I just figured, you know what, I'm going to lay down smooth stone. Now, in a minute, it'll make more sense why smooth stone, because I actually need this pattern to match another block I'm going to use to do a special effect I want. But I went ahead and tried outlining the sawmill with just stone blocks. I think it works. I think it works really well. Now, I haven't finished over here. I just, you know, I used what I had in my inventory just to try it out. And I think I'm going to do the same thing that I did on the retaining walls. I'm going to mix and match some of the mossy stone. And check this out. If you cook stone, you get cracked brick. So I'm going to go ahead and switch to a couple of these to make it look like it's cracked. You know, it's been here a little while. It's not. And right in here, we're going to need it to look a little cracked too. And I'm going to tell you why. Because we are going to build a forklift. That's right. I thought, you know what? I got to come up with a logical way to move wood, and a forklift would be a great idea. It can drive around and go all over the place and, you know, take stuff from a pile over there, stick it in the machine over here. And I've never made a forklift, so I thought that would be pretty fun. So I'm going to get this junk out of my inventory, and I'm going to precursor this. I got inspiration for this from a YouTuber named False Symmetry. She's on Hermitcraft. She actually did a tutorial where she showed how to make some different machines, like a forklift. I think she did a bulldozer and something else. And so what I did was I watched her video. I figured out how she made a forklift, and then I borrowed some techniques she did, and I came up with my own design. So here's all the stuff we're going to need to make the forklift anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this stuff over into my inventory. Might want to grab a few birch logs too. And I'm thinking what I want to do is I want to have the forklift facing this way, like it's getting ready to load another log. So we're going to put a block here and there, and that's going to be our front wheels. And I've seen a lot of people do this. If you put buttons on the wheels like that, or the blocks, your eye kind of, you know, goes ahead and accepts, maybe that's supposed to be a wheel. So we'll just put some upside down stairs here like this, and we'll do like that. I'm trying to remember if I had 3 there or not. We'll just go with 3. 3 will work. So I'm going to do that and place these 2 blocks like this with the little buttons right there. And that is going to be the underside. Okay. So now from here, let's see. make sure I gave myself enough room. Yep. Okay. Just making sure I didn't mess it up here. So now we're going to put this part on. And this part is called the boom or the mast. Good. I have dirt. Oh, man. I was hoping I would not forget to get me some dirt. So what I got to remember is how high I wanted this to be. So I think it was 3 high on each side. And, oh, I took way too many. Did I need 10? Let's see. I'm looking at a picture. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 high. So we got 1, 2, 3, and we'll do 4 right here. So the mast is the front. That is the part that tilts back and forth and holds the forks in the front. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to make this forklift orange. Okay, and the reason why orange is because I figured out. I've always wanted to figure out how I could build something with acacia wood. And I finally figured it out. I can match acacia wood with orange and it'll work. So we're going to put that there and there and there like that. We'll switch back over here to smooth redstone. And this, some of y'all may not know what this is for, but when you drive a forklift, the stuff sticking out the front's heavy, so you actually have something on the back that's real heavy. It's called a counterbalance, and that helps you be able to hold stuff on the front. So I gave a little bit of a different design and texture here using these blocks and thought that would look cool as a counterbalance. Same color, but just a little bit different texture. So now I'm going to switch to my acacia. I'm going to put some right here. And at first I was going to use the cobble fence, but the problem is they want to connect, and I didn't want them to connect, so I decided I'll use fence posts here. That'll work. So now let's see. I've got a lever. We'll put a lever right there, and we're going to put a little seat right here. Yeah, I got to fill in that spot. It'll bug me if I know it's hollow. So we got that, and it's getting dark, you bad dark. Oh, one of these days I'm going to get that right. Let's see if I can hurry up and do this. So we're going to place carpet here like that, but I want the whole roof to be carpet. So here's a cool trick that I learned from false symmetry. You can use string, and y'all may not be able to see it, so you can see the hitbox, okay? But I can place carpets on top of string. Isn't that cool? So check this out. Now you kind of see the hitbox a little bit when you stand here, but you can kind of sit in here and you got a roof over your head. So go ahead and finish this off on the back with a little bit of carpet, just so it looks like it's kind of painted striped a little bit. And if I'm not mistaken, how did I do? Oh, I got them backwards. I was going to put a black stripe down the middle and dark gray on the side. So we'll do dark gray like that. Some black right there and right there. And there we go. I am going to run and jump in this bed and do a quick cut. We'll come back and finish. All right, guys. I'm sorry about that. Like I said, one of these days I'm going to figure out how to time the sun to work with me. So, the last little bit I think that I need to do here is the forks on the front. And this is a really cool trick. This is the trick that I learned from false symmetry. It's kind of the same trick as the roof. So I'm setting up some wood right here. I think I want to extend it just a little bit, maybe like that, so that it's not going to bang right into that. And we'll extend it out right here. There we go. That doesn't look as big as I'd like it to. We'll do one more, just like that. Maybe we're a really good driver and we don't run into the pole. That would be great. Okay, so here's the really cool trick. You take string, you place it on the ground like that. Oh no, where's my other carpet at? Oh, Piggy, why did you do that? Let's see. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and change my design. There we go. Now I got some carpet. So, with the string right there, whoop, we're just going to place our carpet like that. And now if you look, let me pillar up. It'll be easier to see from this angle. Check that out. It looks like forks are holding up the wood, and it's going to get lifted and put on there. That is really cool. So, now we've got a forklift. We have something that's going to get our wood over here to the sawmill so that the gear house, connected to the water wheel, connected to the dam, that's connected to the pond, that's connected to the control house, it all rests on this forklift. It's finally given all this stuff a reason to be. But, yeah, we got more to build because we got to give the forklift a reason to be. And right here, real quick before I run out of time, because this episode is running a little late, I thought, you know what? Whenever you drive a forklift, it leaves marks all over the ground. That's the nature of a forklift. So, I looked at coal. See how it's got the same pattern? So I thought, hey, check it out. It kind of leaves a trail like where the forklift has been driving. So what I'm going to do is once I start getting my little staging area built over here where the logs and everything are going to go, I'm going to figure out, different little paths that the forklift would go on and kind of draw out. So see like this, and let's see. We'll do 1, 2. And this is kind of tricky. I have yet to master understanding how to figure out to make circles and corners in a square block environment. But we're just going to try it out on camera and see what happens. So see that? Let's see. We'll get up a little higher. See that? It almost looks... Ooh, that's a little ugly. I'll have to tweak that a little bit. But that's the general idea. It looks like the forklift backs up here, and then maybe I'll have some lines going that way, like it drives off that way. And we'll keep this a secret. I'm not going to tell you what it is. But I think that's going to be about it for today. We have set up the area that's going to be our staging area. We've got ourselves a forklift, so now we can get wood up into the sawmill. I think this place is really starting to come along. We can finally get some wood sold out of this place. So, you know what? I think I'm going to just drive around on my forklift, and I will catch you guys in the next episode. We're not going anywhere. Maybe it ain't got no gas. Ain't got no gas in it. Hey everybody, I'm the Pigglesworth, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Now it's been quite some time since we were over here in our little beginner's miner shack. Right there by the water well. Remember that? And over there is where the villagers are hiding. It's been a while since I started out in here. But I came over here for something important. Check these out. Remember these maps? This was quite a while ago. I had to make a venture south, down to that southwest part of the map, a mesa biome. I needed a bunch of clay because we were working on the little miners' barracks over there for the office. I needed all that different colored clays. Well, I'm going to need some more today for the build we're going to get working on, because we're going to work on that secret project that I laid out on the ground over by the sawmill. So, now the thing is, this map needs some uncovering over there. There could be something really cool over there. But I think for today I'm just going to travel south. I don't have a lot of time to explore this. So I'm going to take this map with me so that I can uncover some of that path as I go that way and come back. So we'll just drop this off in here. And if you notice, I've got me 2 boats. And you know what? Now that I think about it, that ominous sound right there, I think it has my attention. Boats are notorious for breaking, so I think we're going to take a crafting bench, a boat, an extra boat, and I could have sworn that I had an axe around here somewhere. I need to take an axe with me. Well, there's some Yeah, those are not going to be enough. I knew I gathered some more clay blocks, but that's not going to be enough. All right. I'm going to go get myself an axe. And let's see, where's the sun? You, why you? The only thing is I don't want to sleep in a bed on my way there and back because I don't want to set a spawn way out there and accidentally forget and die by accident and end up way out there. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to find myself an axe. I'm going to get this sun to go whoop back over there by sleeping in a bed when night comes. And then I'm going to meet you over there on the shoreline of this little area we're at so we can take a boat ride. Because last trip that I made, you close now. Last trip that I made over there to that mesa biome, I found something absolutely amazing, something I've never seen before, and I thought it would be cool to show you. So, but before I run off, I figured I'd show this real quick. The trees finally grew, and I just really like how that birch contrasts with all of that. That area is really turning out nice. And I know maybe some of y'all are, oh yeah, I got to fill this in with dirt too. But some of y'all are probably going, Piggy, you sure do pat yourself on the back an awful lot. And I just wanted to, clarify. That's not what I'm doing when I say, wow, something looks awesome. I'm truly, amazed. I'm truly inspired when I see stuff come together. Maybe I didn't see that image in my head, or I had an idea, but I wasn't sure how it was going to work. And so when I get to see it, I'm like, wow, I really like how that looks. Just like the same way if I looked at somebody else's build they made and it really inspired me, I would say, wow, I really like that. So, just to clarify, I didn't want anybody to think that I was, a little pig-headed. So, I'm going to find myself an axe, like I said. I'm going to go ahead and say all my bad jokes off camera and get them out of my system. And then I'll meet you over there by the shoreline. All right, everybody. The vast, giant ocean. Whoa, I never noticed that. There's like a hollow spot in there. Ooh, boy, I tell you what, that drives me crazy. Those little floaty blocks sitting up in the air. There's one there, and I know there's one somewhere on the other side of that hill. But I don't think I've ever actually showed this on camera before. Over that way is the town. That's the snowy mountain that we've got a river going over. And this is the way to the mesa biome. So, anybody that's ever actually loaded this seed and played, let's see. These are the coordinates, and it's south from the village. It's this way. So, I'm sure once y'all see what I'm going to show you, you're probably going to want to load this seed and check it out yourself, because this is really cool. Now, let's see. Navigating away from squids. I think that squids exist in the game for two reasons. So that you can get ink sacs, and so you can make more boats. Because, if boats never broke, the boat economy in Minecraft would absolutely collapse. So it's good that we have the squids around. It keeps the boat makers happy, and they can feed their families. Yes, I'm totally making that up. But, uh-oh. And here it goes. I'm not quite sure what the deal is about boats. Usually you notice it on servers a lot worse than single play. But it seems like the further away you get from where you first started using your boat, it's like the game can't keep up with the location that you're at. See, there it goes again. Oh, and there's the really cool thing. Wow, this is a lot closer than I thought it would be. Now, here's what it looked like when I first came upon this. I'm like, what is that? I never built anything down there. I haven't even been out here. What is that? And then it really got my curiosity because, I've heard of Herobrine, however you say it, Herobrine. Somebody named Brian? No. Of course, we all know Herobrine is a big, just a big troll. Doesn't actually exist. Although, there are actually people that still think that Herobrine exists. So, but that was like one of the first things that popped in my head. I'm like, seriously, that's a joke. So who built this thing? What is this? And then I jumped down here and realized something. Let me get my sword out because I'm definitely going to need it. Now, Let's see if we can see them. Nope, none up here. Okay, maybe they'll float to the surface in a minute. At first, when I came over here, I walked around for a few minutes, so I gave things time to spawn in this area, and I started noticing these little creatures swimming in the water and making an odd sound. And I knew that sound. It was the most annoying sound of all the mobs, apart from bats. Bats, of course, that's the most annoying. But the cool thing is that I've got, let me show you. Back up here. I do have, okay, good. I have my depth strider so I can move quicker, but check this out. I have the respiration, so we can breathe for a while, so I can get under here and look at this. So look at this. What do you think that is? Some of you might know. Some of you might still be going, check this out. It's a stronghold. Can you believe this? It is like, oh, I didn't bring any torches. Guys, please don't spawn. I don't need to fall in the lava and die. This has got to be like the world's smallest stronghold in any Minecraft game ever. Wow. Okay, I know that some viewer out there right now is Googling it, looking it up. Oh, you get out of here. And they're going to be like, Piggy, I'm going to prove you wrong. There's got to be one smaller. Well, it is possible, but I tell you what, this is the smallest one I've ever seen. Like literally, the portal room is the only thing the game generated. I came out here and swam around, and look, there are no other blocks to be found. I mean, this is it. So I thought that was crazy, and I thought y'all would like to see that. So I don't know if or when I'm going to try and go to the end. I actually have a plan for using the end and using this area. And the fact that this is kind of open and there's some water around is really going to help me. Now, it kind of frustrated me a little bit because the plan I have is not going to let me keep the, oh, I can't even think of what those little creatures' names are that make that racket. You know what I'm talking about, those little kind of deals. Here, we're going to go ahead and head south while I talk. I thought about making a farm, like an XP farm out of it, but I know that there's 2 more strongholds in this world. Oh yeah, check this out. Right over there. What does that look like? Yep, that's an ocean monument. So an ocean monument and an end portal are like really close together over here. So that was really cool find. I was kind of taken aback. But anyway, trying to make an XP farm out of those creatures right there would be awesome. But as far as I'm aware of, unless they've changed it, there's supposed to be 3 different strongholds that spawn in every world. And they're all within a certain radius of spawn chunks. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that stronghold that I found for my little project. And then I'll make a XP farm out of another one if I ever find it. So, and the sun's about to go down, but that's okay because we have a long journey in the water. So I think I'm going to be safe. So I'm going to go ahead and cut. If I find anything interesting over there in the mesa biome, we'll talk about it. Otherwise, I'm going to meet you back at the village. All right, everybody. You know what? I seriously forgot how long of a trek it is to get over here. I mean, look. I managed to get some more of the map opened up. That is I'm telling you what, that is like a crazy huge jungle that's over there. It is so annoying to get through. And, yep, y'all see it? See it out of the side of the corner of my eye? I think I have my render distance turned down too low last time I was here. I don't believe that I missed this. There's a village over here. Figured it'd be cool to run over here real quick and find out what was in the village. But I think what I'm going to need to do so that I can get to this area a lot easier is we're probably going to need to build some kind of a path through the Nether just to get over here quickly. For those of you that don't know, when you're in the Nether, like, see how I'm traveling a block here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I just moved 8 blocks, right? Well, in the Nether, if you move 1 block, you just moved 8 of those blocks. So traveling in the Nether is 8 times as fast as traveling here in the overworld. So that's why a lot of people will build nether, like little nether hubs and stuff like that. You make all your portals go into the nether, and then you just make paths in the nether, like tunnels and whatnot, to get to the different areas. Oh, what's over here? I've not been over here before. Big open fields and a nice desert, so if I ever need a bunch of glass, I know where to come. Hey, sir. How are you? You, sir, out? We have not seen a wild villager in, gosh, I don't know how many episodes. Oh, boy, it drives me nuts when the game generates a village like this. It's all screwy looking. Let's see. Nothing in here except me getting locked in. Yeah, and the villagers can't get in and out of that house, so if a zombie raid came, they wouldn't be able to. You know what? We're going to be generous. We're going to use some of our blocks so that we can get up in here. And gypped. Not one chest. Well, I don't know. I guess chests only generate in blacksmiths? I don't know. Oh, what is this? Oh, just a little backyard. Well, let's see what he'll trade. Hey, what do you trade? 12 leather for an emerald. Yeah. Well, alright. We've spent a lot of episode not building anything. And I've got stuff. But I gotta get back home so I can build this. And I just realized what I'm trying to build is pretty big. So I'm gonna need to hurry and rush back and meet y'all over there. Alright, everybody. I made it back safe and sound with not too much incident. And here's what I've got going on. Check that out. Yep, I went ahead and made the ground level for the area that I'd marked off. Now, I know right now it looks like, ooh, that doesn't match. It's a big old block of dirt. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig back some, and I'm going to make it look right. Don't worry. You got to trust Piggy. He knows what he's doing. But check this out. Can y'all tell what that's going to be? It looks like something familiar. I bet your brain's going, I know what that is, but I can't quite place it. So let's go over here and I'll show you. I went ahead and laid out a pattern. That way, I could do some building on camera. Because you know how Piggy is. Sometimes he just forgets. And you know what I forgot? Forgot to make a bunch of stairs. So y'all get to watch me make stairs. So anybody here who doesn't know how to make stairs, today's your day. Watch this. We're just going to... And I know I've seen some people draw it to the right, and I draw it to the left. And I'm not quite sure why that is. I can make up a reason. I am left-handed. And so maybe when I draw the stairs, I'm thinking left-handed, and right-handers are thinking right-handed. That sounds good. Who knows if it's true. But, so here we go. I'm going to take this and extend it out. 3 more like that. And then 1 right there. And then, let's see, copy that like that. Is that starting to make a shape you recognize? No, son! Why you do this? So, anyway, this is going to be, I'm just going to extend that out that way. And I'm going to, let's see here. So 1, 2, 3, like that. And so I'm going to skip 3, and just go like that. I bet some of y'all know what this is going to be now, because that looks like a very familiar shape. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fill in these spots with gravel, like how I have right here. And I'm going to go ahead finishing this pattern because it's the same pattern. So I'm going to sleep, finish that up, and bring you back and show you what in the world we're going to do with this. So I'll be right back. All right, everybody. Yep, I'm doing an awful lot of not looking at what you want me to look at today, aren't I? Well, how about this? Check that out. So for those of y'all that can figure out that that was a railroad track, check that out. We got a train. Now, I know some of y'all are like, Piggy, there you go again, building all this stuff off camera, and we can't watch you build it. What's the deal with that? Well, here's the deal with this. I'm going to step around. I'm going to show you this backside. It's like where the trailers are going to hitch up to it. Oh, watch this. Whoa, isn't that weird? Yeah, I went ahead and built just half of the train off camera. And, you know, so that way I can figure out what in the world I'm going to do. Y'all can watch me build it. So, let's see here. I'm going to put these here, and you can see where I put a bunch of dummy blocks in there. You're dummies. Just because, you know, this clay, man, this stuff is so hard to get, and all this dyes. You got to dye everything. And it's so much easier to put as many dummy blocks as you can in there. Oh, yep. Did I get... Oh, okay, good. Whew. It's like, wait a minute. Did I get this wrong? So, okay, now I got it wrong. This is why I do so much building off camera. Because this is usually what I'm doing off camera. I'm just like going back and forth, back and forth. See, look at that. Messed it up again. Okay, Piggy. Get it together. Everybody's watching. They want to know what you can do. Can you do with that? So, let's see. How did I have that? Okay. Got the slabs here. And some of y'all are probably like, why didn't you put dummy blocks there? Well, because, like, watch. If you're ever to come up to this from underneath, you would actually be able to see under there. And so I'm just trying to, you know, make it where it looks good from all angles, all the different angles you can see. Oh, I forgot something. Let's see, what did I forget? That. And I think that's good. Okay, so we'll come back over here and put that like that. Oh no, I don't have stairs either. I'm just going to start grabbing a bunch of this junk. How about that? And I'm glad I came over here because I really do need to make some more stairs. So, and there I go again, doing the little left-hand trick. Like I said, it sounds good. We'll go with it. So, now I know some of y'all are probably wishing that I would do more of this on camera because you want to actually build it yourself. And what I'm thinking about doing is I'm probably going to do a tutorial that's just going to show you, like from start to finish, how to make this train. But just remember, whatever y'all see me build, I want y'all to do your version of it. See, where are those? Okay. I'm going to want you to do your version of it and send me pictures on Twitter. So, I mean, if you want to copy this design, there's nothing wrong with that. But what I really want to challenge you guys to do is to see if you can come up with your own design. And talking about own design, I think I'm getting lost already. Gosh, I need more steps. Okay, Piggy, you got to get this thing together, buddy. Okay. There we go. And yeah, I'm not really saying a whole lot. I'm making a bunch of nonsense right now because trying to remember how to do this and think of something interesting to say, that's very, very tricky. So, how about this? We're just going to put some stairs like that. I'm going to go into my tutorial voice. How about that? Do like that. And I got the button. So we're going to do like that. And what did I do on this side? Okay, so upside down stairs until we get to one past the wheel. And that's going to be a solid block. And we have a solid block. So one past the wheel is a solid block. And I think it was 2 like that. So we'll go right here and put a solid block. And then the rest of this is going to be all upside down stairs. Like that. And then I know the rest of this is upside down stairs down the length. Now, you may notice on the top of the train, first of all, the way I designed this was I tried to make it where all of the surfaces, except for that surface right there, I'm going to have to put a piece of carpet or something. I always try to make my builds creative friendly. Not creative friendly, survival friendly. There we go. And what that means is I try to make it where all the surfaces are not going to spawn bad guys. Okay, so it comes down 3 right there and 2 at the other end. So I like to use a lot of half slabs, a lot of pieces of carpet, things like that that look like they belong. There we go. Sometimes they even add color. Like, see, that adds color. And that right there, that is a daylight sensor. So I like to add things that look interesting, but at the same time, they're not going to let bad guys spawn and ruin everything. So that way y'all can build them if you're playing on a server or something like that, or you really like to play survival and you want to still have these kind of builds in your world. Well, you can follow along Piggy's little tricks. See, like right there, I got a jack-o'-lantern, which is a pumpkin. You set it on top of a torch, and it lights up. And then you can put carpet over it, and light will come through the carpet and light up this little room, so no bad guys will spawn in there. So, let's see. I think I'm supposed to fill all this in. And then, what was the pattern? Piggy can't remember. So we're going to get some yellow there. And a green goes up there. And then, okay, it makes like a T. That's what it was. I'm remembering. Piggy's remembering now. So, like I was saying, I try to make it where y'all can somewhat recreate these things in survival. Or at least, you know, you can learn a few techniques that's going to let you do things like this in survival. And if you choose not to do it in survival, you know, you just like to play in creative mode, or I know there's actually some people that will jump back and forth. They will try to play as much as they can in survival, and then they'll jump over to creative to get a few things if they can't find it. So, you know, and that's the cool thing about Minecraft. There's so many different ways to play the game, and there's really not a wrong way to play a game. There's just, you know, what ways do you find challenging, or what ways do maybe you find more relaxing? I know there's some people that all they like to do is play PvP, and that means player versus player. That's kind of like, you know, you can, you can make swords and armor, and you can go around fighting people. So there are actually people that play Minecraft that way as well. And I play like little mini games and stuff with friends. But for the most part, I'm not really into PvP that much. I like to play more just, you know, the creative stuff. So, let's see here. I think it was, oh son, we might actually make this without you interrupting. Okay, so yeah, so we'll start right here. And I'm just going to bring that all the way there to that point. And then we got the little part around here on the front, like that. I think that's it. I think I successfully built it on camera. Woohoo! Oh, man, and we'll go ahead and get rid of this. We don't need that dirt there. And this one as well. So there we go. That's going to be the big surprise. And I think in the next episode what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make the trailers, or the cars that hook up behind it, because what those cars are going to do is it's going to be, you know, the tree farm's going to be over here. So we're going to load logs on the cars, and the train is going to take them through a tunnel over to that side. Remember that side where we left on the boat to go that way? Well, I'm thinking about eventually building a harbor over there or something. So this train is going to deliver logs and boards that get cut up, and it's going to deliver it over there so it can get put on a boat and be delivered to other places. So, you know what? And I'm safe up here. Bad guys can't get me up here. Well, skeleton could probably shoot me, but well, I'm just going to stay here for now. So that is going to be my train, and I think that's going to be the episode. So y'all remember, you can build something like this. You can build this if you want. Make your own version of it. Take pictures of it. You can send it to me on Twitter, and I will tweet out as many of those pictures as I can, no matter if you think that, you know, you're beginner or expert. Do not worry. You trust the Piggy. Piggy will not make fun of you. Piggy will make sure other people don't make fun of you. Just show me your pictures. Show me your builds and your ideas, because that's what I want to see. I want to see us sharing each other's builds and encouraging each other to get better and better and better. So, hope y'all enjoyed this episode, and I will see you in the next one. everybody. I'm the Pigglesworth. And welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Now, in the last episode, we were over here by the sawmill getting the train ready to go. And yeah, I don't have a really good way to get up here yet, do I? Well, that's how it goes when you've got a whole area that you're working on and there's a big mess everywhere. Sometimes you just got to deal with all the little, I can't get anywhere. Whoa. Thought I saw an Enderman for a second. That was weird. But anyway, we got the train going. And good thing that it stopped here at the end of the track, because there is no more track to be had. We're eventually going to extend this track into the mountain. I'm going to make a cool looking tunnel, and it's going to go way over there to where the water is, so we can build a harbor town. And that way we can deliver the wood and anything else from this area over to the harbor to be shipped off and sold in some far distant country. But today, I thought maybe we would do something about this empty track. You see, a train is not all that great of a train if it doesn't have any trailers. So I figured, maybe we can make some cars that could carry the wood to the harbor town. Uh-oh. Looks like the grass hasn't spread over here. Oh, Mr. Zombie, what happened? I'll say, whoa. Oh, no, why did I eat that? Oh, no. I hit the wrong button. And I held it down. Oh, jeez. Okay, so what I'm thinking about doing is I don't know yet if I want to extend this dirt out to here. I know eventually at one point I'm going to need to make this big box of dirt look like it belongs in this area. But I do need to make a staging area for all the different kinds of wood. That way, the forklift can get the wood and pile it up in here to be ready to get sawed. I know I also want to have a crane that's going to be able to load logs onto the train to be shipped off. But I'm not quite sure where I want everything to go. And this sometimes happens. You have a really good idea, you have a really good plan, but you just can't quite see it in your head where you want it to go. So, the other idea I'm thinking about doing is, I don't know if it would fit here. That would probably be a good thing to find out. Would the tree farm fit in this spot? I almost think it would, but I'm also looking at, I don't want it to feel like that it's crowding this area. So a lot of planning needs to be involved in trying to get all that stuff to look good. So, but I'm not going to bore y'all with all that planning stuff because that gets boring. So today what I thought about doing is we're going to build some cars that'll hook up to our train that are going to have wood logs on them. So I've got some designs that I came up with. I'm going to go get me a few screenshots of those designs so I have something to reference. I'm going to go gather me some materials and figure out a way to get up here. And then we can get started building on the train cars. So I'll be right back. There we go. Well, I was over at the house gathering up some supplies. I figured I'd grab a stack of dirt and just, fill it in. Maybe every time I come by here, if I just stop for a minute and put a stack of dirt down, eventually I'll get this area filled in and it won't feel like such a big chore. But I went and looked at the design for the cars I'm going to use, and I realized I've got to have birch. Believe it or not, I'm actually going to build with birch. And I'm not going to use birch planks. We're going to use the logs because I need to make it look like it's got birch logs loaded on the trailers. But believe it or not, I don't really have that many birch logs. I think I used up most of the birch that I had collected on these gears and in this area right in here. And normally I don't build a lot with birch, so I think that kind of explains why I didn't have a lot laying around. Now I could chop these down right in here, but I'm not quite ready to clear this area because I'm still trying to figure out how I want to lay out everything. And I like how it naturally spawned. Sometimes if you chop everything down, if you try to go back and plant things and make it look natural, sometimes it can just, not come out the way you want. So I'm going to go ahead and use my little tree method here and just lay out. That'll work. We'll get 10 of those going. And if I need more, once we chop it down, we'll just take the saplings and get some more going. But before I get started making the cars, I know good old Piggy always says he's going to do something and then getting distracted. Well, I promise we're going to make some cars. But first, when I was looking at the designs, I realized that I had done something a little different than I did here. You see, when you lay tracks down, they usually have what's called ballast. It's like a mixture of rocks and gravel, and that gets laid down on the ground, and then the track gets laid on top of it. Well, when I built this, I mixed it up. Or actually, I didn't mix it up. I think that was the problem. I had used a whole bunch of gravel, and in my original design, I had it kind of mixed up a little. So I'll kind of show you what I mean. So we would have some cobble in there, and let me see if I can get back here just so you can see. We're gonna, now you know it's there, okay? So what I want you to do is I'm gonna look past it real quick, and I don't want you to focus on it. Maybe look up here or something like that, okay? So ready? Watch. We're just gonna pass by, and see that? You didn't really notice it was there, but something inside your brain in the background went, wait a minute, there's not a pattern. Something changed. And I think I want that feel to be all the way down the length of this. Now, I had also looked at how this hill was designed. The problem is, if this hill was like this and it rained, whoosh, it would all get washed down here. We'd have a big mess. The forklift would get stuck in the mud. All the production would get shut down, and the train might even topple over. So I had created kind of like a stair effect. I'll do it right here just to show you. It was kind of like that, and that's not a good angle. And I probably should have done more just to get a better. But see how that looks a little angled? And I'm going to have to go through and I'm going to have to change the dirt blocks that are underneath the railroad ties so that you don't see a bunch of dirt messing up the pattern. So I'm going to go off camera for a second. We're going to let these birch trees... Oh, good. One of them already grew. And sun, always fighting the sun. So I'm going to make it day. I'm going to go through and kind of change up this design a little bit. And then, once I get all that wood collected, we can get started on the trailers. And I think I liked how it worked last time, where I built half of the train, came back on and built the other. So probably what I'm going to do is something like that. I want 2 trailers. So I think I'm going to build 1 trailer and come back on camera and y'all can see what it looks like. And then you can watch me build the other one, and that way y'all will know how to build it too. That was weird. That little shadow was kind of catching my attention. Always distracted. There we go. That's looking a whole lot better. And I'll show you this. Unfortunately, we can only make cobble half slabs right now. We can't make gravel half slabs. And this is something I'm really hoping comes out in 1.9. New stairs and new half slabs. Even if it's the same blocks that we use, I would love to have the option to build with half slabs and stairs. I know in modded Minecraft there's slabcraft and staircraft, and most of the blocks in vanilla show up as half slabs and stairs. It's really cool. I know, and I won't look to the left long enough for you to get a good glimpse, will I? Well, okay, let's go ahead. Oop, that's not a good glimpse either. That's kind of a glimpse. Let's see. I'll jump over here. So, yep, and I went ahead and I started growing some of the birch over here because I don't know why, but the birch way over there, that was just a little too far. I don't know what I was thinking, but I think I've collected enough birch. So there we go. And yeah, from here, that underside kind of looks a little weird. But I have a feeling once I get the wall and all the other stuff in here, that plainness isn't going to be that big of a deal. And I'm still not really doing this thing justice. I tell you what, we'll get to work building the other one, and then at the end, I'll go stand up there again like I did when we finished the train, and we can get a really good look at it. So, and you can see where I kind of lowered the ground some. I've gotten rid of some of the trees because I have a feeling that this area is going to get built. Something's going to go here. I went ahead and moved the trees because they were getting in my way from adding all this dirt. So, let's see. The way we're going to do this is I'm going to have to... I'm going to have to get some dirt. We'll just grab this block here. We only need one. Oh yeah. This is a little tunnel spot that I made myself be safe at, and I went AFK because I was waiting on some more trees to grow, and I wanted some of the grass to start to spread. But, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to place 2 blocks like that as a placeholder because I want this piston to not do that. Boy, I tell you what, I don't know if y'all mess with pistons a lot, but they can be really frustrating when you're trying to get them to do what you want. So, we'll do like that. And now that looks like what's called a coupler. That's the part that holds the trailers together. So now I'm going to build this little part right here. We're going to come out, not like that, but like that. We're going to come out 3. And then let's see, 1, 2, 3. And then it's going to be 2 wide and 1 down. So I'm going to pop this right here like that. Oh. I keep clicking on the wrong thing. No, that'll actually work. That needs to be there. We'll switch over here to these coal blocks. Now, at first when I was designing this, I was like, I don't know if I want coal blocks to be the tires or the wheels on a train. Because the wheels on a train, they're not black. They're actually silver. But I couldn't really find a block that gave me the silver look that I wanted. Let's count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 3. So we'll do that at that same level. I couldn't find a silver solid block that was going to give me the look I wanted. And at the same time, see, am I supposed to be at that height? Yes. Okay. So I couldn't find a silver block that would give me the wheel look that I wanted. 2, 3, 4, 5. And that would still stand out. Because if you look, there is a lot of gray going on here. And for some reason, Mojang has decided that, like, gray is the theme of Minecraft. Or so it seems. I mean, don't quote me on this. I don't have the exact number, but I would almost bet money that if you took all the different colored blocks that exist in the game, gray would have the most blocks. Uh-oh, I'm going to need some more buttons. We'll just do that. Oh, there we go. So, 1, 2 like that. And then we're going to come out 3 more. Hope I have enough half slabs. So, 1, 2, 3. There we go. So it's good to have, grays with different shapes and textures on them so you can really come up with... Oh, you always messing with me. You and the sun. Y'all must be partners. There we go. I know, it's kind of looking a little wonky right now, but just trust me, this is going to work. So... it's great to work with the different grays, with the different textures. You can use it to add layers and different effects. But what ends up happening is, after a while, everything starts to look gray. So you have to mix in some items that have color just to break it up. So what I like to do is I usually like to use the gray blocks to give me a shape, a mass. Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and go to sleep. We don't need to get attacked by spiders and stuff. They really like to spawn in these dark spots. And I want to put light down there. But the problem is, I think it'll look silly with light glowing from underneath. So I've kind of skipped that. Oh, why you gotta do this to me? There we go. So you can kind of see right here. Let me pop back out. See how I used gray to make a shape and then color to kind of, make something interesting to look at. So let's pop back over here. We're going to do a bunch of these dark oak half slabs. Just like that. And let's see, extend that out. And I think I can just go ahead and pop myself up here with some dirt. There we go. So, by using the gray to give you the shape, you can use color to draw the eye at things. Make things look like it's got more detail than maybe it would normally. And that's a long way of saying that's why I used black for the wheels. Because if I used another color, it seemed like things were just kind of getting lost in the mix. Let's see, I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4 more buttons, I think. Oh! There we go. Just pop that right up there. And it was 1, 2, 3 spaces, and then 1, 1, 2, 3, and then 1. And then we'll come over here and put 2 more. And a button. And this is just like the train. It's a very symmetrical shape, which is a fancy way of saying it's like a mirror image. So if you can get half of it right and just copy that, you're going to get the other half right. Now, here's oh no. Oh no. We can't have that. I'm going to have to show y'all, and then I'm going to have to fix this later because I'm not going to be able to deal with that. I've got to know. I've got to know there's something inside. Mainly because if I leave one hollow empty space in here, I have a feeling that baby zombies could spawn in there, and that would just be annoying. I don't want to hear that sound. So we're just going to do like this, and I'm going to do that. And all I'm doing is I'm giving myself a block to build up against. Well, I'll just do this. There we go. And, okay, good, I have an axe. You know what? Let's just go for it. We'll put cobble in here. No one will ever know. Except me and you. So don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody, hey, did you know Piggy put cobble in there? He says he's shipping logs, but I think he's got cobble hidden inside. That's like shady practices or something. So here we go. You work with me. There we go. We'll just extend this out like that and get stuck. And then bring that out like there. I bet I'm going to run into that dirt, aren't I? Yep. So we'll doop, 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 doop. There we go. And we need to fix that because that's going to look really weird from the outside. But we're almost there. I'm going to use these fences. And I wanted this to look like a design like you've got a structure holding the logs up. And I've seen cars before. When I was a kid, I used to live near some railroad tracks. And me and my brother, we used to watch the... There we go. We used to watch the cars go by. Sometimes they would have wood on them. Uh-oh. Oh, I messed that up. Come here. And they have it built in such a way, the cars, that the logs can be on there, but they won't come rolling off. And I'm kind of building it by memory, the design that I made. So I'm not 100% certain that this is going to be accurate to real life. But that's okay, it's Minecraft. We can be creative. And I've seen people do this before. This is not something I came up with. But I found that if you use the railroad tracks from afar, it almost makes it look like something's tying it down. And I think that's it. I think we just built ourselves 2 trailers. Look at that. Woohoo! So, I'm going to jump all over this train, leave my dirty little footprints everywhere. Let's go ahead and hop up here. We're going to hop up here so y'all can see what this looks like. Oh, I hope this is a good angle. Oh, that's not good at all. We'll just jump up here. Try like that. Oh, might be able to get it one more. Yes, Piggy does it. He scaled that mountain. So there we go. That is going to be our train with 2 trailers loaded with birch wood, just ready to go. So, what I want y'all to do is I want you to go ahead and add cars to your train as well. And remember, you can copy my design. You can come up with your own design. It doesn't matter. Remember, what I want you to do is express. Whoop. There we go. That looks better. Oh no, dirt. You're messing up the view. We'll have to fix you in a minute. But I want you guys to express how you build stuff in Minecraft. Then I want you to take pictures of it and send it to me on Twitter. Don't worry about if you think it's just real beginner or if it's super advanced. Don't judge yourself in that manner. Look at it and decide, did I give it my all? Did I come up with something that expresses who I am? Oh, you stone pillar, you're going to have to go too. But I think we're going to call it quits for today. I have got to get ready because we have got 2 more episodes and we're going to be at episode 20. So we got to hurry up and get something special going for episode 20. So I'm going to get back to work collecting some resources and trying to figure out what I want to do with this area and maybe figure out where in the world are we going to put this tree farm. So you guys send me pictures on Twitter. I'm going to get my resources and I will see you guys in the next episode. Hey everybody, I'm the Bigglesworth, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy! Oh, yep, we are inside the train. We are ready to go, but there's nowhere to go. That's weird. Look at that glass texture on the right. Oh, that's crazy. It looked like something was raining upwards for a second. So, yep, there's a little seat for the guy that gets bored while the conductor's up here driving, and you know what? I need to make myself a lever to go right here. How are we going to make this train go forward if there's not even a button? So I'm going to fix that real quick. We're going to get ourselves a button, and I'm going to try and explain what we're going to do in today's episode. I love this. You can sit here with just a little bit of cobble and a stick, and you can create something that's going to give off redstone. No redstone involved. So, we'll do that over here. So even though redstone is aplenty down under the ground, if you ever wanted to create something and you just don't want to go get redstone, make yourself a little switch. And it won't go. Probably because the carpet's there. I bet. Let's try. Yep, it's because of the carpet. Well, we want the carpet there. We don't want bad guys to show up. Plus, the floor looks kind of silly if it's not covered up. All right, Mr. Conductor, your lever is back there. There we go. So, in the last episode, we created these trailers. So now we have a bunch of logs that will eventually be able to go through a tunnel and get delivered to a harbor that will be built sometime in the unknown future. But for today, we need to get this area ready for the tree farm. And I've kind of worked out an idea of how I want to have a crane that's going to be able to take trees and load them onto the trailers, or how it will be able to stack logs so that the forklift can get them and move them about. Here's my plan. I'm going to jump down here. See this path right here where the tires would go? You can whoop back up right here and back up right here. Well, I'm going to build a tunnel right through here. And just hear me out. I know you're thinking, how does a tunnel fix your problems, Piggy? Well, watch this. Okay? The tunnel is going to come right through here, right under this, and pop out over here. And I'm going to build another box area, kind of using a retaining wall kind of idea, like that. It's going to be a stone wall that's supposed to hold the dirt back, and I'm going to have to level the dirt in here and kind of build it up. And right over in this spot, I think somewhere right in here maybe, we're going to build ourselves a giant crane. And so the idea is that the crane can reach far enough to put logs on the trailers, or it can lower the logs down into this hole where they get stacked up. And the forklift is just going to be able to drive through the tunnel and pick up logs and bring them over here. That's the plan anyway. But before I get all that mess done, because today's project is going to be the crane, we got to get a tunnel going. We need to go and extend this, well, I'm thinking about it. I may not do it. I don't know yet. This barrier needs to get extended. There's ground that needs to get leveled. Those trees back there need to get hacked down. And check this out. A couple episodes ago, I got inspiration, figured out a way to get this whole facade and this front right here finished, but I never did finish it. Okay? And then over here, that's still a mess. So there are all these little itty-bitty projects just floating around that need to get taken care of. And that's going to take up like so much of the episode. I thought that would be boring. But they still need to get fixed. And I'm a big fan of trying to make it where every single episode, if you watch it in order, you will get to see everything in this world getting built. No surprises. You won't watch an episode and all of a sudden I've logged in and I've finished a whole bunch of stuff and I'm like, oh, hey guys, between episodes I did this. I want it to be where every episode you see something happen. So I've thought of a silly little way that I'm going to be able to get a bunch of stuff done and y'all get to see it. I'm going to make a time lapse. I'm going to try and make it a little funny. I don't know if it's going to work. We're just going to go with it. And the sun, well, since it's a time lapse, the sun's not going to matter. Ha 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 ha. Teach you, buddy. So, without further ado, I'm going to get me some tools and get going on this time lapse. So, cue that great music. Yeah. All right, everybody. There we go. Got ourselves an area to work with. And here's what I'm looking at. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks wide. Okay? And see up there? See how that's 2 blocks wide? So that's an even number and an odd number. And what I'm wanting to do is make it kind of look like, it's centered on that point. But I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and have it just off center 1 block so that we can keep even with that. So I'm going to show you kind of what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to do a little bit off camera. But I'm going to do something like this. So it's got to be 3. Okay, there's my pick. 4 like that. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need to go at least that, and then I'm going to make one more for like a clearance, so we're not like just scraping the log up against the wall. Ooh, I guess that means I need to go one more because I also have to put like an edge to the wall, don't I? So I'm just going to do like this, and you know what? Now that I look at how big this is, I don't know about this. let me see here. I hope I counted right. I bet that's what it is. I bet I didn't count right. Because that looks way bigger than... Okay, so we said 7, and then we need a space on each side, so that's 9. And then a space for a wall, so that's 11. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Uh-oh, that is right. That's 11. Whew, that is a big opening. Let's see what that looks like from here. That might look okay. And you know what? Okay, so let's see how many blocks high we got to go. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the mast, 5. We want an empty spot above the mast, 6. And then the roof, so 7. So it needs to be 7 high. So let's check that. Uh-oh. I don't think that's going to be tall enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 would have the mast scraping, like right across the top. So you know what we might have to do? I might have to take that grass right there and replace that with like some half slabs or stone or something. I don't know. But what I don't want to try and do is try and figure out a way to make this drop down or slant, because you can't make half slabs out of stone and it stay looking like this. It'll look like those. Those over... Nope. Not like those. I don't think I have any for an example over here. Uh-oh. The sun is going down. Oh, and I'm almost out of food, too. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig this out. I'm going to make it look like a tunnel. And I'm going to work on the box on the other side. Okay? Because this really isn't the main project for today. That giant crane is. So I'm going to go take care of those little things. I'm going to slowly make my way over to where there's some food and run my way to a bed. So I'll see you in just a second. All right, everybody. There we go. Now that, I think, is going to work. It's wide enough. See how I put some logs down there? It's wide enough for that to work. That's just high enough for the mast to clear. And I got to thinking about it. See at these 3 points where the mast is at? That's all I had to really worry about being clearance. So instead of it looking like this big boxy square hole, I figured if I put an archway, it will make it not, look so bad. Then if we come in here, there's just a little bit of texture in the walls, just a little bit of something to break up the monotony. And I put these logs down like they got lowered down into this spot. Now, I have got the basic shape of what I want going, but see how it's all this just like straight gray? It's boring. So what I'm thinking about doing is we're going to break up the boring a little bit. What did I do? There we go. So the first thing I thought was, well, actually, I need to wait for the floor because I've got a different idea for the floor. We'll come back to that in a second. So I'm sitting here looking at, these different stones, and we need to kind of make it look like this spot is a little bit weathered or used, like it's been here for a while. So, we'll make it look like maybe in different spots the stone is cracked, or maybe it's, oh, that's the wrong texture. We're not going to do that yet. There we go, like that. See, watch. Just changing a few stones all of a sudden makes it go from boring to a little bit more interesting. So we'll just do a couple more random ones. We'll make it look like that's cracked, and then maybe some moss has kind of grown down there. So do like that. And then, when you're underneath something like this, lots of moisture can get in here. So all kinds of things will start growing and messing things up. So pop that in there. And I'll do a little bit more of this off camera, but I think you'll get the idea. See how just that little bit of color change all of a sudden makes it look a little more realistic and natural. And I'm going to do the same thing here. I decided, hey, let's try and use some mossy cobble. So, whoop, that was weird. Just pop some of these in here like that. Just something interesting for your eye to see. See how there's green right over there? It just kind of catches your eye. So, get that going. And then I thought about it. You know what? While right now they're doing a lot of work on birch planks. There's all kinds of stuff that gets dropped down in here from all the different trees that are going to grow. So what we need to do is we need to get a little bit of each kind of wood. Now, well, I'll go ahead and use a little bit of birch. So what I'm thinking about doing is this. We're just going to start breaking up the ground randomly. And we're going to kind of do the same thing that we did over at the tree farm over there. Remember how it looks like there's bark on the ground? We're going to do that. We're just going to make it look like as the trees get thrown down here, maybe some of the bark falls off of them. And it's getting nighttime. You know what? Do you know what? We're going to do a first. Piggy's not going to be afraid of the night. We're going to see if we can get through this. Although I have a feeling something's going to try and sneak up on me. So let's see if we can do this quick. So we're just going to see how I'm going to change the angle of what I'm facing. And so what I'm doing is I'm just making it look like there's this big, huge mixture of a mess down here. Like all kinds of logs and... Oh, not that. That would totally look out of place. Should have brought me an axe too. So do that and that. And it's cool because then you get these different color contrasts going as well. And let's see, we'll do that and that and some spruce. I know we build a lot with spruce. We'll do that. So see how that looks? Now it looks a little messy, like something's been going on. Things have been getting dropped down and making a huge mess. And then I got to thinking about it. You know what happens with these trees? Well, sometimes they get chopped and there's still leaves all over them. So I figured it'd be cool if we just pop down some random leaf mess. Do like that. I don't know if that's going to work. I'm just kind of being random about it, but are we safe? Oop. Whoa, bad guy party over there. Y'all just keep partying. Y'all stay over there. So see, now when we come down here, there's a little bit more interesting things to look at. We got a little bit of design going on in the walls. We got some trees that are here and just, a big mess that's piling up. Maybe at the end of the day, after all the people are finished chopping up the logs, they come over here and they scoop up the mess. So, and oh, yep, there are some bad guys up there. So we're going to see if we can get up here and not die. Oh, I just saw a skeleton. I hope you don't try to get me. You, mister, are in our way. I can get you out of the way. And I'll just show you this real quick. Oh, that was random. Oh, cool. I like how this looks from up here. Look at that. That is awesome. I like how that worked out. So, right here is going to be for the legs for the crane. And this thing is going to be big. It's like 20 blocks tall. And at first I thought about, I'm going to build this. Oh, you guys stay over there. I was going to build it facing this way like it was loading the train. But the problem was I was in creative mode working out some designs, and I stood like I was facing the crane, and it looked boring. It looked really weird. So like it was working, it was doing its job, but it just wasn't interesting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build it and make it facing that way. Kind of like it's grabbing from a pile of logs over there, and it's getting ready to either drop some down in there, because the train does look loaded, doesn't it? Like it's full and ready to go. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to sleep the night away. I'm going to get to working on a little bit more of the crane, and then I'll bring you back and show you what I've got. Okay? So I'll meet you back here in just a second. Nope. All right, everybody. I've made most of the crane. I left a little bit so I can build it on camera because I know some of y'all like to watch that. Check this out. We're going to make our way up here. I know, I'm messing with y'all again. Not looking up like you want me to, right? Well, I wanted to show you this first. Oop, another little weird lag spike. Okay. So I I kind of spread out some stone up here. So it looks like this was built. It looks like the wall's really strong, but at the same time, it's been here for a while. Some of the dirt's kind of filled in. Some of the stuff is broken up. Just a little bit of going on. And once all this grass grows, I can use some bone meal just to make some of that kind of grass and flowers grow. It'll just make it look like it fits in that much more. I really like the way that turned out. That turned out nice. But here we go. Check that out. I know that. You're like, wait a minute, that's no crane. What? Okay, here we go. I'll do it for real. Check that out. So that is like the wire or whatever coming down and a little clamp that would be holding on to the logs. And I'm going to eventually have like a big old pile right here. I got to build this dirt up. But it'll be picking up the logs and it'll either be loading it on the train or setting it down there to be chopped up. And let's see. At first I had the design of these cobble fences all on the inside, and it was too much. It was like overkill. So I went ahead and took them away. It's kind of like an open design in the middle, supposed to look like it's just got a lot of support going on, so it can carry a lot of weight. And I like this. It looked like the bottom of a gear or something. I wasn't quite sure what to do with that, or if I wanted to build something here to attach to it, but I just like the shape of it. So let's make sure that we got enough stuff. I got that, some of that, a little bit of that, and not enough fences. Let's go ahead and make some fences just in case. This is always one of those deals where you think you have enough material, and then you end up spending an hour like running back and forth, because you just can't remember. So went ahead and made it so I could climb up here, and this is like a big counterbalance. It's a real heavy solid block of concrete sitting up here. So that way that part can extend way out there and this whole thing won't tip over. So what we're going to do is we're going to extend out all these logs. And as I extend out, I'll try to explain what's going on. So like this will be the little machine that like winds up all the wire. So that can go up and down. And these are like rollers, like they would spin around, so the wire would be able to go across it and run smoothly. So I'm just going to extend this out. You know what I didn't do? I don't think I have any stone with me, so I can make a stone button. Because right here at the end, I need a stone button. So we're just, well, is that right? Oh no, that's not right. Oh, tools. Where are my tools? Okay, so we'll break this. And we don't want to waste our pickaxe on that, so we'll just get rid of that. And all that stuff. Yeah, it fell down. We'll just get it later. So I'm going to put some fences here. And this is going to look like there's just something holding that to there so that the wheel will roll. And wow, I guess today's theme is sundown, huh? So we're just going to extend these out. Actually, I need to work my way backwards, don't I? And, oh good, I do have enough. Okay, so I tried to make it where it looked like it angled. And I figured if I did most of it with the same material, being the oak wood, that would all kind of match. It would fit together. And so your eyes wouldn't look at all these broken up pieces of wood. It would see just the shape I was trying to draw. And we'll put that right there. And we'll put two right there. And like I said, I'll show you over here. See how there's a stone button right there? I'm going to have to come back and put one right there later. So, and I think for right now, up here in the sky, we might actually be safe from bad guys. So that would be cool. So we'll pop this down here. Extend that out. That's going to be 2. So up like that. And this is where it's going to get a little tricky. This is where you're going to be like, oh, don't fall, don't fall. Bring it like this. Bring those out right there. Okay, that's easy. We'll do that. Put some here. And yeah, this is my concentrating voice. This is Piggy trying his best to think, what in the world am I doing? And I might have just boxed myself in here. So let's see, we'll do that. Bring that out like that. Yep, now we're boxed in. Oh, good, I have some dirt. Okay, so, and here again, we're just going to use, uh-oh. We're going to use this to get stuck is what we're going to do. There we go, we'll pop that down. And I'll just collect all that stuff later. It's just dirt. Great for scaffolding, great to just like break real quick. Some people will use cobble and other stuff, and to me that's just That's a waste, because it just tears up your tools over time. So let's see, we're going to... Okay, so 2 woods there, like that. And then that's going to come up 1. Oh, because it does that. Okay, so we can do this, and like that, like this, and like that. Can you deal with that? Put down 2 fence posts like that. Oop, there is a serious party going on down there. Look at that, all them bad guys. Push them into lava. Okay, good, I could walk over that. Whew, thought I was going to get stuck there. So we'll do that with those. Was that 1, 2? Well, that's 3, okay. So 1, 2, 3. There we go. And I think that's it. I think I successfully finished that. And all those bad guys are just waiting. Well, they're like itching to get me. Oh. So I'm going to have to tear that scaffolding down. You know what? Let's go for broke. Quickly take a nap. Nobody blow up, nobody blow up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk away a little bit just so you can get some different angles. And watch all the bad guys burn. So, and like I said, I'll put the button up there later. And I'll tear this scaffolding down. So y'all just ignore that. Pretend like that's not there. Go and gather up all this stuff real quick. And get our sword ready just in case. Because I have a feeling we're going to get ambushed before the... Yep, see? Where did he come from? Did y'all see that? Did y'all see how he came out of nowhere? Alright, so we're going to jump up here. And there we go. That is the giant crane. I like it. I think it looks cool. And at first I was worried. Like, for the past couple of episodes, y'all might have noticed that I kept talking about I hadn't planned. I hadn't really worked out where I wanted things to go. But I knew in my head what I wanted. So, sorry. So sometimes you just have to be patient. You have to let your mind kind of work it out. Let inspiration hit. And then you can fix it. So, drop down here and I'm going to walk away. And while I'm walking over here, I want to remind each of you. Your project for this episode is not to collect rotted flesh. It's to build yourself a crane. Big old crane, and maybe even a bridge if you want to do that. You can have 2 projects if you're ambitious. But go ahead and build yourself a crane so that you'll be able to get all the logs from the coming tree farm we're going to build over to this area and over to that train. And you know what? I think I'm going to stack up just so we can get a different angle because I don't like where I'm standing down here. It's not giving me the sight that I want. Look, there we go. Cool. So we get the beginnings of like a little industrial area going on over there. So I want y'all to build yourself a crane. I want you to take pictures of it, send it to me on Twitter, and I'll tweet out as many as I can. And I want you to, you can either borrow my design. Oh, that looks like a little face, doesn't it? Like a little smiley face, almost like a pig. Like a pig, like he's saying roar. Or you know what it really looks like? It almost looks like the bad guy, Bowser, from Mario. That's crazy how that happens. But I'm gonna look you in the eye. Yeah. We'll put the crane behind us. There we go. Go and pop that out so we got an empty hand. So, take pictures of it, send it to me on Twitter. I'm gonna tweet it out. And I am gonna go clean up that big old pillar I left, that big mess with the ladder. And I will see you all in the next episode. Hey everybody, I'm the Bigglesworth, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play Along with Piggy. Now I'm over here inside the starter house. Yep, this is the first house that we got going. When we first started this world, we kind of pushed all the villagers into this spot, and we commandeered this house so that we can put all our junk in it. But I figured I would start off over here because I am slowly starting to run out of food. When I first started this world, there was an insane amount of cows. So we had beef and can't remember what else I had. I'd been eating a lot of different stuff. But this is all I've had. Whoop, gosh, I almost fell on that dirt and made it untilled. And that wouldn't have been good. But I need to get to figuring out something to do for food pretty soon because I'm starting to run out. I'm starting to have to eat just carrots and potatoes, and they're good, but, you know, the saturation on them's pretty low. But that's something for the future. Today, we're going to get started on something else. Way over here. Now, I know we've spent a lot of episodes in this area, but, you know, inspiration has struck. That's where I've decided to do stuff, and I just got to get it out of my head so I don't forget it. So, what we're going to do today is we're going to finish off this area. Now, this area is not going to be called done, but we're going to finish it off in the sense of why all this stuff is here. Because right now, none of this is usable. It's all for decoration. There's actually a reason for all this to be here, and I need to get it built. So, what I'm going to do is I got to figure out an area right over in here of where I want to build my tree farm. Now, I know most people are like, really? You're going to put this much effort and work into a tree farm? And my answer to you is, but of course. But of course I am. And that's because, you know, this is how I go. This is how I roll. Always try to do stuff decorative and nice and have a theme. And it's all got to fit. So, here's what we're doing. See the torches right in here? 28 and 50. Those are two very important numbers. That is how much area I need to figure out to use for the tree farm. Now, I know that sounds like a lot, but trust me, a lot of it has to do with like decorations and stuff, so that's why it's so big. And at first I thought, you know, it might fit right in here. I could squeeze it in this spot. But it might look weird with all this stuff squeezed in here, a bunch of buildings and things. It's like it wouldn't fit. So, as I built the crane over here, I realized for this to all make sense, that crane has got to be able to access the tree farm. It's got to be able to access the wood so it can put it down in the pit to be sawed up, or it can load it on the train. So I'm toying with two different ideas. Do I want to make it go this direction, along in here, or do we want to just keep building this way and make it go right here behind the crane? Now, here's my thought process, okay? All these buildings and all these builds right here, they're very long in this direction. Do I really want to build another? Well, hello, Mr. Piggy. How are you? Oh, I've got a carrot. Here you go. Oh, wait, you right-click to feed him. There you go. You have a carrot. Just like me. Oh, and he's still going to follow me. That's funny. But if I build this tree farm, it's a rectangle. You can see that it is almost twice as long as it is wide, 28 by 50, which means it would be another long structure right in here. And I kind of want to break that up. So what I'm thinking about doing is building it in this direction, right along in here, just like this. And that means that dirt pillar, it might have to go. The pillar that's been there forever that got swapped out from cobble to dirt. So here's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to show you this little trick that I like to do. I'm going to take my torches. I'm sorry, Mr. Piggy, I don't have any more carrots in my hand, so you're just going to have to run off. Whoa, he's like an ostrich with his face in the dirt. So a 28 by 50 area is what I need to build. And I want it to be somewhat close to this crane. But I think I'm still going to do some stuff right in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to start, let's say right here. And I'm going to use these torches to count for me, so I don't have to keep track of it. So we just need to go 28. And I'm not too worried about the landscape right now. You know, I'm going to take the dirt down and level it as I go. 1, 2, right there. So that's how wide it would be. Okay. And I'm thinking about leaving this area empty here as well, because I'm probably going to have to do like a road that comes up to here. And I've also got some ideas for sorting out wood and trees and stuff. So I may build something right in here. But so it could be about this wide. And then we're going to go 50 torches that way. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm actually supposed to count this corner as 1. So we'll go 49. So I'm going to do, whoops. Started with the wrong one. There we go. We're going to go like this. and run out this way. And I know y'all are like, Piggy, you sure are spending a lot of your episode just showing us that you're laying out torches. And it's okay, because actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a variation of my super simple tree farm. And I have a tutorial for that. So I'm going to go ahead and put a link down in the description and a link on screen so you can go see how to build this yourself. So I'm not going to spend too much time showing you how I'm building the actual tree farm. Look at that. That's cool. I like how that works. The edge of it's going to be right here, and that'll give me enough room right in this area that maybe we can put in another road or maybe a bridge or something like that. So that kind of works. And I think I have some... Okay, cool. All right, guys. You're going to get to see me on camera. I'm not going to mess with you. I'm actually going to get rid of the dirt pillar, okay? But what I'm doing is I want a pillar up here because I want to get a good look at how this thing is going to rest on the ground in relation to everything else. So it's going to be about that big. Oh, crazy lava pit. Have to avoid that. So that's not too bad. That will actually fit very well right in this spot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start digging out this area and leveling it. I'm going to go ahead and get most of the tree farm built as far as the mechanics are concerned. Then I'm going to bring you back and show you how it works. And then we're going to get to decorating. So I'll be right back. All right, everybody. There we go. I managed to get the whole thing built, at least the functional part. And you can see down in there the minecart with a little hopper in it. It's just going around in circles. And like I said, how to build this, I'm going to have a link so that, you know, you can go see it for yourself and build it for yourself. But I'm just going to jump down here real quick and show you what's going on. Oh, I should have stayed up top. Oh no, and you know what I didn't do? I haven't put any water in yet, so it's not easy to jump out. Alright, so watch this. We're going to toss some items here. I'm going to put, what was that? About 4? Okay, listen. Oh, maybe I wasn't close. Hear that? See it's going in those hoppers? And watch, we're going to jump down here. And look at that. They're being spit out over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have water streams that's going to be pushing anything that falls and anything that gets collected and spit out on the bottom, all down to be collected at that one point. So that's really nice. That makes it where even if a bunch of saplings are falling or extra pieces of wood, you don't have to go back and collect them. They're all going to get pushed to that central collection point. Now, I still need to add all the water so that everything will get pushed around. But it was over here just kind of marking out the area. I have to make a 3-wide path all the way around. We're going to fill that up with gravel. And at these points where you see the andesite, the polished andesite blocks, I'm going to have like street lamp looking things there so we have light. And then on the outside of that, I'm going to build, well, you know what? Instead of rambling on about what we're going to do, how about we do a time lapse? Those always seem to work out well. So I'm just going to pop these down real quick before I forget, just so you can kind of see what it's going to look like. I thought that would be cool. Use like the bark of a spruce, but give it the face of oak. And since oak is the only color that we can make out of these pressure plates, you know, just figure we'd go with it. Instead of it looking like, do I have some? Yeah. This would be the difference. See how the grain in the wood looks like that? And I figured like this, it had a nice, different effect to it. So, what I have to do is go get enough gravel to fill up this whole area, which is way over there inside my storage area. So I'm going to run over here. Whoops. I have got to get, let's see, I got to get gravel. I got to get a bunch of stone. I have to make sure I got enough spruce. We're actually going to use some more vines. So I do need to collect vines from over here. You silly vine, always slowing me down. Oh, I know it's slowing me down. I haven't eaten. So I got to get that. I have to collect a bunch of leaves. So I've got a lot of materials I got to gather. So I'm going to run over here. I got to figure out where in the world I put all this stuff. I tell you what, I am rambling and I am wasting time. So I'm going to get the music started. Where's that button? There's got to be a button for... I don't have a jukebox anywhere. Well, great. Well, you know what? Here we go. Oh, hit the wrong button. And now you're looking at the back of my head. There we go. Okay, ready? Boo-doo, boo-boom, tsh. Boo-doo, boo-boom, tsh. Start that music. Alright, everybody. I'm sure y'all are wondering, what in the world am I doing? Well, I needed some podzol for some of the build that I was working on. See this? I've managed to find a whole bunch of animals on my way over here, and a bunch of podzol. Let's see what's that. Oh, some dirt. Yeah, I was using some dirt to pillar up. Found a few flowers, so that's good. I found a village, so I got me a saddle. And unfortunately, that Silk Touch pick is the only Silk Touch tool I have. And for some reason right now, the only way you can get podzol is with a Silk Touch. See? Like, watch. I'm going to go over here and just dig that. And look, it turns to dirt. That stinks. But I figured I would take this opportunity to remind the audience, because I don't think I've told y'all in a while. I put the seed for this map down in the description, just in case anybody that's playing PC, or in case in the future they make it where Xbox, PlayStation Pocket Edition, or any other version they come up with will work off of the seed numbers. You can generate this world, and you can play along with me, not just building the builds that I make, but also playing in the exact same world. So, since I found this, what's it called, a Mega Taiga? Almost sounds like a giant tiger. Mega Taiga. So here's the coordinates. 1918, 65, 23, 67. So if you go, let's see, get the map. In the upper left-hand corner of the map is the village I've been working on. And I'm way in the bottom right-hand corner. So that's how far away this is. So I'm going to make, I think I'm going the right way. Well, I'll find out in a minute. I'm going to make my way back to the village with some podzol. I'll meet you back over there, and we're going to get finished with the tree farm. Alright, everybody. I've managed to make it back to my area safe and sound, and wow, that was really seriously a long walk. Let's check the map. So you can kind of see where I went ahead and took a slightly different path to the left of where I went down. Yeah, and I still got some spots there on the map I haven't filled up yet, but did manage to get quite a decent amount of food, so that's good. We're not going to run out of food like I thought. But I thought I would start out, before we go over there, up here, because there was another reason why we were going to get podzol. Quite a few episodes back, I had talked about trying to make it look like that there was some leaves and other stuff growing underneath the willow tree. So we're going to go ahead and pop a few of these down. I think I'll swap that out. Maybe we'll do some of this. And I'll probably come back later and just bone meal this. I don't know if you can bone meal on top of podzol. Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? We'll just knock some of this away. But see how this does this? There we go. So now the ground looks a little bit more just like, leaves have decayed under here. This tree has been here for a while, but I'm starting to get distracted again. And the sun is going down. So I am going to sleep the night away. I'm going to dump all this junk over in the house, gather up a few more supplies, and we're going to get over there and we're going to finish up the tree farm. All right, everybody. I've got the water put in place. I've dug out this trench, and I went ahead and put a whole bunch of glowstone down. So this area is going to be well lit. I can even be working in here at night, chopping down trees, and I don't have to worry about bad guys messing with me. So here's what we're going to do with the podzol. We're going to just pop this down, and I'm not going to do all this on camera. I'm just giving you a basic idea of what I'm trying to do. But I thought the different colors would look nice against these different browns and the gray and everything that's going on. But more than that, we're going to work with some leaf blocks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill in all this area just like this with the, let's see, what is this? The spruce leaves? Yeah. So we're just going to do like that. And with the spruce leaves, what I'm doing is I'm just going to follow this basic pattern. Up like that, down in there, up like that. And so, let's see if we can jump over here. And see how that looks? It almost looks like the bushes grew there, just like that. And it follows that pattern. Now with the oak leaves being a slightly different color, we're going to come through and just kind of randomly pop some down like that. So see how that looks? And that'll add a 2-layer effect of different colors of bushes or leaf blocks. See, just like that. And so it's got that nice, just little extra detail. And the secondary color has the randomness, while the darker color has a pattern. It just adds a nice little level of detail. And as you can see when I come up to here, if you just happen to look down, you notice that it looks like a bunch of leaves and maybe mulch or something was put down underneath the bushes. Then from the outside, see how that looks? Oh, of course the chest had to be in the way, but see that? See how that looks? That looks really great. And just to finish that off, we're going to go ahead and pop down some vines. We're just going to do like this all the way around. And I know it's not really looking like I'm doing it too sporadic, maybe the right word? Random. Just random. We'll do it like that. So I'm going to do like that. On these posts up here on the corners, I'm going to add some as well, just so there's a little bit of extra color that makes your eye watch. If you do it right here and green up there, your eye will see that those two actually connect. So I'm going to go off camera one more time. I'm going to finish all the little details and touches. Then I'm going to bring you back, get some trees growing, and show you the final product. So I'll be right back. Alright everybody, there we go. Got a bunch of trees growing inside. We got all the decoration going on inside. And I'm just going to hop over this wall and show you what it looks like from the other side. Oop, that didn't work too good. So check that out. Isn't that cool? I love how all the different colors just like work together. All these cool looking patterns, but they all fit together. I love that. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. And there's that stinking lava pool I need to stay away from. So, what I want you to do is I want you to come up with a tree farm design of your own. You can copy my design. You can make one all your own. Remember, you can build it in this world in creative. You can do it in survival. However you want to do it. The main thing I want you to do is I want you to build your version or express your style in Minecraft. Then take pictures of it, Send it to me on Twitter, and I'm going to tweet it out so that everybody else can see it. So, gosh, I don't know how many episodes we've been going just to build up to this point. And now that we got the tree farm going, I'm going to have to work on that collection system down in the bottom and try and get a little area where we can start getting some of the wood sent to the crane to ship off. So I'm going to clean up this mess. I'm going to get ready to try and figure out all the stuff for the redstone down underneath, and I will see you in the next episode.